したと。はい。
And of course, Alan's brand new favorite deck in the Poro King. This is sort of a little bit more of an anti-control staple, so not pairing up too well into a couple of the decks of Talpinator, but as we mentioned, that Respect Your Elders deck is still present in the lineup and probably something JO1's going to have their sights set on.
I haven't seen Zolani connect Nexus yet throughout the whole 3 days. Is this the series that she might come in? What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I don't know about these matchups specifically. When we look at Talpinator's list here, like the Neelajana, it's a little bit too aggressive for that late game Zolani threat to come in to be the stacking threat, almost like a Nasus in its own right. And this is just not really the kind of matchup where we're going to see that payoff.
Yeah, but we see Talpinator bringing here this slight top end with the Titans, Cold Shot. Not the usual staples you can see in the Naila Jana list.
あれか、セク選手の試合までってだいぶ先なのか。
ああ、ウィーナーズブラケットをやらないんだ。先にルーザーズから。
そうそう、先にロワーから、やるみたいなね。
7時ぐらい。
ね、これさ、ロワーはさ、同時に始まってんのかな ?1 戦目と2戦目と。
始まってそうではあるけどね。
7am になってるからどっちも。だから。
まだ配信してないの？
配信してるよ。
あ。
こんばんは。はい。あ、というわけで、解説の人のご紹介します。はい。解説は、クロさんとシーチキンさんとタキさんをお呼びしております。
こんばんは。
こんばんは。
Yeah, this is actually the only Noxus deck left in the top 8, and also that Neelajana is the only Bilgewater deck left in the top 8.
わかりました。
Forgotten regions in this top 8 bracket, but we're going to see the bans start to come out from these players. Alan, what way are you leaning for each of these competitors?
あ、これあれか。ジョイチ選手の対戦相手って唯一ニーラジャンナ持ち込んだ人か。
あ、そうだ。
いや、両方見たいな。オーラも応援したいし。
ねえ、見たいよね。
かんないってチェニアさんが勝つ気もしてるし、アッパー側で。
でも今ツイッターで各国のなんていうかいろんなルンテラインフルエンサーたちのツイートを見てるけど、なんかね、やっぱセク選手を優勝候補として挙げてる人がかなり多いですね。
まあアッパー側でチェニアさんに有利な持ち込んでるから増えちゃう。
セク選手のドラゴンがガチで強い。
はい、というわけで1戦目はこれはニーラジャンナ vs フィズユーミかな。はい。
coming through the buffs, so he might not care about those little elusive blockers, and he might be able to punch through. Because again, Nairajana doesn't have really many tools to deal with those.
そういえば、くしくも今日はあれらしい。岩戸がアフィリエイトになってから1年らしい。めでたいですね。
今日っていうのは
17日。17日。
おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。というわけで、ルーンテラ配信を始めてから1年と1週間経ったらしいですね。
めでたいじゃん。
めでたいね。
ちょっとポロが抜かれそうな構成してるんですよね。
おー。これってさ、フィズユーミとニーラジャンナってマッチ的にはどうなの？どっちが有利とかあるの？
横並べがきつくて、ただ、ニーラジャンナ側も、優についたでっかいレシピがあんまり止まらない。あいついるか。 リラクシャーあ、結構入ってるね。
3コストの
コスはいない
2枚いるし、
4コス、時計人形も入ってるから、
3、4だけ。
3、2にリラクシャー。リラクシャーでうまく止めないとって感じで、で、時計人形も入ってるから、イルシは結構止まりそうで、
イルシは結構止まりそうなんだ。なるほど。
止まりそうで、で、結構3-1の、クイックアタックと、まあ、ニーラで押されると、
はい。
まあ、横抜けとかで、弓側が、ブロッカーがまあどんどん削られて、
はい。
まあまあ、横抜け2回通ったら、まあ、全部取っちゃうよみたいな感じですね。で、横抜けされる前に縦で倒したいんだけど、まあ、イルシがちょっと入ってて、まあ、それが邪魔なんで、そこをどうかいくぐるかみたいな。
なるほど。
横 VS 縦の戦いなんですよね、これ。
あ、横 VS 縦の戦いなんだ。あ、一応言っておくね。
縦に伸ばしていくデッキ対、横面で抜いていくデッキ。
大きいのを育てていくのと横並べしていくのってことだよね。
そうそうそう。
あ、今日なんですけど、岩戸の解説、岩戸が黙ってしまうと翻訳されないから困るっていう意見を見まして今日みんなが言ってること岩戸繰り返すからよろしく。
いやー、これ、
あ、翻訳ってそういうこと、なんか英語を翻訳してくれるのかと思った。
あ、違うの。みんなが言ってることを岩戸が喋んないと翻訳に反映されないから。
ああ、そういうことね。
そうそうそう
英語に翻訳するってこと。
そう、英語に翻訳してるの。
はいはいはい
そう
はい。なんか公式配信の解説をなんか岩戸さんが翻訳してくれるのかと思った。
英語の公式配信の解説とみんなが言ってる解説ほぼ一緒だから、あんまりね、翻訳しても変わんないかも。
Prime of a target than the Neela, which I can't think of one for only 3 mana. Janna and the Clockling are really what JO1 was kind of trying to save this challenger for, and both those were off the table as soon as the Pool Shark came down.
So JO1 will have to have in mind that the Galewind can come down, and after combat could potentially kill if you decide to
J
challenge
側はイルシブを伸ばすんじゃなくて、
はい
チャレンジャーにユーミーつけて、相手の主角となるカードをまあ一体ずつ潰していく。
はいはい。あ、イルーシブが通らないっていうのが分かってるからチャレンジャーを大きくしてるってことだよね。
そうですね。まあ、イルーシブを育ててチャレンジャーで引っ張って通すっていう手もあるんですけど、
ああ、確かに。
2体出ちゃうと本来ので、
はい。
それよりかは今見えてるニーラとかを、まあ、取って、まあ、その横抜けにされても、まあ、有利トレードできるように。
はいはいはい。横抜けされても有利トレードできるように。
今、序中盤を抑えていくって感じですね。
最初はそういう動きをしていくってことですね。
オーバーパワーも入ってるんで、ある程度削ったらトカゲ、進化したユーミンをトカゲにつけてみたいな、まあ、付け直せるかどうかわからないんですけど。
Sort of willing to let Talpinator take the life of this explorer to free up the Yuumi to throw down onto the Glacial Saurian on a future turn. Just get all those resources out of Talpinator's hand, because the Saurian is not a guaranteed draw in this, right? While that Omen Hawk is in play, sure, that's got the bird subtype. You'll get a draw off of that. The Bandle Commando in hand will
ニーラ
also
ジャンナ
maybe come down a little
の
bit
宿
later
命
on.
で
So far, JO1 not even committing that Bandle Commando,
オーバー
trying
パワ
to
ーが
maintain the
すごい
presence
通
of
る
the
っていう
Saurian.
話
Actually,
があ
is
るんで
just
すけ
going
ど、
to jam it
あ、そうだね。ニーラジャンナにはオーバーパワー通りやすいね。
氷山トカゲを結構大事にして攻めるのかなって感じで、ね。
はいはい。この氷山トカゲを大事に使いましょうっていう。なるほど。
you are not in a rush in this matchup. You can just outdraw your opponent with
Regeneration
challenger.
ね、リジェネレーションどっかでつけられたら
And remove the Janna, remove
結
the
構
Naila, remove the elusives.
勝ちに傾くような
You
感
can
じですね。
essentially just
確かに。
grind to zero Talpinator at this point where he'll just run out of the fuel.
Oh, and this is a turn that I'm really interested in, Alan, because I'm very curious if JO1 is going to proactively use the Inner Beast to give Overwhelm over to this Explorer and start to pack that on as an additional 9-attack challenging Overwhelm threat.
下側がだいぶ
J1
今
goes for the development, goes for the
ジャンナで引いた
what
カード
Talpinator
プラ
opts
ス
to do. He decides to just lose on the
なんだっけ
lose on the
波乗り
Archeon,
みたいなやつが
develop
ゼロコストになってて
Unique, decides not to go for the quick attackers first. He wants to have that blocker. So
でクラウド
basically
ファインダ
that's
ー
a
も
bait
もう一枚
for,
引いてて
for the challenger because he might then not opt to go for the
いい
Janna,
感じですね。
which could
あ
be
ー
leveled up next turn.
下の選手
So
も
J1
引きたい
obviously
ものを
knows
引けて
what's
るっ
the
てことだ
bigger
よね。
threat in this
はい
position and
うん
opts to kill Janna.
これチャレンジャーのやつ、
うん。
It does
取る
open
か
up
悩むよね。
Talpinator to potentially play another Janna, but I don't think you're too worried about your opponent constantly stringing multiple
かといって
Jannas
ユー
together
ミ
because that's not
進化カウント
actually
進められるのも
garnering
だるし
any card
うん
advantage
そ
for
う
your
です
opponent.
ね
You're just giving away
次
2 cards to draw 2 more cards.
次で進化しちゃうんで
Mariners and Exalted Cloud Winders, which is exactly what Talpinator actually does have, and so
た
while
だ
Talpinator's hand is going to
氷
get
山トカゲ
small
も
in return,
ね
it's going to be refilled pretty immediately.
さっさと倒したいっていう
If
のがあって
Talpinator
ね
had second Janna, like J1,
あでも手
it
札
would
的
be
に火力
probably
スペル
played
持っ
even
てない
to
から
just buff up the Mariam to take
今
out
打たなそうだけど
try to take down the Saurian, unless he doesn't want to
チ
risk
ャレン
any
ジャ
buffs.
ー
But again,
そ
you
のまま
cannot
に
be
し
playing
て
those
オ
type
ーバー
of
パ
cards
ワ
forever.
取るのが
Therefore,
ー抜かれないように
if you
し
want
て
to
も
play
うここは
second
横
Janna,
抜けで
you
勝っていく
potentially die
っていう風にしない
later
と
down the drain to that
辛そう
challenger
には
regardless.
思いますね。まあバフがある地域だからオーバーパワーに弓乗っちゃうと守られて終了みたいな。
はいはいはい。
まあここはもう5点合わせていくような気がするけどな連覇しケアして5点も氷山とかには合わせていくような気がするけど
Yeah, you definitely don't have to be in a
結局
rush
5点
for
ここ7-4に打ってチャレンジャーに打ったってテンパで守られて恨みすごいから
ああ、そうだね。テンパで守っちゃう
5-2
から
やったら今確実に取れるんで
there is a card picked up of the Pioneer, which is one of the Explorer cards, and that's definitely not a landmark
で
removal.
も
The
日
second
陰
best
に
is just
骨
picking
コ
up
ンボとか
heal
乗っ
or
ただけで
heal
も
removal. And in this
だいぶ
case,
勝てないん
you have to
で
expect that J1 has
取れるうち
the
に取っと
heal.
きたい
And if he chooses not to use it, then it's
とはいえ
probably
リスト
that
的
he
に
has
型がある
something
か
in
ら
the hand or some sort of other
弓がレベルアッ
protection
プしたら
of this
あの
challenger.
チャレンジャーがオーバーパワーで殴りかかってくると考えると結構やばそうですね。
ああ確かに確かに、
うん
Exalted
そうですね
Cloudwinder off the top, some heavy
難し
hitting
いとこっ
draws
す
for
ね
Talpinator going into this attack turn. Still a lot of board
船ね
to
もう
chew
引け
through
てな
on
い
the
から
side of JO1 and something that now that
横
we're
抜
in
き
the
も
later
なかな
stages
か
of
狙
the
え
game,
な
あ
Alan,
の
that
型
Talpinator's
は
gonna have
す
to
ご
keep
い
in
よくで
mind
きてる
is the
ね
3 copies of Battle
ユー
Warrior
ミ
that
どこに
JO1
つけ
is
ても
backing.
This is very interesting
最終的にオーバーパワーになる
because
って
he can
いう
level up Nyla by playing the Slipstream and then go
あ
from there.
あ、このジョイチ選手が入れてる方ね。
そうそうそうそう
J1 wasting mana on
ユーミの
irrelevant
付け先としてイルシブとかにつけないとフィニッシャーにならないっ
and that's what he'll opt to play.
そうだね
あるんですけど
イルシブにつけないとフィニッシャーにならないね。
イルシブとかオーバーパワーにつけないとすごいだから15-15とかになっても結局相手のモンスター1体とトレードみたいになっちゃうんですけど一番左に
あるね。
獣の型をつけるカードがあるんで、まあ、誰につけても大きくなったらオーバーパワーつけてフィニッシャーになるよっていう。
So there was absolutely no reason to play it last turn. It's better to just hold on to it for the
この
better
ブローバッ
gaming
ク捨てたくないけど捨てるしかなそうっすよ
in
ね
previous one.
And now we're down to the point where Talpinator's
さあ打つところだ
got
と
some
ブローバック
decisions to make, but JO1's the one thinking about what to do from here. There's no way to actually remove the Nyla. I believe JO1 can bounce it back to the hand with the Quicken, just attacks the mana of Talpinator a little bit. But 2 mana is such a non-committal thing. Maybe
4
it
コストの
looks
拒絶
appealing given
も
that
どき
there are
持
2
ってるのも
fleeting
偉いっ
cards
す
in
ね
Talpinator's hand,
リスト
and
が
you'd like to just continue to tax them, maybe get a
Ah.
blowback out of your opponent's hand for now. But ultimately, JO1's got to make a decision pretty soon here.
So at this point, J1 has to be aware that which cards were fleeting and that he didn't, the Talpinator didn't play
エロいね
a fleeting card quite yet.
エロいってエロい
As you
ね
mentioned, the recall is available, but also there are cards like Eye of the Storm in the deck, which would heavily punish you for doing so. And then Talpinator could respond on the stack, damage your challenger, and potentially get a swing with brush and try to chip out with the
ここまでは
just barrel down to
クラウドワインダー
the
出すかどう
J1's
かって感じだ
Nexus.
よね。
So he opts to go for the safer play.
まあ
And
ここへ
this
出
is
さ
a
ない
very
と続
complex
かない
deck
か
because
ら
there's so many options you can lean towards.
なるほど。
Okay, we're gonna see the Howling Gale. There are a couple of answers
Shinka
for
はま
this
ずい
on
と。
the side of JO1. Even
ああ、
an
ハウリン
Inner
グゲー
Beast
ルで
would be
進化を阻
just
止しよう
enough
って
to
いう。
keep this card outside of the range, but Sky Splitter and even Puzzling Signpost are still available. It
いやで
is
もクラウドワイ
currently
ン
the
ダー
only
出す
thing
か
that
ら
will be able to block
結
the
局
Neela.
結局クラウ
But
ドワイ
if
ンダー
JO1
出してる
tries to
サポ
save
ー
it with
ト
a Sky Splitter, that's still not going to be the case, as the Neela ability is going to come through and
結構
knock
追えない
down
もん
to
ね、
just
これ。
1 HP.
Inner Beast was definitely a solid option, so you can
一応
block
追える
later with
一
the
応
Sky
追える
Splitter
けど
with any of the units of
追
your
えるけど
choice.
裏目でかすぎるよね。
Now
そうそうそう
it's
反応もなくなる
no
し
longer an option
そう
unless you
ね。
commit more on the
まあ
まあまあ
それであれば
ここまで売り上げて
ニーラのパンチは通るんでってところで
Alpinator's just going to go in combat. Actually, not throwing their elusive into combat just yet either. Debating
まあでもマナ残しとかないと。クラウドワインダー出しちゃ
whether
う
or
と
not
相手が
it's worth trying to trade that into the Bandle Commando or
不利になっ
potentially
ちゃ
even
うから
just the
クラウドワイ
Omen
ンダーは出
Hawk,
せ
which
ま
of
せん。
course
ま
was
だ使えません。
recently buffed to be able to block elusives. That's that sort of purple swirl you see going on around. Actually going in with the Pool Shark
いや、
as
よう行くな、
well.
これ。
Pulling back
イルーシ
on
ブは
the
行きたくないけどな。
elusive
う
Talpinator.
ん。
Okay, no, just back to the
そ
original
うね、
attack.
イル
A
シ
little
ブ
ring around
は
here.
ブロック
Yeah,
用
so
に取っておきたい
essentially
ってこと
because
だよ
of
ね。
the Nyla level up, everything is gonna be brought to 1 HP, so there is no real downside in attacking with Pool Shark because it's gonna be trading regardless, and you kind of want to get some board space because you're looking into drawing 3 more cards just by recycling your hand. Unfortunately, Blowback is not particularly too useful this turn and will be discarded since we should be seeing Exalted Cloudwinder being dropped down this turn to just get deeper into the deck, find the Janna, to find more Nyla and get those slipstreams going.
It's really
取るなら今。
important to string together those exalted Cloudwinders, especially
けど
given
電
that
波まで考
Talpinator
え
is
る
a
と
list that is not playing any copies of the
打てないか。
Sunken Temple. So that's sort of like late game assurance of the infinite card draw engine, the infinite cost
テ
reduction
ン
throughout
パ
your
があ
deck.
っ
But
たらブロ
Talpinator
ッ
not
クして
immediately
そうな
slowing it
感
down,
じする
perhaps
けど
thinking
な
about maybe it's worth not necessarily using the
あの
blowback,
ニ
it's
ー
a
ラ
little
を
bit too of a costly card for a situation like this, but maybe using that second Howling Gale to attempt to kill the Explorer while the shields are at least a little down for
取
JO1.
らないと負けそうだよね。
So definitely there is a consideration keeping
取らないと
any
負けそうだけど、ワインダー出さないと
potential
それはそれで負
because
け
if
そ
you
うだから
kill your Pioneer,
ね
then the Yomi will come down on different units.
まあ
Start
まあさ
buffing
すがに
with
そうか。
ワインダー
And
を
if you play Galwin now, you slow down your whole progression because look at the mana. Next turn, Stalpinator was looking at 8
こうな
mana,
ったら、
and the
あ、
Cloud
イルーシブ
Winter
取ら
will
ないんだ。
not be enabled. So you have to
あれや
make
ね
a choice. You either play Cloudwinder or Clocking, and the progression will be
あ
so
ー
much slowed down. So I'm pretty sure you cannot afford to do that. Even though Pioneer is a threat. Oh my god, drawing Battle Fury here. JL1 can start pressuring Talpinator pretty heavily.
I think Talpinator's line of reasoning for potentially killing the Explorer would have been, what happens if JO1 goes for an open attack, pulls my Vic Rash to the side, and slaps a Battle Fury down onto this Bandle Commando?
ブロッ
Is
カ
that
ー出
something
した
that
い
I'm
と
going
こあ
to
る
be able to
けど
handle?
な。
I'll lose 9 of my life, I'll lose my elusive, and then on the following round, I will be on a 1-turn clock unless I can throw
とりあ
down
えずニーラ
another
は取らないと
elusive,
負け
which
そうだから取る
there's
けど。
enough removal in JO1's list that it's not a guarantee that that augmented clockwing is going to be able
い
to
やー
stick.
これ船が
Seeing
強い
JO1 take
な
their first action here, it's going to be drop the bomb onto the Vic Rash,
この
getting
タイミン
that
グで引い
elusive
た船
threat
は
out
相
of
当
the
強
way.
いね。
うん
So JO1
一枚しか
can
これ
either opt to
船で
finish the
全体
turn
ブラッ
in
シュ
2
で
turns, or
ちょ
he can
っと
opt going
次の
for
ターン
more
リースタルあ
board
りそうな
control.
感じ
But since he has seen already a bunch of slipstream being shuffled to the deck, if he
た
opts
だ
to
ここで
play
船
it
出
too
すのはで
slowly,
きない
he
か
might
ら
actually get outvalued if the
そうね、
board
パンチして
could
か
be
ら
drawn and played from
出したい
Talpinator's
です
side.
ね。
Buffing all the small units, granting them brush, might be very pivotal from Talpinator, turning the aggro deck into actually just setting up a huge combo turn where the Lita would be unstoppable.
JO1 now down below Battle Fury range. It's going to make things a little bit more difficult in terms of pushing damage this round. So I think still just maybe calculating out a little bit of a 2-turn clock here
J 側
on
か
the
ら
side
す
of
る
JO1,
と
saying, okay, I could push 3 damage here, and
ま
then
あこれ
maybe in the
パ
next
ンチし
couple
て
of
ユー
rounds I
ミン
draw
は
another
ひっくり
Bone
返したい
Club or a
気
Battle
持ちがあり
Fury,
そうな
and
の
I can
で
just pressure down
パ
my
ンチは
opponent
し
on
て
the
きそう
next
なんで
round.
す
But
けど
as you mentioned, those slipstreams are
で
a
も多分
house, and
J
something
側
that
も
JO1 has
要
to
するに
be
ジャンナとか
incredibly cognizant of, as there are 2 in
船
the hand
警
of
戒して今
Talpinator,
殴れ
making
ない
this
っていう
effectively a
う
7-card hand.
ん船警戒して
So
た
JO1
なる
opts
ほ
to
ど
not
ね
play it faster. He
でも
could
絶
play
対にパンチはしないといけないか
Inner
ら
Beast into
うん
Overwhelm
あ、まだ進化してないのか。
that
1回目殴ってないから
Pioneer opts to keep the mana for the signpost, opts to keep mana for the recall.
まあでもここで
and played
多分
incredibly
ユニッ
slow.
ト出さないと
And that might
負け
actually
ちゃうか
cost
ら。
him the game because now, oh my god, dropping the boat, going in, drawing the Nyla from the boat, And then next turn we're gonna see some slipstreams coming through, and that might be actually a big struggle to deal with.
手前側は22を捨てない方が良かったんじゃないのかな。
Yeah, there's a little bit of burn taken out of the deck. One blowback has been discarded already, but for the
船の
most
プラ
part,
ンで行くんだった
Alpinator
ら
shouldn't have too much of an issue giving this
次
entire
面確保しとい
crash,
て
and that is not a keyword that
で
JO1
こ
is
こで
currently
バースト
equipped
バー
to
ストでも
handle.
う当たっちゃう
Battle
わ
バースト
Fury
バース
actually have to
ト
be used in
な
order to
り
just develop a
で
blocker on the side of JO1, get it back
バー
up
ス
to
ト
that
バーストだ
5
ったら
health
勝ってる
range
よ
so
ね
it can
ブラッシュブラッシュで
handle this, but with double
ブラッ
slipstream,
シュ3面だもん
Alpinator might
3,
just be
3
able to
枚
get
使わなきゃ
lethal
ダ
on
メなんで、
next
3
turn.
枚使うんだらなんかファストスペルスタックできるんだったらそれで勝ってそうだったけど。
setting up overwhelm on the one of the elusives, and set it up on the elusive on the all, can set it up on the pioneer, on top of the battle fury in following turn, drawing one on top of that, which can be used for both
でかいね
offensive and defensive purposes.
いやこ
Yeah,
こ
wall up is a
船
huge pickup for JO1.
リコール
whose
されるからな
mantra for the turn is just I need to survive a little bit longer. Eye
リコー
of
ル
the Storm,
ケア
the
したわ
perfect pickup from Talpinator. Not only is it another burst speed spell to try and activate this Tide Dancer ability, but it will also take Quicken off the table as an answer to the Tide Dancer itself.
Look at this
結構
setup.
止めて
You're gonna be having 4 units getting buffed from the boat. Unfortunately, there is a wall up coming down, so there will be blockers available to JO1 since Nyla cannot attack anymore due to the pre-wall up. Very, very good high instant play from JO1.
There's still a lot of damage packed into the hand of Talpinator, though, and we're going to see a little bit more Divine Whirlwind. A potential pickup from this augmented Clockling would be active thanks to the Slipstream, but it's going to be Acorn the Hextician, and there is the proc of the Tide Dancer. Only 3 units getting that buff, as Nyla is not able to attack herself, and whatever comes down from here on out, not going to be able to pick up
まあ
that
そ
buff.
こまで引いたならエーコン出しそうだけど
Definitely. Having the Alpinator might be opting to try to remove the elusive and at the same time removing another brush blocker. The downside of that is you don't get to play out the storm this turn, which might be pivotal to try to dig farther into the deck, try to find this lethal, those mystic shots, this blowback, this divine whirlwinds.
I'm curious what's about to happen here because JO1 does have the puzzling signpost.
これ23にスペル打つのはあれだよね。ブロックされたくないからってことだよね。
It would cost them the rest of their mana, but JO1 says this puzzling signpost needs to be saved for something else. It's not quite worth using just to save the one elusive.
This is a very smart play from J1 because what he's planning to do this turn, he wants to set up the inner beast into overwhelm and keep up the mana for the recall for defensive purposes to set up lethal with the battle fury because there is, again, reminder, there is nothing, absolutely nothing in Talpinator's hand that can stop this swing in the next turn. So unless Talpinator can find lethal this turn or enough damage pushed to set up a lethal with burn in the following turn, this might be game over.
11-3はちょっとブロックいかんといけん。
Talpinator gonna go in for the attack. Only one brash blocker on the side of JO1 means whichever one they block is however much life they're gonna be left with, but there's still that elusive threat and they are gonna lose their challenger by blocking. It's gonna be 5 life left on the side of JO1. Not
イルーシブにユー見つけてオーバーパワーつけて方向でいけてない？
あ、イルーシブにつけるか。あ、そうやね。そうやね。オーバーパワーとユーミイルーシブにつけて、それは抜けてる。
Definitely an overwhelm gonna come down on
抜
top
け
of
て
the
るか
Yumi.
?13 点
Probably on all.
あ、爆弾で死ぬか。爆弾で、
Because of the.
あ、
there
で
is-
も
like,
イルーシ
you
ブ
have
じゃ
to
ない
be
のに
aware
つけ
of
たね。
another howling Galewind, that there is one more.
まあまあ
One more in the
打
deck.
点打点って
which
言
you
われた
want
時の
to-
ケア
you
か。
don't want to lose automatically by playing on the elusive. And what you can
で
do,
も
you
打点
can
打
just
点の
set
ケアは
up the
別に
overwhelm, set the
4 コ
battle
ストあれ持
fury,
ってるから
and take the flat swing
大
with the
丈夫そう
all,
だけどね。
finding the lethal in the following turn with battle fury.
And the Eye of the
こ
Storm
こ
is
こ多分
fleeting, so
ユー
that is
ミ
not
を
going
こ
to
こ
be
つけ
available
て、
for Talpinator.
このターンで処
They
理されるの
do
がやる
have a little bit of an out in the slipstream here, but
Oh.
currently Battle Fury plus Quicken will be lethal. There's the blowback and the Mystic Shot. There's a puzzling signpost for JO1 though.
死んだわ。
If they don't use the Quicken, oh, they only have 11 mana. Alan, it's not enough for Battle Fury
その
plus
後陣点
signpost.
で
It's gonna be
返
lethal
して
for Talpinator.
いや、これ
15
What
点
a turn! And also
Yeah,
this is a
3
beautiful
コスに
setup
2
with
コ
the
ストで死んでるよ
recall
ね。
because he needs like to find a lethal. He needs to have
まあ
mana
ブロ
for
バ
the
ックミッ
recall.
ション
And
で
the
死んで
only
るんだ
blocker
け
that
ど、
can really prevent the
あ、
lethal
陣点で
is
返して
both.
ね。
So you either had to have Eye of the Storm to prevent lethal here to counteract with the recall, or find a
Yeah.
lethal of
で、
your
こ
own.
れで
まあ1マナ足りなかったな。
Definitely
そうだね。
the lethal going to the face, and there
神
is
のドロー
nothing,
したな。
absolutely nothing J1 can do to stop it.
No, Talpinator gets the draws, finds the burn, and that is why they like these aggressive lists. Even with their back against the wall, they're able to pull that out. A win without the attack token for Talpinator, but they're not out of the woods yet. That is not the matchup that JO1 was looking for. They were looking to pick on this Nora Elder that is the remaining deck for Talpinator.
イルーシブに乗馬パワーとお面つけて残り1点で爆弾でイーサルみたいなプランとあれやねステルシールドに今のオーバーパワーとお面つけて陣点で戻してっていうルートで後者選んだ感じやね。
3コスト残ってるからアイディンハウリングゲール考えるとまあ11のプレイの方が正しいような気もするけど2枚使ってたからな。
裏目はまあストームドローかハウリングゲールかあれもあったね。3点1点のやつ聖なる風聖なる旋風か
うちの方がプレイ楽しそうかさすがに。
まあでもジョイチはそもそもガクトにオーバーパーつけるタイミング割り切って早くつけていれば削り切りしたみたいな話はあるかもしれない。
ああ、早めにつけちゃってねえ、ジョイチさん方向2枚引いてるのがね。
いや、水指っていう時はこういう
本当にそうなの？初手で2枚来るのはいいの？
いや、反的に骨コンボがあるし、いやいやポロいるんで、動き自体は確保できてそうですけどね。
ああ。
まあ、ここの次の道路で傷とか引けば全て解決するから。
ああ、そっか。傷とかを引いて。なるほど。
So he could have his scared of just that Nora dying to the Omen Hawk with some kind of buff. But Vengeo1 actually top decks a very, very good card, which is Bundle Command, which can take over.
And it's buffed up to a 2/3 thanks to the
あれよ
Omen
ね、
Hawk.
ま
I
あ
think these
ブロード民境にだいぶ無力なので傷以外は傷さえしてればってとこなんだけど
本当はスキップでブロード免許をパクってスキップにスペルを使わせたいですよね。
そうですね。
ああ、スキップでノクサス6コス激ヤバお兄さんを閉じ込めると。
込めて、で、スキップ取りに来たからブロード免許のスペルないよね。
まあ、ハーラペコールキャットからさっきみたいにオーバーパワーつけて、オーバーパワーとお面つけて、3枚要求みたいな形で攻めてっても全然あり。
いやー、コンボつけるかな。つけるか。ポロ出してからつけるかなと思ったけど。
いやー、ポロは物騒なパイが見えてるから
一応でもポロあれだよプラス11持ってるよ。
モメホーク？
モメホーク乗ってるはず。
乗ってるの？乗ってるなら出しても良さそうな感じがしたけどな。
ああ、11じゃないならポロを置いてもいいんじゃないっていう話？
そう。
いやー、
Now, and
厳し
even
そう。
just we've seen those Owlcats be a bit of a thorn in the side of a lot of players, just having that spell shield with the inner beast in order to give them overwhelm. But unfortunately for JO1, this is not a matchup where stacking all of your resources into one unit is going to pay off. That broad main just does so much work in terms of dismantling a strategy like that. Now, JO1 has a little bit more
6ラウンドで迎えてしまうとブロード民境があるから。
ポロ出さないと、おばちゃんってヨードルだっけ？あ、ヨードルか。
持ってるはずだけど持ってなかったけど。
and block those big ass
持ってないな
elusives.
ら
You're not gonna be
やば
able
めだ
to
ね。
trade her
そう、
early
持
on.
ってない
But
と
like
氷山とか
I'm
ゲ
keen
ーで
for
きない
one
ん
or two
で、
damage elusive. You look
用途
for
だ
her
っ
to
たよう
just
な気
block
も
that
しなく
big
もない。
ass swings as we've seen in the
お
previous
ば
turn.
ちゃんって呼んで
And
る。
now potentially
おばちゃん。い
once again in the
や、こい
following
つ、お
turn
ばちゃん
into the
どうの
Broadway.
こうのって言うじゃ
Unless
ないですか。
J1 will not
おばちゃ
offer
ん
for the
手加減
open
しないよ。
Then we'll
そう
see
そう
the
そう
main
そう。
countdown
あ、よく持っ
right
てます
away.
ね。
はい、持ってましたね。
あ、
で、それでフィズを引いたと。
だいぶ話変わったか。
It was looking kind of okay to just go for an open attack on JO1, maybe even use one of those Battle Furies onto the Glacial Saurian once Nora lines up a block onto the Vandal Commando, but now with Fizz, JO1 might be
フィズの天
rethinking
敵
things a
の
little bit, saying,
ノラ
okay,
ってやつ
what does
は
it
一
look like if I
体
can set up two
破
Battle
壊して
Furies
るん
onto a
で、
Fizz, because you're really thinking that that
で、
Nora
多
is
分
going to
こ
go
れ
down as
77
an elusive
先
blocker on
殴
the
りす
next
るか
turn.
ら、
And then there's only one remaining in the list, of
う
course,
ん、
Wiggly
もう一
Purple
体
Fish still
倒
on
せ
the table
て、
as we see it off the top there from
あ、でもどうなんだ
Talpinator.
ろう。
Something
ま
that
あ、
I think
クラゲ
scared a
もい
lot
ん
of
の
the
か。
players off of elusive lists was just the presence of Burblefish in the
先に
respective
ポロ出します
rounders.
これ。
So J1 will be looking for the open attack to take down that Nora right
い
away. You
や
have already damaged
ー、
Bundle
氷山
Commando.
ト
You
カゲ
don't
おか
really
わり
want
す
to
るから、
protect it. You want that Nora to
ああ、
actually
先に。
block you here
うん、
so
パ
you
ン
can
チし
drop down the
て氷
Fizz
山トカ
and
ゲおかわりする。
get that
まあまあま
bow
あ、多
club
分
back
先
so
パ
you
ンチ
can
する
develop
か
on the Fizz.
ですよね。
Before the Fizz comes down, you want to
先パン
accumulate
チはし
some
ないと、
more
ブロード
cheap
免許
spells
が
to actually
う
be
ん、ブ
able
ロード
to
免
protect.
許だいぶ
The
無理
great
か
idea
ら、
from J1 side is
ブロード
actually
免
resistance,
許を
which
見
will
据え
allow
て
you
最初
to
にとり
play
あえずアタックするっていう。で、その後にもう一回氷山トカゲを出しましょうねっていう話。
Broadway on the start if there is some sort of combination cards coming try to
うん。
take down the
先に
Fizz.
殴らないと、ブロード免許でおばちゃん死んじゃうから。
Absolutely, and now we're seeing the blocks
ねえ、
line
あと
up.
おばちゃん
Nora
って言われ
poised
て
to
も
go
それ
down
どうやって
as
翻
is
訳
the
かけた
portal
らいいかわかんないよ、
scholar.
それ。
Survival
バンドルコ
バン
マンド。
ドルコマンドでいい。
バンドルコマンドね。
handful of tricks take these down, but only the one broadmate. And like you mentioned, Entomb would take that static ability out of play, the one that executes units that are damaged or stunned if they are hit with another damaging ability. But it's a temporary solution. Right? The Broadmane's going to come back in a couple of turns. You might be able to stop it from getting the Dragon Boon, like Deathless would be a huge thorn in the side of JO1, but again, it is just a temporary work, and JO1's got to find a way to slip through that lethal soon.
Look at this bait from
いや、悩んで
Terminator.
ますね。
He's like
コテンパン打つか。
aware that there is might be Battle Fury in the
ブロック入るか。
J1's hand.
ああ、ブロック
And
入
he
るよ
sees
な。
that he would be very happy
まあ、
to
入
see
るよ
one
ね。
because then you can utilize that wall into the
オー
Broadway.
バーパワ
And
ー、
he was thinking about keeping the
あの、
Nora
不意
potentially
の、
for the Fizz.
お面ってなんだ、
戦場の方向。
お面ってなんて言うんだっけ。
戦場の方向。
あ、戦場の方向ね。不意の戦場の方向やっぱケアするのに、ちょっとね、柔軟点っていうのは、ちょっと心もとないんで。
はいはい
ブロー
はい。
ド免許表層でワンチャン吹っ飛ばされて終わるしね。
う
And I
ん。
wouldn't even be surprised to see Broadmane come down on the
ブロー
Glacial
ド免許
Saurian
は
here,
表層
lock
で
that
飛ばすと。
weapon
なる
onto
ほ
the
ど。
Vandal Commando, but that's not going to be the out for
表層で
Talpinator.
飛ばすの
They
は、
want to
ほん
get
と
this
最
weapon
後、
exclusive out of play,
最後
understanding
に、
that there are not that many
ディー
copies
サ
of
ルを
cards
決め
like
る
this
とき
in
に、相
JO1's
手
list,
が
so
スペルいっ
you're going to
ぱ
see the
い、
mountainous
スペルいっ
vigor
ぱい
going
だ
down
前に
onto
出してきた
Broadmane's
とき
going to be
に、
plus one, plus one,
Hi, hi,
and
hi.
tough.
表層
JO1
で
now has
飛
to
ば
make
し
a decision
て、
about protecting this unit or
何も聞きませ
just
んよ。
letting it go down. And yeah, I
う
think
んうん。
JO1 not committing
って
the
いう
Battle
の
Fury
が、
combat is saying I am
まあ、一
all
番綺
in
麗な
on
勝ち
this
方なん
Fizz
ですけど、
strategy.
はいはいはい。
Yeah, defense is definitely your win con.
いやー、バフ乗ってるの偉いよ。
Broadmane we see on Terminator face, he's already aware. This might be a tough one. We see Fizz, we see
これコンボ打ってます。
He
氷山強いでしょ。
want to show that he has Fizz before because that would alternate the Terminator's
小上げな
lines
気がするな。
probably into the J1's unfavor. But now J1
ここは
is looking definitely confident having
あ
the
あ、なる
whole
ほど。
club enable on Fizz, potentially looking for one shot in following turn. So it's just gonna be matter how many spells do you
その
have
デッキ、ジンアニーと違
versus
って、
how many damage spells do you
フ
have
ァイヤー
versus
ボール
how
が入ん
many
ないんで、
ああ、ジンアニーと違ってファイアボールが入らない。確か
フ
に。
ァイヤーボール入んないん
そう
で、
だね。
もう除去はブロード免許にだいぶ頼んないといけないんですよ。
依存してますね。
ああ、除去がブロード免許に頼ってるから、ブロード免許が働かないとダメってことね。
そうそうそう、ブロード免許がだから処理す、表層とかで処理された後に、ジンアニーとかだとファイヤーボールで後追いできるんですけど、
そうだね。
ブロード免許が飛ばされると、もうどうしようもないっていう感じなんで、
はい。
まあ、ブロード免下側は、ブロード免許がいるうちに、細かく処理していきたいね。
はいはいはい。
お、ノラ引いた。
で、ここでノラを引いて。
Not quite quite enough mana to play her, but
ワンチャン
Captain
ス
realizes he needs more cards,
競争打
more
つまである
to
よ
try
ね。
to deal with the fizz. So he opts not to go for the elusive development, he's not afraid of losing the Fizz to the Fizz in following turn.
ここは
He says, okay,
どう
I
してるん
should
だろう
have 2 lives. I can just go for the redraw here,
方向打っ
and
ちゃう
I'll
と
go
終わ
for
るか
the
ら
elusive blockers in the following
方向は打てなくて
for the next swing coming for the lethal. So for now, he just goes for the more damaging spells, gonna try to take down that Fizz. And J1 has to decide if he wants to
ユー
commit
引きに行
here
くかな
Battle Fury and then remain only one
いや
potential
肩
mana
つ
to
けときゃ
defend that Fizz. And you don't really want to commit Inner
Yeah,
Beast
ダメ
because
か
it's a cheap, good card to just
レ
protect
ベ
it.
ルは
So we might just see Saurian coming down as a development as another threat, which not gonna be offering too much. You kind of want to
片付け
just
る
buff
オーバー
your
パワー
Fizz
の
this turn and try to find lethal in the
氷山
next
特技に
turn.
片
いや
付ける
1点足りない
一点足りない
Yeah, it just
うん
depends how risky
20
J1
点
wants to take it
20
down.
点は遠いんだけど、
And
20点は遠
I
い、
think
う
the
ん
Battle Fury line, knowing the Hand of Talpinator for J1 actually would work, but it's so scary, right? There's that face-up perilous
傷
pastry,
は
so you know that if your opponent
傷
has
つけ
two
ず
1 damage
に
pings, then you have
と
actually
りあえ
thrown
ず
away your Fizz.
ワ
Not
ンパ
only
ンし
your
できれ
Fizz,
ば
your chances
次
of
の
winning
タ
this
ー
game,
ン
but
リ
you're
ーサルまであ
spot
る
in
ん
the
だけ
top 8 here
ど
at the World Championship. I'd be very surprised to see JO1 go for it, but it's certainly not off the table. The Glacial
そ
Saurian
うなんだ
does
な
feel a little bit safer, but thanks
お
to the
面
health totals of the units on
お面つけ
Talpinator's
る
side,
か
doesn't really look
今
like any overwhelm damage is going to be coming through this
い
game.
や点足りそもそも点足りてないから
So in this position, there is
こ
too
こで
many
つけ
one
て
cost
レベルアッ
damage
プし
spells
て
in
も
the Terminator's deck to go for the
11の
Battle line. Because if it was only like 2 group shots left, I think you could take that line.
方向
Because
で
it's very unlikely to
19 点
draw
までしか出な
but
く
then
て
there are 2 Pythos
あ
left
と
on
1点
top
足り
of
ない
that, which is definitely too risky line. Take
お今パス
versus
で良
that.
さそうだけど殴るんだ相手多分
The swing here
時間
out of
切れのエンドだけ
Talpinator.
ど
Kind of curious if JO1 is going to
ね
trade the Glacial Saurian for the Sign.
いやまあでも
Deathless on it.
パンチしたい気持ちはわかる
Being a
パンチ
damage
したい気持ちはわかる
overwhelm threat with
ここで
the
殴っちゃダメなの
play,
下側
it
も
seems
う
like
言う
it's
て
kind
時
of
間ない
past
ん
its
だ
prime.
よ
You
ね
might as well use it to get
はい
something
フェズが
out
も
and play on the side of
だいぶでかいん
JO1, take a
で
little bit less damage.
まああと
And
2ターン
maybe
は耐えれ
just
ないよね
prevent yourself from sort of randomly dying to just a wide board of Talpinator down the line. Actually even gonna gem up one of these units to try and make it a
ここ
little bit more
で
of a threat.
ちょっと圧
So
を
about
与え
the
与
Saurian
え
and
て
the Broadman in the plane,
次の
like,
ターン
it's
防御に
never
回させ
the
ない
spell
と
will never come on top
って
of it
話
because
は
every
結構あ
spell
る
that Talpinator will have will be going raining on the Fizz because of the you have to remove that. That's your
じゃ
real
あ
threat.
トカゲ出
And
すのかな
Talpinator knows that he's essentially on 2
片
turn
付けるか
clock, if not 1 turn clock. So he needs to propose
片付けんじゃない
lethal
ですかさすがに
in the next swing, essentially after this one. So he needs to have enough threats, or if it's not gonna be lethal, then he needs to present enough blockers that will
一
be
時バ
able
フ
to
ってラウンド中だけだよね
But again, we are
うん
aware there
この
will
ラウン
be
ド中だけ
overwhelm coming down, so no
2点足りないね
longer blockers will be able.
でレベルアップすれば
aside of that,
レベルアッ
even if
プ
you
は今
develop
多分
a
2だと
zip and that manages to damage that piece, even though it won't block too much damage, then
方
your
向つけ
Broadman's job
て
becomes much easier. And we see now the the damage spell comes down, which is pretty big because J1 doesn't have a really good spell to throw away here.
いや
So we might see him actually take it and not.
ですよな
Oh, he decides to use Three Sisters, and then the following turn, he won't have much else to do. He'll have Battle Fury open attack with the
下側は
Envelop as to back it up.
できるだけちょっかい出したいね
Yeah,
Hi,
this is a
hi, hi.
really rough position for JO1 and
最終的に
currently
コ
the
テン
Battle
パンがあ
Fury
る
is
ん
not
で
even gonna be
コテンパンもあるし
lethal.
まあワンパン
Because
食らっ
it's a
てもま
bone
だ
club,
死な
not
な
a
いん
human.
で
There's no growing. Yeah, it's only going to be 18 damage if
What
that's what
yeah,
JO1
yeah.
decides to go for. And aside from the wall, if there is that group shot in the hand of Talpinator, it's definitely a rough position for JO1, who's got to try to set up a 2-turn clock into a Riptide Rex round. We're going to see Pouty Poro actually come down. Again, Empower 3 will turn on Overwhelm, Regeneration, and Tough organically for this unit.
あっちだねポロの方につけ
The
て
issue is he
ワパンで殴
doesn't.
るってこと
I think JO1's just going for a playful trickster line and saying, hey, I'm
Mana
going to attack with both these
足りないんだよな。
units. I'm going to immediately pull the Pouty Poro out of combat, give that keyword over to
そう
the
だ
Fizz,
ね
and
マ
see
ナ
if
が
I can
10 マ
just
ナしか
2-tap
な
you
い
for
か
10
ら
damage.
The problem is, like, you need to pre-commit a spell. You need to pre-commit Trickster before the fight starts for the
Yeah.
elusive, right? Because if you
コ
try
テ
to
ンパン打
swing
ってトリッ
and
ク
use
さ
the
せる
elusive on the
ポロ
Fizz,
ポロに
it's
トリッ
kinda
クスターだ
awkward. The
ポロ
only
に
way
ト
you
リ
can
ッ
do
ク
it,
スターだね
like, you're probably you're not gonna use Wallop. So it's either Trickster or Battle Fury. Since he's already committed on the Bounty Poro line, it's probably not gonna be Battle Fury. So he's committed to just playing on stack
だからまあこ
the
っちは
Playful
グルショが
Trickster.
発動するよう
And
に
now, if
デベロッ
Talpinator
プは
decides
した
to
く
just
て
go for the Broadmate play, then like he might need to commit the Wallop because if he goes for the Battle Fury line, it's kinda
チャレンジャー偉すぎるんじゃない？
Tarpino decides to target Bounty Poro instead, playing in the hindsight that the Mar might be actually playful Trickster coming down.
Such a rough position for JO1. Only one unit in play, not a great way to play with it offensively and still protect it, because Battle Fury's got to be the commitment if JO1 wants to get the elusive down onto this and actually push this unit through. They've done so much work to make sure that this Fizz remains undamaged.
割と理想の
And now
ユ
Wallop,
ニット引いた。
the only spell
Ah,
in hand that
そう
can
なんだ。
actually be used at any given
Not
moment to
quite.
protect this Fizz.
Because we just
どうし
see
て
a
これが理
pivotal
想な
top
の？
deck, the one of Yordle Squire coming clutch, because
スペ
it
ルを
will
生成で
provide
き
you a
て、
spell that you need
ス
to
ペルを
enable
生成
this,
できて、
connect for
次の
11
ターンのブロッカーに
damage
もなれ
this
るんで。
turn,
ああ、
and
次の
have
ターン
a
のブロッ
Wallop
カー
as
に
a
なれるから。
backup
な
to
るほど。
protect it off. A really big top deck from the J1 side, from the Saurian.
It's true, and we see Talpinator debating lining up the Perilous Pastry, but
海
at
類
the
学者がこい
moment
つかみたい
doesn't
な
have
と
the
ころが
mana for the
あった
Pastry, the Wallop, and the group shot. So
ああ、
even
海
though
類
this
学
Tiny
者が
Spear
これ
or
か
Shield is
が必
focus
要だっ
speed,
た。なるほど。
この
you
ター
know
ン
it's
フィ
going
ズ
to be
飛
the
ばすに
activator
は
for the
スペ
Fizz that
ル
you
打
were
たないとい
talking
けなか
about
ったん
there,
だけ
Alan.
ど、
You definitely want to keep the 4 mana to have incombination to stop the Fizz, because you still know that there needs to be a spell that comes down from JO1, and the last turn he had to use 3 sisters
下
to
側
protect
は
his
と
Fizz.
りあえ
So
ず
you
なん
know
かでブロ
that
ック
his
して、
spells might be actually awkward.
下側は何かでブロックして、
And
1点与えれば、
and
まあなんかファイ
we
と
know
か
that he
グル
top
ショ
decked
で
one card,
ちょ
which
っかいかけて
Talpinator
いけ
is not
ば、
aware of.
そのうち倒せるみたいな感じ。
は
And he pre-commits actually playful Trickster. He doesn't go for the
いやーでもこれアイアンエリクサー考えると打てないよね、フィ
opens
ズに。
up the threat on the
打たないと負けるんだけど。
piece.
And this is going to, I believe, at the end of the day, be a disaster. You
い
kind
や、
of
これ
force
多分古
Talpinator's
典
hand,
版
even
打
if
っ
they don't
て
want to try and play against
なん
this
か
Fizz.
され
They're
た
going to
ら
have to
グルシ
now
ョかさ
using
あ
the
ダメまだ
Wallop,
足んない
using
か
the group shot.
まだ足んない
Maybe they
な
take the damage, get the burble
Yeah.
fish down. It doesn't seem like an
古典
effective
版
line,
打
given
っ
that the Fizz has the
て
overwhelm.
古典
You can see
版打
Talpinator
てられた
struggling a
ら
little bit, trying to figure out
あれでいいよね
JO1.
ノラ
What
出せばいい
is it that you have in your hand?
あ
What are
ノ
you
ラ出せ
up
ばいい
to
のか
with that single mana remaining?
Yeah, it has to be like you have to assume it's either a top deck spell or it's a 3 sisters, and he doesn't opt to go for the Wallop here, which would have
あ、
been
もう次のターン
so
今
big
ノ
for
ラ
him.
出せばいいってこ
He
とか。
just plays around here like a 1 mana spell, and he decides not to take a winning line.
At the moment, Talpinator's poised for survival thanks to a broad main that can effectively block the Saurian and now a Nora that can block the Fizz. It won't be enough damage. It'll be
パイ投
too
げされ
shy
たら
on
死
the
ぬ
side
けど
of
な。
JO1 if they just go straight up for another
う
open
ん。
attack. Talpinator
そうね、パイ投げで、パイ投げフィズに当ててってことね。
ノラブロックからパイ投げグルショで倒せるから、そうやね、これがだいぶいいな。
And looks like they're going to commit the Yordle Squire. This is a tap out from JO1.
ゼロマナになってしまったとなると、これは確定してるか。
確定してるね。
Talpinator could have taken also a safe line. He could
俺
have
は
gone
従うまいね、相当。
into the Nora if it doesn't get to resolve. And now he gets a free green light to go for the group shot.
冷静だったね。
JO1
うん。
took the line
ノラ
to
出せば
just
死なないで
develop
し
a
ょ
unit
って
that
いう。
would get blocked off anyway. Like pretty confused.
冷静なプレーだ。
Why would you go for the development of the other square, which doesn't really offer you
いや、
much
フィ
on
ズ
this
いなくなっ
board?
ちゃったしな、今使った
Not
か
only
ら。
that, but
きつい
Talpinator
な。
didn't have to use the Wallop to do this line, Alan. So now JO1's future
古典版
potential
持たれ
lethal
てるのが
Glacial
だいぶき
Saurian
つい。
will be stalwarted by that card. JO1 has to find a
もう
way
一枚
to
フィズ引けば
survive
って
this
感じ
turn
か。
and
う
find
ん。
another copy of Fizz, but even then,
遅え。
that Nora is sticking around and there's no more overwhelm on the next
まあ
Fizz.
ポイ
This
ズンダーツま
might
で
be
引いて。
JO1 getting eliminated from the World Championship.
なんでもあるって
Yeah,
感じだ。
definitely. That would be absolutely devastating for him. But also, what Talpinator wanted to do, I believe, he
普通に
wanted to
殴り
stay
切っ
at
て
2 HP,
終わりかな。
block the Fizz with the Nora, set the
そうや
damage parties,
ね。
and when he
まあ
knows that
先
he
に
can
クラ
finish off
ゲ
the
を出
Fizz
して、
always. So he was playing to
チャ
an
レ
out
ンジャ
of
ー。
just staying at 2 HP and
あ、そっ
having
ちか。
Wallop as a protection tool against any sort of overwhelm that would
で、こ
come
れでクラ
down
ゲを出して
if he doesn't find lethal this turn.
Impact
So
つけて。
actually a great gameplay for Talpinator that I missed
グルショってきて
initially.
Talpinator's
い
getting
や、回る
extra
水
damage
族
onto
館
the
始ま
Purple
っちゃう
Fish,
じ
and
ゃん。
Alan, we might be looking at lethal on the side of Talpinator this round. The Wallop from JO1 gonna help a little bit, but Impact
Double
2,
impact.
まあ、貝類
such a heavy
殺し
hitter.
て出すのかな。
Yeah, the double Battle Fury opening hand was
ユーミ普通に多分出すよね。
so
ユニット
detrimentally
で。
bad for the JO1. Really, he couldn't
結
work
構
with
強
it
い。
since the Broadway on the board.
ユーミ44。
Because again, it would be always a tap
あ、出さ
out
ないんだ。
against the Broadway on the board. Oh, it's such a painful to see him being
ク
in
ラ
this
ゲを出
position.
して、そうだよね。
be another Burblefish overriding one of these units that's going to be +1/+1 and fearsome. Just a little bit more damage pushed on the side of Talpinator, who is now sort of looking at this like, I wonder if I actually have lethal from a position like this.
ダーツで
We see that there is. We
Yeah.
can see
氷山
double
とかで倒して
commitment damage on the remove one of the blockers and develop the Plaza Guardian.
で
for
プラザガーディアン
additional
に
プラザガーディアンまで行くね
We。could see even
うん
group
プラザ
shot
プラザガーディアンにチャレンジャーついたらもう勝ちでしょみたいな。
Then
インパクトがチャレンジャーついたら
are
勝ちで
going
しょ
to
みた
the
いな。
face for even more damage.
いやそもそもグルショで面もしょれるから、
Back over to Talpinator, not taking any actions yet.
ブロード免許で引っ張って終わり。
Is coming down. Plaza Guardian committed for 1 mana. We're not going to see that group shot plus dart like you mentioned, but we are
何
going
で
to
も勝ちっ
see
て感じだね。
うん
Loud Soul.
Very interesting why he chooses not to go for group shot. He's scared of lead that he won't have still lethal, so he
よし
opts to
的確
play
についてい
a
くチャレン
bit
ジャー。
safer.
なんでダーツ打たなかったの？
なんで打たなかったんだろうね。
AO1, even if you survive this round, what is your next plan? The wallop, the group shot, the double broad main, it seems insurmountable. It seems
もう
like
何も持ってないこと
Talpinator
祈ったね
has
今。
all of the answers, and JO1 is starting to run out of questions. Poison dart going to take
Yeah.
up Bushel. Sorry, and we see the GG
上
Shen
一ここで散るか。
from JO1, and I think
そうですね。
they know that their fate is sealed.
Most definitely,
下側がうまか
could
っ
play
たな
dart on the unit
うまかった
instead.
ね
下側がうまかったね。
傷をさばくのがうまかったね。
まあ事故ってるってのもあるけど。
うん、まあそうやね。戦場の方向2枚ずっと抱えてたからね。
はい
これが1ターン目のね、オーメンホークじゃなくてフィズだったらゲーム違ったからね。
ああそうね最初に
そもそも
出てたよね
ポロ出せてれば点減ってたから水のパンチで抜けてたんじゃないかな。
ああじゃあポロが分かれ目だったんだ
そもそもバフが乗ってたんだったら1点打点では知らないから、ブロード免許着地するまでには、まあ、とりあえず1回は殴れるだろうと思うし。
ああ
Thank you both so much. What an
なるほど
exciting match to be able to kick off our
まあまあでも
day.
古典版持ってたから
Spitz, there's so much to take away from this
まあ
match,
そうだね。もう打つしかねえ
especially
って言って
right
古
off the
典
bat
版
when you
打たれ
look
て
at
る
game number
可能性はあったよね。
そうね
まあでもそしたら多分フィズプランが通ってたんだよな。
フィズプランも通るだろうし、横にいた氷山トカゲとかもターンはしなくなるわけだから、逆にその1回のフォローのパンチがコンボと一緒に通ってるんだったら、フィズの1回のパンチでその戦場の方向含めて勝ててたはずだから。
まあ、5ターン目に戦場の方向打ってフォローで殴ってもよかったしね。
ああ、そうやね。まあ、それぐらい圧かけといた方が良かったね、男子はね。
まあそのブロード免許を引かれてたら負けるから割り切ってプレイするっていう。
まあ、確かに確かに。戦場の方向でポロ、リジェネーションつくから、ブロックされても、ブロード免許で死なないんだよね。
そうだね
5ターン目やったら。
でしかもタフついてるから殺せないんだよね、グルショとかで。
そうだね。
割り切りプレイも必要だったからね。うますぎたがゆえに負けてるかもしれないね、今は。
Then you look at the game number 2 and correct me if I'm wrong,
バンド
but
ル
it
ブロー
felt
ド
like
免許
JO1
の
maybe
最
had
大
a
の
little
敵は
bit
結
of
構
a
タフ
matchup
ってい
there
うと
when
こあ
you
るから
look
ね。
at just a little bit of some of
1
the
点が多
aggression
す
that
ぎて、
Kazumi can
2
actually
点出
come
すのは
out
結
with. So
構
what happened in that
骨
game
が折れ
number
る
2 that
だよ
really
ね。
allowed
出なくもないけ
Talpinator to
ど
get the win there, Spitz?
大変みたいなのがあって。
あタフのところに通すのが大変っていうなるほど
そうそう、タフ、でかいタフオーバーパワーみたいなやつは、オーンとか結構倒すの大変で、
あタフ持ちだから
イヤイヤポロはリジェネーションもつくんで、
はいはいプロにはタフもリジェネレーションもつくから除去しづらいからあれをもっと思い切ってというか
もっ
使えばよかったなっていう
序盤から、
うん
戦場の方向とか、骨コンボを助けて、
はい骨コン
圧
ボ
与えとけば
とか
よかったな。
骨コンボとか方向を使ってポロでやってればっていう
出してオーメンホーク出して2ターン目オーメンホークそのままオートアタックいったんだけど、その時にポロ出しててもよかったかもしれない。
オーメンホークでアタックするときにポロも出しておいた方が良かったよっていう話。なるほど。
出しとくのは倒されちゃいそうだけどな。まあ、なんでもない。
まあまあ、そうですね。パイ投げ、でもパイ投げ2枚使わせれるならいいんじゃないですか。
ああ、パイ投げ切らせちゃって。
いや、あそこはハンド的に多分、ポロに骨コンボつけないと結構事故ってはいたから、ポロにつけられないんだったら多分置かないし、もうポロに置くよりも別の方っていうところで考えたんだとは思うんだけど。
まあ、オメホ出しちゃったから、あれだったんだよね。いやいやポロに骨コンボをつけて、そこに戦場の高校まではいけなかったんだよね。
最速ではいけなかったけど、
まあ骨コンボか、まあ戦場か、まあどっちか5ターン目までに用意でき
るべきだったね。
そうそう、用意できてれば、まだちょっと全然違ったルートがあったかもしれないの。
うん。1ラウンド遅れても、いやいやに骨コンボつけて殴れてれば、まあ、少なくとも2点は削れ、2点以上は削れてるはずだから、2点以上削れてれば、後に出てきたフィズで戦場の方向で勝ってたと思うね。
じゃあまあ思い返していろいろあったということでまとめますっていう、いろいろあったっていろいろあったって分岐点がいろいろありましたねっていう話っていうことで、はい。ちなみになんか来年もこういう形で配信しますかっていうコメント来てるんですけど、皆さんが来てくれたらありますっていう。
じゃあありますね。
じゃあありますあります。来年もこういう配信ありますありますはい。というわけで一旦休憩にしたいと思います。次の試合開始と同時に配信を始めたいと思いますので、皆さんね公式の配信もチェックしてください。それでは一旦休憩としたいと思います。なんかみんな最後に言いたいこととかある？別にまだ最後じゃないんだけどないね。
みんな7時まで頑張りましょう。
7時まで頑張りましょう。はい、じゃあねー。 戻りました。はい。というわけでですね、今回の解説は、黒さんと滝さんにお願いしています。よろしくお願いします。
唯一の
はい。
ジャックソーンの生き残りですかね。
やるんですよね。この選手が勝つと、岩戸がマスタリングルーンテラで言ったことが予言になるんですよ。
ジャックソーンの骨コンボマジ信じてないんだけど、それマジなんですか？
いや、僕は嘘だと思ってます。
いや、それがマジかどうかはここからわかるんですよ。ここからね。
いや、嘘です。
わかんないじゃん。わかんないじゃん。わかんないじゃん。
嘘です。
嘘だよ。
これだってワイルドクローの焚き火3枚入ったんだよ、この人。やばいって。
重いね。重いよね、それ結構。
焚き火3、方向3よ。
でもここまで残ってるから。
ジャックソーンじゃないよ、これ。
ジャックソーンじゃないんでしょ、きっと。
俺たちが思ってるジャックソーンじゃないって話。
だから A パックでよく使われていたジャックソーンじゃないんだね。
犬出てくるでしょ、これ。
ワンワン。
さすがにバフ乗ったジャックスか。
あ、ジャックスだ。
バフ乗ったか。
だから出したんだ。これね、でも、モルガナ、俺ジャックソン回したんだけど、モルガナマジきつくて、やっぱ呪いが強すぎる。
ジャックソーンに対してモルガナだと呪いがきつい。あ、そっか、ジャックソーンって結構マナ限界っていうかカーブと同じもの出していくからきついのか。ああ、なるほどね。
これさ、2マナぐらいだったら、まあ、ちょこちょこ払えるんですけど、4マナ払うのね、だいぶ、4マナ払うとさ、追撃のユニットも出せないし、
2マナの呪いは返せるけど、4マナの呪いまでいっちゃうとユニット置けなくなったりしちゃうから苦しい。
そうそう。で、その間にモルデカイザーとか着地されると、もうね、って感じになっちゃう。
ああ、そうだね。その間のモルデ着地はきついね。誰が
方向ってことだよね。方向じゃない、焚き火だよね、これ。
するんじゃないかな。
うわー。うわー。俺たちの知らないルーンテラが始まってる。
いや、でもまあ、俺も焚き火あったと手使うけど、戦場の方向は知らない。
戦場の方向は知らない。
戦場の方向ね、入れてた時期あるんだけど、打ったことない。
そうだよね。偽カードだよね。しかも3枚入らないよね。1枚だよね、入れて。
そうそう。
これだって、氷の世界より優先して入れてるんでしょ、方向を。
2枚かぶった時点でだいぶやる気なくなるけど。
すごいね。
ただ、なんかそう、方向があるおかげで、ジャックスがなんかどっからでも進化いけるよっていう強みはあるんだけど、でもやっぱ8マナ払えないんだよな。
そうだね。方向は強いカードではあるけど、このデッキで8マナ払うっていうのが難しいっていう。
さあ、スペル封じられましたけど、
はい、
スペル使わないでいくのかな、も
うスペル使わなそうだよね。4マナ払えないよ、もう。
ところで、
でもさすがにこうなったら。
超山とかでロックするんだ。ジャックスが8でしょ。
ジャックスはヘイトスパイク一緒ってことだよね、多分。
ああ、そうだね。なんか、そっか、料理人出したら、ヘイトスパイクで取りますよって話ね。
呪いを氷山峠につけたのはヘイトスパイクでジャックスは取れちゃうから生かしておいてるって感じ。
そう、守れない、スペルで守れないし。
はいはいはい。
でジャックスの他にこれ進化するにはもう1体必要で、 もう一体出したところでヘイトスパイクで取ればなんとかなるでしょうって言ってる。
ジャクソン側がもう一体置いたら取りますよと。ああ、こういう展開だよね。
これモルガナ殺すよね、ヘイトスパイク。
うん、モルガナ破壊して明かりにつなげるんじゃないかな。
っていうことを多分今英語の翻訳の英語の解説の同じこと。
そうですよね。意外と英語の解説。あ、
なるほど。悪魔いいのね。絶望だな、これ。一生殴れない。
もはやね、これ呪いを解くのにターンを使うぐらいのマナー使わないといけないから。
そうだね。
超越じゃん。
まあまあ、そうだよね。
Free block here on Legion of the Severed. Deathless was placed on the Rekindler in hand. If Yoshino can use the Spirit Leech to find Mordekaiser here in the next round, can absolutely run away with this game. New blockers unavailable because of the shackles. Flippy still can't get rid of all the curses from here, and with Jax going down, that's going to really throw even more of a damper into this aggressive game plan.
スカウト武器引いてオン引けてればワンチャンスって感じだったけど。これきついね。しかもハケリと戦場の方向で勝つデッキ構築にしちゃってるからさらにきついよね。
キルも刺さってるし、そもそもちょっとね、ジャックソンがデスレスっていうキーワードに
弱いね。
不利っていうとこがあってね。
ジャックソンがデスレスに不利なんだ。
有利トレードを仕掛けていくデッキだったりするから、相手が結局湧いちゃうとあんまり意味ないんだよね。
2回倒さないといけなくなるんで、
2回倒さないといけないから苦しい。
しかもフィッシュファイトが入ってないんだよ。
ああ、じゃあもうモルテカイター取れないんだ。
わあ、モルガナ2枚目出ちゃった。
Looking for a wider development strategy with Ruthless Raider, maybe Jax number 2 or the Snow Dog. Yoshino rewarded, however, with another Dark Binding. Huge.
どうしますじゃあ、出します。出したくない。
ジャックス出してもいいけど、
ヘイトスパイクちらつくよね。出すか。まあでもヘイトスパイクだな。
And Yoshino has vengeance, don't forget, in the far left of the hand.
ヘイトスパイクを打たないと
進化しちゃう。
そうなるとオンの勝ち筋ができちゃうから、ヘイトスパイクは打ちそう。誰に打つかって話だけど、モルガナに打つのか。
モルガナちょっとまだ取りたい。
でも手札にモルガナあるから、どうなんすかね。まあでもダークバインドで使いたいか。
なんか相手のパンチ見てダークバインド構えながらぶつけて破壊して明かりで補正みたいなルートもあるんだけど、
ただモルガナもう一枚手札にあります。まあ明かりもあるからってことかな。まあまあ復讐もあるし問題ないって話です。方向打つ選択肢もあったよね。
もう突っ込むしかねえって言って
割り切る選択肢も全然あったよ。
あでもまあこれがいいか。これが一番安定だよね。なくてとりあえず面を減らしていくみたいな感じで。
And Yoshino has to decide, do I want to start taking out those attackers? Do I want to develop a board of my own?
これがいいな。方向打ってなんか1枚で解決されるより呪い全部解除して、
呪い全部解除して
面を壊していった方が次につながる。
これで今彼岸を3一に打つかを悩んでるよね、多分ゴーさんの。
明かり出すか彼岸打つか。
明かり出す
から明かり出すんだよね。
ああ、それがいいか。
これでやれば、モルガナ進化した時に死ななくなるもんね、3号で。モルガナ進化しないんだよな、これ。
モルガナ進化までのカウントって
今7か6だと思う。5か。まあ、あと1回で進化か。そんなもんだと。あ、でもこれあれか、デスレスあるから、モルガナもう一回出てくるのか。ワザップ。
だいぶ硬いね、これ。
ああ、すごい。
じゃあもうこれ、彼岸打って進化だね。
彼岸打って進化。
Yeah, when leveled up Morgana attacks, she's going to automatically shackle a target. This is -1 blocker, plus lots of AoE damage. And when Jax Ornn loses control of the board this badly, it's so difficult for their plotting development game plan to bring them up. And now Mordekaiser.
モルカイトも引いた。だいぶノリノリになってきた。
もうだって下気持ちよくなってるよ、プレイヤーカメラが。
そうね、さっきまで結構そう真顔っていう感じだったけど、あ
リーサルじゃん。いやー、これリーサルはびっくり
うまいな。
美しいですね。
これはうまいわ。こっから死ぬと思わんもんな。いやー、うまいね。
お上手ですね。
ここまでジャックソンが生き残ってたのか奇跡に思える。
でもそうだよね、ジャックソンで多分抜いてきたってことでしょ。それまで
奇跡に見えるよ、これ。
すごい。
びっくり方法で勝ち続けたのかな。
いやー、まあレシピ割れてるからな。
か、それか今回セトカルマ持ち込みだったからセトカルマバンにしたけど、普段はバンしてたとか。
いや、セトカルマはバンしないよ。
あ、しないんだ。バンしたよ。
なんで
？Not needing to worry about Sky Splitter any longer to make sure those trades goes through. Any threat that was unshackled.
いやー、ジャックソンを信じ続けたか。
いや、そうだね。ジャックソンを信じてもう一回。
魂の出来なんだろうな、これ多分。
フォローありがとうございます。
まあなんかレシピを見る限りあれだよね。結構気持ちよくなりたいっていう思いが。
まあそうだよね。もうなんかなんていうの、パワーみたいな感じだよね。
そうね、パワーって感じですね。そうだね、ジャックソンの持ち込み、ジャックソンの中でもかなりパワーというか。
いや、こんなレシピ今まで見たことない。
見たことない。
ゼロを初めて見た。
そうだね。
ノラがいるんで先に行きますよ。お目北熟しますよっていう。
下側がとりあえず2ターン目までは勝ってるけど、ハンドが続かないんだよね。
海類学者引いたりすればいいかな。いやー、きついなー。
やることなくて、料理人着地で、次なんか、まあノラパンチできるからいっか。
誰だ？
23、まあいいね。23パンチいって。
殴ります？
まあ行くんじゃないかな、2体で。
まあで、これでスカウトブグ出るかどうか。
何が出るかな？あ、
いや、全然3-2でいい。これで、あれやね。タケリやね。
タケリで進化して、
タケリでジャックス進化だよね。で、あれか。
北側がね、やることないんだよな。
コテンパン2枚引いてるから、タケリに、あ、取りに行った。もう、タケリだって思って取りに行ったんかな、これ。まあ、方向もあるしってことか。
はいはい、レベルアップを見据えて、ここで除去しようってことね。
まあ、コテンパン2枚あるから、まあ、死ななくても
ね、まあ、持ってんだよね。これでタケリだね。でタケリして、進化して次の打線上の方向で勝ちか。いやー、気合入ってんな。
すごい。
これがね、ジャックスの王道って感じの
なるほど。
ジャックソンっていうのはこうやって勝つデッキなんだよっていうのを見せてくれてるね。
なるほど、ジャックソンの勝ち方を見せてくれてるんだ。なるほどね。
いや、弱すぎる。
ここでブロード免許してないとだいぶきつい。
ただブロード免許は引けてないですね。
So we might see just sign in to cycle back, cycle a bit more farther the hand, but you definitely need to find.
まあとりあえずノラ殴ってからサイネンか。
If you don't get the Broadman next
いや、
turn,
まあサイネン出してもいいけどね。
staring at the leveled up Ornn coming at you.
3点増えるから。
この6マナのユニットを置いてアタックしに行くか悩んでる感じ今。このまんま行くか。
置いてから殴るか、殴ってから置くか。
置いてから殴るか、殴ってから置くか。で、置かずに殴るのを選択。
This is a really interesting turn because Yejino has to set up lethal here over 2 turns because
プラザガーディアン出してチャレンジャーつくのに乗るっていうのは手ではあるけど。
So he needs to find a way to stay alive and find lethal in the following
なるほど。
それもサイン、プラザガーディアン、でもプラザガーディアンチャレンジャーとテンパでかわされて、サイネンでもあんま変わんない。アイアイニクスあるか。
Also go for the Plaza Guardian.
まあ、わかるわ。
プラザガーディアンでチャレンジャー引けたらいいなのやつ。
だったら先にグルショットもよかったけどね。
This is a very interesting turn because we know Ferocity
グルショットはテンパもケアできてるから。
This 11-8 is just sitting there and is only available as an attacker. The only blocker that's available to Shlulu right now is just what Shlulu can do is just
でもこれの方が点数伸びてるか。
or he's gonna be taking a full damage swing from Yejino trying to finish the
ブロック入れないですよねっていうアタック。
Yejino's Nexus in the following turn.
Yeah, if I'm calculating this correctly, that's 14 damage being presented
なおさら
against
グルショット
Bandle
が
City
良さそうだったけ
because
ど。
of, Perilous Pastry and the threat of impact from these boons. It is quite a lot of damage to take, but Yoshino does
これなんでプラが行かないの？
テンハあった時に負けちゃうから。
あ、テンパあった時にプラガが取られるからいけない。
時間なくて焦ってプラザ出したんだろう
な。なるほどね。
イーサルかこれ。イーサルあるかもな。オーンと共有の精神で。
いや、方向でいいんじゃない？方向共有の精神で勝てるよ。
How much damage do I have here? What resources have my opponents already used? Jax is leveling up. He's going to get a bonus from the Wild Claw. Still has a weapon equipped. The Shepherd's Authority was so strong to pick up on that combat cook. And it just, you can see the way it accelerates.
ブロードメイン出されたら裏目すごいからオンは出せないよね。あ、出すんだ。
Still quite good, but he's going to just extend with Ornn.
裏目やばいと思うけど。
いや、共有の精神で武器外せば、
はいはいはい。
多分ケツが一回あれ元に戻ってプラス2されるから、
はいはい。
ブルーショーで終わらなければ共有の精神でかわせたかな。
じゃあこのタクは正解だった。
でも死んでないよね、これ。
サイネンが出たからまだ死んでる。これ、あれ、空の精神で動かされると死ぬから、ブロックは入んないといけなくて。
ブロックは入んないといけないよね。
あ、全部のところにブロックは入れないといけない。
甘えたブロックス、このブロックだと死んでて、
このブロックだと終わる。はい。
前に出さないといけないんだけど、前に出すと、次のリーサルが、いやー、リーサルあるな、リーサル
あるよ。2コストのイルーシブ出して、
そうだ、2コストのイルーシブとサイネンで出るから前に出したい。
いやー、やっぱ方向で勝ってると思うんだけどな、これ。方向の方が勝ってたと思うんだけど、そんなことないのかな。
Because, like, if you think what possibly could stop Lethal here from the
方向だと19点と
we are watching already double wall of play.
19点、25点、25点。勝ってそう。
あ、方
ここだったら勝ってるよね。これ3年分なかったもんね。
じゃあオンじゃなくて戦場の方向だったら勝ってた。
まあオンが8点で、その8点が
サイネン分で減ってるんだよね。
そうそうそう、減ってる。そう、サイネンが7点減ってるんで、
でしかもバフ乗っけてるから2点乗ってるんで、マイナス1なんですよね。フィッシュファイトないからもうどうあがいても勝てないね、これ。凍結もフラッシュフィッシュファイトもないから。
さらに1点増える。
勝ったね、これで。
サイネン出して終わりっすね。
そうだね。エイパックだとこういうことがあるからあれだよね。凍結のないジャックソンはあんまり使われないよね。エイパックって。
まあ、すんごい勝ってて、最後なんもなくてイルーシブに負けるみたいなのはなんかそのデマーシアみたいな。デマーシアとかも結構その果たし合いなくてイルーシブ全部取って負けみたいな結構あるんですけど。
あるね。デマーシアはそうね、果たし合いとか全部切ってたりとかなかったりとかしてイルーシブで負けるみたいなあるね。
ジャックソーンもまあ同じような負け筋するんだけど、やっぱそこをね、凍結で
そうだよね。
0点にできるのが結構強くて、
対応力の高いデマーシアだと思ってジャックソンを使ってる人がエイパックは多いかな。
あ、対応力の高いデマーシア。ああ、そうか。
で、この人は多分単純にフレオルドのデッキパワーが高いデッキとしてジャックソンを持ってきてるから。
あ、フレオルドのデッキパワーが高いやつって。なるほどね。はいはいはい。
ノクサスフレオルドよりジャックソンの方が強いと思って多分この人は持ってきてる。
ああ、なるほど。ノクサスフレオルドみたいな使い方をジャックソーンにしてるのか。ジャックソーンの方が強いということで。なるほどね。はいはいはい。
考え方の違いだよね、エイパック。
オン出さないで戦場の方向だったら勝ったね。
そうだね。まあ、難しいよね。さっきサイネン出さなかったしね。さっきサイネン出さなかったから持ってないっしょっていう。あるよね。 でも相手に介入させるのはやっぱりゲームとして良くないっていうのは今のに見えたね。バーストで倒せるならバーストで倒しましょうっていう。
バーストで倒せるならバーストで倒しましょう。はい。
Even in just game number 1, we saw the Omen Hawk onto the Jax hit. That is something that so many players at home have felt. They've had to fight through that, and Yoshino was able to get it done. This very aggressive version of Jax, or not what you typically see with the bone clubs, the alpha ferocities, and the battle fairies. It's like really trying to put pressure on the game and just
オン出したくなっちゃう気持ちはわかるけどな。
そうね、オン出したくなるよね、あれ。
で、結局なんかあれサイネンでなんかタクついて、あれ足んなくねみたいな。
あれなんか相手逆に増えてねみたいな
感じになった可能性はあるよね。
で、相手甘えてくんねえかな、甘えないかみたいな。
まあここまで残ってる選手だからなかなか甘えないですよね。
いやでもね、油断するよ。
まあ油断
オン
あるか。
がなんかやっぱ一番裏目がコテンパンやったと思うから、コテンパン打たれて残り5マナで、なんかデベロップされるっていうとなんか多分あんまなくて、じゃあオン出すかみたいな形になったと思うんだけど、そしたらまあサイネン一匹で実は全部解決してた。
なるほど。
でもコテンパン2枚使ってたから海類学者引いてないとコテンパンないはずなんだよね。
そうやね。
で海類学者出てないからコテンパンない。
あ、もうあれ2枚しか入ってないの。3枚目はそもそも入ってない。
ちょっと見てみるね。
そもそも入ってないんだったら絶対方向なんだよな。
調べてる間にあれなんですけど、これってもしかして次の試合まで超長いタイプのやつか。
あと30分ぐらい。
ありそう。
コテンパン2しか入ってない。
あ、2しか入ってないんだ。
だからじゃあちゃんと計算してれば、ちゃんとリストとにらめっこしてれば方向でっていう選択肢は生まれたかもしれないな。
まあでも緊張もあるからな、極限だよな。
まあ自分もね、
ああ、やってましたね。つける方向間違えてましたもんね。
いや、あれあったのよ。リストとにらめっこしてちゃんと一個一個潰していけばリーサルだった試合があって、でも多分何出されてもちゃん俺ユニットを並べて、なんか風プラス何かをケアしたね。だからだったらリーサルだみたいな試合があったんですよ。
はい。
で結局行き着いた先が風プラス烈心章を持たれてたら、まあ、何しても負けなんだけど、烈心章持たれてなかったら風1枚でケアできる盤面でパンチしちゃったのね。でそれでまあ烈心章プラス烈心章っていうところまで実はまあ、こっちが全部デベロップしてたら要求できててっていう試合があったんだよな。なんかこっち出しすぎたらなんか風以外でもなんかケアできるかなってちょっと思っちゃって、そしたらね風1枚でケアできちゃったから、
ここまでは勝ってそうだったんだけどな。
そう
そうだね。
いやこ
こだよね。
オンが
ここのオンが
オンを引いたことによって負けてしまったな。
こうオンが引けてなかったら戦場の方向で行ってたもんね。
しかないよ、もう考えて。
そうだよね。
っていうかオンが2枚で戦場の方向3枚だから、オンは捨ててよかったと思うんだよな、プランとして試合の。もう
確かにね。
そういう時じゃないじゃんって、ちょっと色気出ちゃったなって感じ。
はい、というわけで、次の試合開始まで多分ですね、これ7分56で出てるんですけど、多分試合開始まであと10分ぐらいあると思うので、皆さん、次の試合が始まったらお会いしましょう。 ね、意外と早いですね。
もう一択も終わってるって話か。
終わってるんじゃないかな。
多分。はい、というわけで皆さん次の試合が始まったらお会いしましょう。それでは一旦休憩としたいと思います。じゃあねー。 戻りましたはい、というわけで、引き続き大会配信を行っていきます。ジョリさんレイドありがとうございます。配信終わったんですね。はい。というわけで引き続き、解説には、クロさんとタキさんをお呼びしています。よろしくお願いします。はい、というわけで持ち込みが、
モルガナ唯一の生き残りですね、ニーラジャンナ。
ニーラジャンナも唯一だし、モルガナも唯一？
モルガナ生き残ってるのがいいですか？
あ、そうなんだ。
あれだってジャックソーン倒したモルガナじゃん。
ああ、まあ、このノクサスモルでね。
リ
ベンモルガナ。
全然関係ない。
ニーラジャンナ優勝したらすごいけどね。
いや、ニーラジャンナ優勝したらマジですごいよ。マジですごい。あ、そうなんだ。持ち込みの正解ってニーラジャンナだったんだってなるよね。はい。
ナフプリーズって超えたからかい叫ぶ。
でもパッと見ニーラジャンナの出来は今落ちてるように感じちゃうからな。
いや、弱いとは思ってるけど気圧ぐらいのデッキだとは思うけど、ナフプリーズって超えたからかい。
でもナフプリーズって言うんだ。
それでも叫ぶ。
あ、そう。
You can also see the way Talpanita is trying to play the game and try and deal with that, but we have seen the
Nilaいなくなった。
バンされちゃった。
And Nila Jana showing how aggressive it can be needing to be banned out.
このマッチはさすがに勝つんじゃないか、ノラ側が。
ノラ側が？
ブラックシールドがブロード免許もね、結構ファストで飛ばすにはあんまり多分なくて、パイと空将ぐらいか。あとはちょっとスロー絡めないと飛ばせないですよね、打点を。ブラックシールドでずらせばリベンのパンチを通るかも。
Talpanator's probably not going to sandbag to try and get the challenger down into a Nora, but this is actually a great position for Taigai to get a decent trade-off with the Portal Pioneer as opposed to a chump block. まあさすがに爆破がしてますね。
これで取ったのはキーワード無効か。
I think this is the overwhelm granting one. I'm pretty sure I've got my runes remembered. We're going to see the attack come through and the block come through, denying any early chip damage because that is important for the Talpanator.
上が後手ということで、444が安着しそうで。
新カードの4マナノクサスのその444だっけ
444。
あの亀強いと思うんだよなっていう。実は裏話なんですけど、マスタリングルーンテラで自己紹介動画がいると思って自己紹介したんだけど、その時にはね、岩とこの4コスのやつを背景にしました。
444の時点でスタッツ合格してて、
そうだよね。
オーバーパワーがついてて、でなんかおまけもついてるっていうところでね。
結構好きな人が多そうなカードだよね。
Unless this trinket trade can pull out something worth 好きな人が多そうだし、今後採用される出来は多くなるんじゃないのかなっていう気はしますが。
まあ、岩熊の、ね、オーバーパワー版って強いよね。
そうね、岩熊のオーバーパワー版か。確かに強いね。
Cost curse that you need to play, and with only 6 mana next turn, it's a big investment to play. Obviously, one benefit that Taigai does get from it is that it discounts these Plaza Guardians and Burble Fishes, so it only really costs 2 mana in this
3コストっていうのがね、呪いが絶妙に剥がしづらいよね。
And you know, for all the Talpinator that we've watched so far this tournament, I believe that's the first time we've actually seen Iker make it into somebody's hand. And now Taigai is spending 5 mana to remove curses to go in with the Nora and
あ、そっか、呪いを解除するのにもプラガは下がるのか。
It would take them off of the Might plus Enraged Fire Spitter combo for their turn 6 attack token.
なんで？
スペルだから。
ってことはさ、ハウリングゲールにも影響するの？はい。
ナイトホールにも使えるし、
ナイトホールにも使えるんだ。
セラフィンのカウントも進む。
セラフィンのカウントも進むんだ。へー。
And be able to develop the board quite wide. We're going to probably see these Plaza Guardians come down in 2 turns time as well.
ハイマーディンガーでタレットも生まれますよ。もちろん。
ハイマーディンガーでタレットも生まれる。あ、そうなんだ。新パッチ全然回してないのがバレる瞬間ですね。
今下側ね、だいぶやることなかったんで、呪いも解けて、プラザガーディアンのコストが下がって、一石二鳥みたいな。
なるほど。やることがなかったから呪い剥がせてプラザガーディアンのカウント進んでよかったねっていう結果オーライみたいな。なるほど。
まあ、なんか手札、腐ってるって言い方は悪いけど、なんか何これみたいな。
そうプラザガーディアンちょっと重いよなと思ってたら、なんか呪いでコスト下がって悪ふざけとトリッキントレードで、発掘の探検家のスペルもあって、そうだいぶ次のターンからやること増えたなって感じで、
まあまあええか。
そうね、プラガが重いと思ってたところにいろいろなことができるようになって。
このスペルシールド重すぎる。
なんだこれ、ね、封印流もきついよね。あ、でもフォローが弱い。キーワードが弱すぎる。
キーワードフィアサムっていう。
どうなんですかね、これリベン進化させてもいいけど。
リベン進化まではいくんじゃないか。で、44に44になんかいろいろつけて、リベンの進化した武器をつけるかどうか。
そうですね。
つけると一旦ね、デベロップされる可能性があるから、3マナ残してパンチしても全然いいんだよ。
ああ、ここで3マナを残して、ここでアタックいくっていう。
そう、ここでアタックいってもいい。ここでアタックいくのがいいんじゃないかな。
まあ、そうだよ。勝ってないからね。てか、武力つけて、ね、6上げてもいいし。
そうそうそうそう。
Going for the attack here, not using the blade means that they can put might on Riven afterwards to get the double up from Riven's level 2, giving an extra +3 if they go for it. I'm going to pull that back, try and put the blade on, saying, I don't need to pre-commit might right now. I mean, I'm able to probably get another attack token in, so I don't need to do it that badly. I'm going to see Taigai play Trinket Tree to try and find some sort of spell shield popper or interaction piece for that. Riven doesn't really find it. I mean, you can get stuff off Vandal Hellstone, but you're probably now looking at Condense and saying, hey, maybe I can get even more Plaza Guardian.
まあ、リベンが傷つくのをちょっと嫌っていうところでつけましたって感じかな。
Could of course still use the blunder onto the Razor Mace in order to stop the Icar from coming into their hand, which might be a line that they have to take given that they can't really afford to spend too much more mana on things that aren't developing the board.
Telpinator is really threatening a 2-turn clock, right? Taigai's already down to like 5 health, and Telpinator has that burn in hand with the dragon, and they're able to move that even forward. We're going to see the Ika come down. So Taigai is now thinking, okay, how can I pressure you enough so that I am dealing with your units by attacking them, right? We might see the Plaza Guardian into the challenge to try and deal with the Riven, but there's still the Dark Binding in hand. We're going to see the elusive come down. We've seen so many elusives from these portals, Boulevard.
Yeah, Taigai's really good at pulling these 1-2 elusives. First, it was the
ただ
attentive
これ次の
accountant,
武
which
力止まってないから
used to be played in Karma set, so it makes sense that Taigai's able to invoke that
まあで
kind
も
of
プラ
power.
スガー
But
ディアン
now
で
we're
回復もあ
going
るん
to
で
see the pranks come through to
ワンチャンス
reduce these Plaza Guardians. Riptide Rex was a
そうだ
nice top deck, but is
ね
unfortunately
そう
a
や
turn too early, and
ね
Taigai just hasn't found the defensive tools that make the
あ
Nora
れ
Elder what it is. Instead,
モルガナの裏が
モルガナ引っ張らないと
six
終わりだよ
drops,
ね
these 10
モルガ
drops,
ナ
these
の裏
8
も
drops,
強
and
く
now
て
I don't know
ダー
if
クバインド
Taigai's
が
in
か
a
なり
position
強
where
く
they
て
can afford to run out all these Plaza
とり
Guardians,
あえず
or
プラ
if
ザ
they
ガー
just
ディアン
need
に
to
チャレンジャー
draw
続
cards
け
off
る
of
のを祈るしかとりあえずない
Silent
か
and really hope for the best, but it's
ここで
gonna
プ
be
ラ
the
ガに
Plaza Guardian line. Challenger and
チャ
option,
レ
but
ン
we
ジ
do
ャー
know
は
that that
つ
Dark
く
Binding is
つい
available
た
for
ついて
Talpinator
ない
to protect
いや
the
今
Riven.
これマウンテンだからタフ
We did see the
タフ
prank to the Dark Binding is a little bit less enjoyable for Telpinator. It does have to come
ま
down
あ
a little
チャ
bit
レン
more
ジャー
mana.
ついて
Taigai
も
going for the triple Plaza Guardian line, using the
したん
Explorer's
で
Blunder on the Riven to
どうに
allow
もなる
for a
と
Wallop top deck. There's not that much Telpinator can do against cards like Wallop if that ends up being
まあで
drawn.
もまだ
Except
使わせ
try
ない
and
と
find that
負
Spell
けちゃう
Shield
そうや
Shackle
ね
card, but if you do that in a certain amount of time, it can be a
不
little
運
bit
変流から武力
mana
も
awkward. Depending on
もう
how
い
that
ける
comes out,
ん
but
で
Taigai is trying to develop some units. And Telpinator thinking about how they want to respond. Do they want to use the dragon to deal
あ
with the Nora, or do they just want to hold
こ
their
の上
mana
側
for the
も
Dark
一生
Binding?
パスで
The one thing that this
あ
prank has
相手が
done
どう
is
動いてくる
stop Alpinator
来
from
たら
developing
来
and
てから
holding up the Dark
ま
Binding,
あな
at
んか
least while
対応
maintaining
すればい
mana.
い
Right at the moment, that would be their
あ
entire
ーずっと
turn.
パスして
And I
相
think
手
if
が何
Telpinator
かして
plays
か
that,
ら
it
動けばいい
resonates
よう
with
な状
Taigai.
況に
Really
ア
knows
タッ
where
ク
that
が終わって
last
から
bit of mana is
まあ
going to
何
be
か
going. Assuming they can
ゲームで
use
チ
the
ェックすればい
Challenger
い
pull onto
ア
one
タ
of
ッ
these
クが終わ
Plaza
ってか
Guardians to
ら
threaten the life
行
of the
動を取
Riven.
ればいい、
Alpinator also doesn't really want to develop on their next turn, so they're planning, okay, how can I most play it around Taigai's possible hand states, right? Taigai could have so many different opportunities for how you want to play this. There could be things like the Wallop, there could be other sort of cards that are able to deal with this. And Alpinator needs to decide, okay, am I developing into Rex? Is that my line, or do I need to set up for that open attack? And is Dark Binding going to be important for dealing
これで
open
プラ
attack
ガ
damage
に
as
つい
well,
た
getting
のは
through certain things?
チャレンジャーが
A
ない
little bit rough. Might onto the Riven. Looks like a really clean lethal on the side of Telpinator. 14 overwhelm damage thanks to that level 2 Riven ability is way too much attack for anything on Taigai's border, even in their deck, to stand up to in terms of withstanding the overwhelm damage. But if the Wallop is drawn, if it does go down onto the Riven, does Might somewhere else actually slip through? Do you need the Dark Binding for that?
Just trying to work out these lethals. These combo decks, like, we call Telpinator's lineup an aggro lineup. It is also a combo lineup. Both Jananilla and this Morgana Riven deck need to play for their combo win cons, and figuring out when you need to use stun defensively versus offensively is one of the key decisions you have to make. It has been the decision to use it defensively because we see the dragon come down, deal with this Nora, deal 2 extra damage to the Nexus, have that extra blocker if that's necessary for these Plaza Guardians. But we're going to see the heal come down, and Telpinator's very upset at this play.
一生つかないね
Yeah, really didn't expect the triple Plaza Guardian, and
いや
Taigai,
さすがにこれはエモズ出しちゃうよ
never
な
got offered Challenger on any of these Plaza Guardians, so unable to take out that Riven is now completely dependent on a wall of top deck. But even then, I think the Might plus Enraged Fire Spitter means that Telpinator's just going to secure this.
Taigai is going to be so upset at not seeing the Challenger. You had 6 looks at it, and you still couldn't find it. The chances of that are very, very minuscule, and that's what Telpinator's probably really upset
そう
about.
だよ
But
ね
they're
これ
like,
1
okay, I
体
can
ブロ
tap
ッ
onto
ク
this. There's no
入る
harm
だけ
here.
で
And
い
then
い
it
よ
ended
ね
up
5
being
点
so
来
going
ない
down
も
to
ん
5
ね
health is something that
う
Telpinator's
ん
very
5点
careful
は
doing. I mean,
出ない
出ない
they
ん
know they're
で
threatening a clock on 1 more turn. They don't need to care about their Nexus health all that badly. And we see so many overwhelmed threats coming in that Taigai's going to need to draw something crazy to get out of this.
Don't even know what it could be. It's going to be Lord Broadmane. A
いやスペルも
second
引かない
stun
何
off
も
the
引かない
top for Telpinator Spitz. Feels like Taigai's going down in this series
オー
0-1.
プンアタックだよね
This is what Telpinator's lineup's trying to do. It's trying to beat these respective Elder decks, trying to beat these slow decks that aren't able to
まあ
pressure
とりあえ
out,
ず
don't
武
have
力
good
っ
enough
て
interaction
で
for
もい
what
いし
Telpinator's trying to do, just trying to line up
オーバーパワーの前
tags,
を
making
スタ
sure
ン
you're checking the
動
deck
か
list,
して
you
も
know,
いいし
whenever these players play slow, it's really just checking the deck list constantly. You've got to double, triple, quadruple check
スタンスタ
when
ン
you're
オ
in
ーバー
these
パワー
like
まで
very,
構え
very
られる
tense
うん
games.
And when you're on the side of Telpinator, the fact that Taigai's why he's been playing this game so
い
slowly.
やー、
Ran out of
リベン
triple
モルガ
bluff
の
variant
ガチ
there.
か
That。doesn't necessarily
3
read
面
as, oh, they
これ
have
もう
5
3面
other
全部処
6
理しない
drops
と
in their hand, and that's
負
why
け
they're
るん
playing
で
so low. You're very cognizant of what defensive tools have they been sitting on here. Well, how do I play around the potential of a
これで
double wall up? Do I still
どっ
have
か一面は
lethal
入るだろう
if
って
that
いう話
happens?
で
And I
ね。
believe in this situation, through a double wallop. I'm not going to
とりあえずスタンディングかな、
I think it's still there with the double
444
dark
の前。
binding in the might, but it doesn't matter because it is not there. And
リ
once
ベンの前でもいい
Talpinator
けど。
commits one of these spells,
ス
either
タン
dark
させ
binding
て
or the might, that will just be the end
オー
game
バー
number
パ
one.
ー通し
Even when you're doing
て
these matchups, we have seen some trinket trades come down. We have seen some random generations. So you want to be making sure you're checking the tech list. If you've been hand tracking, you'll know that there wasn't anything there.
あ
These
あ
are
でもいい
certain
こっ
things
ちに
really
ブロックつけ
scrolling
て
through
あ
like
あそう
the
ね
action tracker to make sure everything is being played properly. We do see the might come down, and that is game one for Talpinator in what was supposed to be what Talpinator
いや、
was
こ
looking
こ
for.
のニーラジャンナの人勝つとすごいよ。
すごいよね
Absolutely no
そう
reaction
思う
when Taigai hits the
一人
OK
だけオ
button
フ
to
メタ
take
デッ
the
キ持って
lethal.
きて
I
るみたい
think
なもん
just
だ
in a
から。
state of shock there that there wasn't even
だし
an ounce of fight left in Taigai's
だっ
hand
て
in order to stop that from
あ
happening. But
の
now
これまで
that
配
win
信
on the
卓に移
Morgana
った時っ
ribbon,
て
it is going to be
さ
respect your elders
ニー
for
ラジャンナって
Talpinator
ほ
that
とん
needs
ど
to
バ
pick
ンさ
up
れな
one
かったじ
more
ゃ
win
ない
either in a mirror match
うん
or against the Morgana Mordekaiser.
Seen Talpinator's play being
ニーラ
extremely
ジャンナ
clean,
と
and these decks with the boons, with the Nora stuff,
マ
you
ジ
do
か
need
って
to
感
make
じ
sure the play is absolutely
でも
as
この人
clean
ね
as
う
possible.
まいんだよ。
Surgical
うまい
even with
本当にうまいそうそれはそう
live
それはそうなんだよお上手なんですけど
If you go for the second best
でも
one,
好きなデッキ
that could
ニ
be
ーラ
the
ジャンナ
reason
です
you
って言っ
lose
て
as
持ち
opposed
込ん
to
でき
win.
て勝ったらかっこいいよね。
かっこいい本当にかっこいい
Alright, how are we feeling, Spitz? Mirror match or Mordekaiser Morgana into the respect your elders?
I think if you're Taigai here, you're probably trying to not do the mirror. You're trying to make sure that you can get that edge early on. You don't want to be going into like after you've already lost
ちなみ
one.
にあの
have to
自己
go into
紹
something
介
that's
の
so even. Your
あ
mental
の好
might
きな
just
デッ
not
キ
be
と
there,
同
so
じデッ
Taigai
キ
is
持っ
gonna
てき
not
てる人
go for mirror. And
あ
we
んまりい
see
なくて
very interesting hand
だ
from
から
Taigai
本当
with
に
the deck
これでニーラジャンナで言ったら
Legion
す
of the
ごいよ
Severed, which is
ま
exactly
あ
what
結
you
構
want,
みん
but
な
I think they're really
エター
putting
ナ
up
ルのデッ
just
キ
yet.
Taigai throws away
そう
the
あ
Glimpse
の
Beyond
過去に
Mulligan,
使って
only to
超好
draw
き
a
でしたみたい
separate
な感じ
copy
で
of
答えて
Glimpse
ると思
Beyond
う
the
多
hand
分
looking exactly the same. You hate to see it happen. Meanwhile, Talpinator, I believe, is still debating on how they want to play out this Mulligan trinket trade. Not the, it's a low cost card, but you don't want it. Okay, yeah, I don't know if this was pre or post Mulligan for Talpinator, but that's the hand that they've got here for game number 2.
勝ったらかっこいいね。
これマッチ
Very
的には
interesting.
どうな
These
の
trinket trades are really good. It's one of the few ways you can get 2 procs for your Burblefish and your Plaza Guardian in one thing, and also develop unit and also get some hand information. But it's also not
この
really
モ
the
ルデカ
power
イザー
card.
に
And
対し
typically in
て
these high power matchups where you're both bringing the strongest deck, you want to be finding
ま
those
あ、
power
モ
cards.
ル
We're
デ
going to
カイ
see
ザー
Fading
の
Icon
方
come
が
down.
強そうなん
Pretend to
だけ
apply
ど、
some pressure,
う
although
ん
it might be Pytos. Just developing your early units, seeing what the hand states and the board states are going to look like going into the mid game.
I can't count the
まあ、
number
除
of
去しても
times that
復
we've
活
seen
する
this
デッ
happen
キ
in the
っ
early
て
game. The
話
3-1 comes down. The pie toss is
なんですよ
available
ね
for the respect your elders players. Some players like to kill it,
そうだ
some
ね。
players don't.
ああ
Talpinator
モルデ
actually
カイ
holding
ザー
on to
側
this
は
one as
除
a
去してもどんど
countermeasure
ん復活
for
し
one
て
of
く
the
るよっていう
self-sacrifice spells that Taigai will
そう
play
そ
a
うそう
little
そう
bit later
デッ
down.
キはい
だから
はいはい
See a couple copies
上
in the
側
hand.
は確定除去
Probably
で
gonna take this open attack with the Nora, but
あ
maybe
の
Talpinator gonna get a little spicy, develop the
ブロード
control,
勉
just
強
maybe try to
と
threaten the
合わ
life
せ
of
て
a
倒
severed
せるんだけど、
Legion
ああ
if it
確
comes
定
out,
除
but
去
instead
で
it's
取
gonna
れる
open
っ
with
て
a trinket
うんうん
trade. All up, not a bad take, but Otter push is the standard.
まあなんか下側は別に
Scrap
破
keeps
壊され
also
て
a
も
very interesting option.
明かり
Getting
と
some
かで
mid
復
range
活もできる
presence, being able
し
to、pressure a little bit. We do see the Autopus. It's the standard option. It's what you go for. But Taigai has
破
also
壊す
drawn
る
their
意味ない
regular. They finally have a target for that
あ
Legion of the Severed, and they
あ
are
破
on
壊
the
した
free
ところ
reign.
で
They
ど
can
んどん
just
復
slowly
活する
find
から
it
意
come
味
down
が
as a
ない
way
か
to try
ら
and deal with
まあ
this
ちょっと不利
Nora
じゃ
without
ないっ
committing
ていう
so many
話
spells.
そう
Taking
そう
the
そう
blunder to deny keywords either from the Dragon Boon or from the Plaza Guardian or from
勝
the
ち
Elusive.
筋
There's
は
so
エルダー
many
ドラゴ
keywords you
ン
want to remove. You
進
would wish
化
that you could play
が
this multiple times.
Whenever I see
勝
the
ち筋
Explorer's
になる
Blunder
のか
taken
な。
against the Respect Your Elders deck, honestly, the first keyword that I think of
下側が
removing
一
is
生
a
モルデカイザー
Deathless
引かなかっ
Dragon
たら
Boon from either a Silent Thousand-Tailed or
ま
a
あそれ
Lord
勝てるん
Broadmane
だ
or a
けど、
Burblefish. Just so
あ
many
あ
of
手
these
札
cards
事
that have these
項
on-summon effects that will
が
re-trigger
ないと
once
ちょっ
the
と厳し
Deathless
い
goes through, but for now, it's
う
not
ん
going to have enough mana to stop this Nora from coming in, connecting, and putting a
あ
portal
とは
into
ちょ
Talpinator's
っと
deck.
トータルで
These
壊すか
portals have been
って感
so
じだよね。
monumentally important over the course of this event.
Gonna have to see what that ends up being. The fact that it can change the clock. We're gonna see the portal already, and it is a Camovar and Soldier getting extra blockers. A 3-3 is a rather big body for this board. We're gonna see the Nora be
結局ドロ
challenged
ソは
and no real way
ほ
to
とんど
deal
入
with
って
that
ないデッ
unless
キだ
they
か
wanna
ら
pre-commit
モルデカイザー引かないことは
the
結
develop,
構あ
but
るん
I
で
don't think this is the time
そうだ
for
ね、
taking
モルデカイザー側って割と手札
this Nora.
事故るというか、モルデカイザー引けないっていうのは見ますね。
And I wonder
それは見
if
てる
this
結
is
構。
indicative of the portal that
あれ
they got
言っ
with
て
Talconator hitting this Camovar and Soldier
なん
there.
か
Now
明かりが
super
一
close
生
to
腐っ
Nora
ちゃうっていうのはあるよ
direction
ね。
as opposed to just the one because it will summon another unit. And now Talconator getting
なん
the
で負け
pick
たみたい
between
な負
Glimpse
け方は
Beyond
結
and
構
Glimpse Beyond on the
あるっ
body.
ちゃある。
あとモルデカイザー引くだけなんだけどねーっていう負け方してるのは見る。
引いたら勝ってたなーって言いながら
We're gonna see the choice, and I think that was actually
それは
on the
確か
unit
によく見ます。
preventing it from one turn. That's actually a really interesting play because now the Morgana and the Spirit Leech cost 5 mana. You don't really want to be doing one of them on turn 6. They really wanted to play them on curve. That was actually a really cool prank there.
Yeah, I really like that option being open for Talpinator because looking at Taigai's board, yeah, this was a pretty nice time to throw down a Spirit Leech. Go ahead and eat up the 0-1, draw a couple of cards, but now it's going to have to be Legion of the Severed. I didn't quite catch what that went on to. It could be Morgana. It might be the Rekindler if Taigai's looking for later on in the game combo plays, but looking at the hand of Talpinator Spids, we're not seeing a lot of action. They've done a pretty good job up until this point of maintaining their board and getting the portals accelerated, but from here on out, it's a little bit of guff unless we see a big draw off the portal.
公式配信ですら交代制でやってるのに、うちら3人でずっとやってるのバグだよね。
これいつ黒さんと俺どちらかがリタイアするかって
リタイアしないで、リタイアしたら終わりだよ。リタイアしたらこの配信は終わりだよ。
早起き取りに来た。
このあまりにも強いってみんなが言っているカードですよね。
せっかくデスレスつけたのにあかりちゃんが追っつけていく。この早起き取りって何するカードなんですか？ コストが高いカードを1枚手札から破壊するカードです。
手札から破壊するカード。そうなんですね。嫌なカードですね。
ノクサスに前あったんですよ。手札捨てるカード。あれはノクサスだったから使われないだけで、バンドルだったら使うんだよね。コントロールする地域じゃないから使われなかっただけで。
まあ確かにノクサスでコントロールって見ないよね。ないよ。
今まであれかな、サミーラ。
あ、サミーラだ。はいはいはい。
リアルデッキとかが使ってたかなレベル。
ただ今サミーラがちょっとね、ミラがちょっと今旅に出てるからさ。
ゲームから削除されちゃったんで。
旅に出てるので、
まさかゲームから削除されると思わなかった。
まろやかな表現をすると、そうです。サミーラは今コストが重くなって旅に出ています。
destroy the hand of Taigai right now, and I'm sure Talpinator's waiting for that Spirit Leech to come down onto the 0-1 for Taigai to have 3 additional cards in their hand to take aim at either the Mordekaiser or the Rekindler.
これモルデカイザーが出てくる前に耐えてればいいって感じですか？エルダードラゴン側は。
エルダードラゴン派はとりあえずエルダードラゴンのカウントを進めたいと思うんだけど、チンタラしてても負けるんで、モルデカイザーが出てこない間に
Taigai's going to go for an open attack with the Morgana, just heal themselves back up to 20. Talpinator's got a couple of chump blockers available to attach to the auto burst of the control. It just depends how much Talpinator this Morgana with damage.
なるほどね。レックスで全てを吹き飛ばしてプラザガーディアンでアタック。なるほど。
それかノラの進化を狙ってノラの進化から
Talpinator's last 2 draws have been absolutely amazing. Guardian as a big beefy unit that is able to try and do some damage on turn 7, be a little bit pressuring. We do see the early bird in hand, but not even played. This is the turn that you wanted to play early bird, right? You wanted to get it just before the turn 7, but trying to threaten the mana, get all of these awkward advantages whenever you can. Very, very interesting play and very
早起き取りは使わないんですね。
This is one of the things that I think you can analyze to all end.
2枚ドロー、最低でも2枚ドローした中からモルデカイザーを倒したい、引きたいっていうところで、
はいはいはい。今飛ばして
7ラ
もね。
ウンド前だけど、上側我慢してる。
モルデカイザーで引かれてないだろっていう強気なプレーだよね。
そうね、まだだろっていう。でしかも何がすごいってさ、そうなんだよね。 そうなんだよね。まだ弾けてないんだよね、本当に。
まあノルデガイザーこのターンに引いてるんだったら、今打てばモルデガイザー出る前だから大丈夫でしょ。あー、ロモリもう一枚引くかっていうことかこれ。
That's a wild play to me because the only things that are going to fit the bill are
そ
other
れはさせま
Rekindlers
せ
or
んよと。
Mordekaiser, and surely you'd rather lose that Rekindler than Mordekaiser.
これでモルデカイザーが出てくることはなくなったね、悲願なくなったから。
The deathless keyword would have been maintained. We're going to see this 5-mana Spirit Leech come down by another Morgana. We have seen these Mordekaiser decks that are typically so reliant on Mordekaisers still be able to play for that alternate win con of Morgana. We've seen this multiple times throughout the tournament. So seeing extra copies is kind of nice, but Taigai doesn't have the power that they want going into Talpinator's massive power turns coming up with the Burblefish plus Guardian and Riptide Rex.
I guess Taigai was just making a calculated decision that okay, even if I
全
draw
然関係
Mordekaiser
ないん
here,
だけ
I'd
ど
rather
さ、こ
lose
の
that.
下の選手何の
Potentially
カード
then
持って
my
んだろうね。
Rekindler, and I'll start to just play for
写真。
you know the multiple Morgana angle that we've seen a couple of these players fall back on, just saying that
な
is
ん
my
なんだろうね。
easiest angle to chew through
なん
ル
で
ーン
this
テラって
board
一応なん
that
か
Talpinator has
コレクション
established,
カ
which is
ードあ
gonna
る
get
じゃん。
even
あ
gummier
る。
thanks to the Portal
あれなん
Palooza.
じゃない
Is there a
ああ、
portal
コミュ
on
ニ
top?
テ
There's
ィ大
two
会で勝っ
actually,
た
and
時の
another
あのカー
early
ド
bird
のあ
picked
れ。
up for Talpinator.
あれあれってみんな持ってんの？
い
いの？いいの？
俺もらうメール無視したからもらってない。
This Riptide Rex that'll deal with a lot of this board going into these other 0-mana developments. And Taigai doesn't have a lot of defensive potential in their hand. They do have these things like the Grasp and the Hate Spike.
ちなみにあのカードって今申請してももらえないらしいからもらっといた方がよかったよ。
もう終わったんでしょ。
そう終わった。
And I'm starting to get a little concerned for Taigai when we look at the next turn. It's not going to be Talpinator's attack token, but the board is going to get destroyed by this Riptide Rex. Assuming that they feel like playing fair and equally distributing their cannon barrages amongst Taigai's board. But we're getting to the point where we talk about this Mordekaiser combo and how it's so powerful. If you don't have a board to go with it, if you just throw down a Mordekaiser into nothing, that's not a winning line.
お互いにプラザガーディアンに一生チャレンジャー
そうね。チャレンジャーこんなにつかないことあるんだっていうぐらいプラザガーディアンにつきませんね。
まあ欲しいもの結構つかないよね。トリック。
そうね。
回復欲しいなと思ったら回復出ないもん。
あのカゴは種類が多すぎて引きたいものが引けないっていうのは結構あるあるな気がする。逆に言うとあれで欲しいもの引けてる人は勝ってるよね。
勝ってる。
勝ってる。そう。やっぱ今日は俺の日。そうそうそう。今日は俺の日が来るとね。強いですよね。
Currently still a dead card. Taigai hasn't had a champion die just yet. This Morgana's been sitting here persisting, and unfortunately still very far away from her level up condition. If production could flash that for us, we'll have a better idea. But I imagine can't be more than 4 out of 8 this round. The second part of that arrow start to glow yet. So even if Taigai were to get out those multiple Morganas, get this one into the death pool, get the Rekindler. 5 out of 8. Never mind. Looks like it's a little bit higher than I thought. Getting baited by these arrows. But that does mean that there still has to be a hate spike or a death grasp fired off before the multiple shackles can come out.
Talpinator's boons have been really good so far. They got the perfect Burblefish boon of the +1/+1 and the 2 strength, making this Burblefish that normally does 2 damage dealing.
ここって上の人ってさ、レックスを置くべきなの？レックスじゃなくて1マナのイエティ出すべきなの？何出すべきなの？レックスだ。
We're going to see this come down. The Riptide Rex dealing with the board, trying to kill all of these units, and even the Challenger going on it. All of these boons are so powerful.
Oh, and funny enough, there's not actually going to be an opportunity for Talpinator to respond to this because the stack is full. Even if the sacrifice had gone down onto the Ceaseless Sentry, there's no room on the stack for Talpinator to use the group shot or the Pie Toss. But it looks like Taigai calculated it out, and I guess more shots were going at the Morgana, and this is just going to save the most.
が足らなくて。
ああ、そういうことか。
そういうことね。
そういえば、そうでしたね。なんか、レックス、バフ入ったんだよ、これと。エルダードレイクなんで。
Really nice play, and Talpinator's not enjoying the second Morgana, and now has turned on Rekindler for future.
And once I said it, I realized that, okay, yeah, it actually doesn't ever make sense to stack the Morgana. I think you're right, Taigai just didn't understand how the stack was going to play out there, which is funny for a Karma set player, one of the most prolific players for filling up the stack in a situation like this. But thanks to the level 2 Morgana, we are going to get to kill the purple fish with that level 2 ability. And again, the hand of Talconator not looking particularly threatening. That Yeti that came out of the Aberration is going to be a little bit of an issue for Taigai to deal with. And now we see a Vandal Commando, a second Riptide Rex, never mind. Talconator is
強すぎず弱すぎずでも強い部類みたいなね感じ
でうまく使わないとあんまり強くないから。
そうそうそう、だからなんか目立ってがっつりナーフしろよみたいな感じにならないいいチャンピオンだよね。そう、いいチャンピオンだと思う。
And the vengeance will be
だってモルテカイザーが引けてないことがバレまして。
バレましたね。
Rex and an elusive that can make it through to connect. Gonna go in for the attack, not unshackle their Plaza Guardian, and Taigai has to know that something is up here.
They're thinking, okay, you're holding up 8 mana. I know what's going. Never mind, we're gonna see the shackles come out. Make sure this extra damage comes in. Talconator realizing that, like, hey, I probably can't get this Riptide Rex through. If you've got cheap cards, that's going to include ways of interacting with this elusive. So I'm just going to unshackle this. And because it's got fearsome, it either has to interact with spells or blocked with Morgana.
被害は最小限に。ヘイトスパイクで。
Taigai gonna preserve the health on their Morgana, not using it
モルデカイザー側は粘ってればモルデカイザーで勝つから。
いやただね、もうでも明かりもいないから、ちょっとこの盤面でモルデカイザー引いても。すぐには解決しなさそうではあるんで。
At this point, it doesn't really do too much. We'd have to see the level up progress because if it's quite high up, it would be nice. But we haven't seen that many units die on the side of Taigai. It's been so many spells drawn and so many things discarded from Taigai's hand. It feels like he's only played like 70% of the cards has even been permitted to draw. We're gonna see they end up trying to get efficient because this has been a slightly lower power version of this matchup. We haven't seen them blow each other out of the water just yet.
飛ぶんだよね。
あ、モルデカイザーだ。
モルデカイザー。
It's not like it's just Taigai, right? Talconator up to this point still has not drawn any copies of Sign 1000 Tail, has not drawn any copies of Lord Frog. These tools that would help you lock down the game and secure your victory. Both players just not drawing the best cards in their deck, and hopefully, again, we can get a flash on the Mordekaiser level up. I believe it's now going to be a little bit higher, maybe 11, 12 out of 15, but not something that you can get done, and so many players cutting the 5 attack units from these lists really hamper the level of progress of the Mordekaiser.
Talconator's got to be thinking, do I want to go to this Riptide Rex and how do I want to organize it, right? And it's really difficult to try and deal with this Mordekaiser because if only 3 procs go on it, it means that the Mordekaiser will stay alive, or even 4 procs. Mordekaiser will stay alive and then be able to regen back up. There is the extra pings in hand, but there is the opportunity for that to not pan out. We're going to see the attack come through, deal with this board a little, that heal on Morgana, keeping her alive through things like pings, dealing with the board, trying to see what could end up happening. Taigai playing very defensively, but he doesn't have the opportunity to try and pressure all that much.
If Taigai... Oh, we're going to see a couple of group shots down onto the Mordekaiser. That's going to be 5 damage on the Mord, which is enough for Talconator to finish it off with the drop the bomb, the pie toss, and the perilous pastry.
Very interesting play, making sure you're using the units die, getting the extra damage from it. Taigai doesn't really have a way of interacting with this. There's no sort of defensive cards. These decks are
もう取らないと負けだよねこれ。ついてるから。
パイ投げ顔に投げて、
レックスのかと思ったわ。
レックスはちょっとどうかな。
いや、1点、8点だから、4発当たり方をする。
Okay, yeah, you draw Mordekaiser in a situation like this, it's not that great. You don't have a lot going for you. You don't have a board. However, now Taigai is opening up themselves to a Rekindler top deck. With Mordekaiser in the death pool, that unit drawn does start a massive train of advantage for Taigai that Talconator with this hand probably will not be able to stop. And the question now is going to be, does Taigai have a read on Riptide Rex? Is it going to be a block and a vengeance to ensure that no damage is coming through? But Taigai still not drawing that Rekindler, and they are one of the players in this tournament that is on the full 3 copies.
レックスねえだろっていう
We
判
see
断
the vengeance come down, meaning that this plunder has been procced. We can see Riptide Rex
満
try
を
and
持
deal
し
with
て
this board a
レ
little.
ックス
And Taigai did hover a spell on
こ
the
のレ
stack
ック
just
ス
a little bit ago, and if Talbot
やばい
is
けど
doing
ね
a little bit of hand tracking, they know that two of these cards are Explorer spells. Now
勝ち
they
です
know
って
that
感じ
one of them is another spell that can be played for less than 6
ただ
mana.
モルガナに当たるかどうか
For 6 mana or less. We're gonna see Mountainous
い
Vigor.
やー、当たるんじゃない？
And we're gonna see how these procs line up. Is
あー、当たった。
it does seem
うますぎる。
うまい、お上手な
Now
当たり
Taigai
方し
has
て
a
ますね。
difficult decision between the Vengeance and the Death's Grasp. Going to use the Death's Grasp once again onto this Riptide Rex
ただも
before the
お互い
actually
に
it's tough that was
ない
picked up,
の
not
で
deathless.
手札が
But now Taigai at the
まだサイレン入ってる方が
board and hand, which
さすがに有
again
利
is
そう
Yeti
だね
such a threat, and yeah, you could argue that
明
it
か
did
り
eat up a
引い
draw
て
for
も
Talbot. Maybe they'd be a little bit lower in their deck. They'd have a Sign-In Thousand Tail or something
もうア
along
ド
those
バン
lines.
テー
But
ジモルテカ
this
イザーでアド
5
バン
attack
テ
is
ージを取
actually
る
a
カー
huge
ドが
difference maker here, and these
なく
Explorer spells for
て
Taigai just
Hi, hi, hi.
not paying the dividends that you needed them to. Legion
Yeah.
of the
うわー、
Sun
何もできない
top deck.
It's a poor top deck. It does block the 5-2. It's better than drawing something like a Hate Spike, which you literally wouldn't be able to play. You can see the Portal Pioneer come down. Probably going to take, I
ノラは
imagine,
進化してるか
keyword removal for if Deathless is going to be applied on something in the future. But we do know you can see
ノ
that
ラの
Deathless
進化条件
wasn't
って
applied to anything by looking at the action tracker and the choice mechanic. But we are going to see Blunder come down to try and deal with other sorts of
あ、
して
進
る
化
ね
して
We're
る
gonna
ね。
see Nora come down, who is leveled, will need to get hit by Vengeance probably, and it's gonna be a really slow
た
game.
だま
What are the
だ
top decks going to be?
ノラに切るって
I mean, Taigai is
5
just
2は4
one
2で受け
Rekindler
て
away from really starting to
多
pop
分
off,
ユキ
especially
ング
now
が
that the
ね
Mordekaiser
ずっと放
is
置されてる
leveled.
か
It's a
ら
very
もしか
realistic
したら
win
すごい
condition,
の
and
が出来上が
Talbot
ってる
is
可能
now
性ある
off of Riptide Rex.
いや、あれユキングじゃない。
あれ、ユキングじゃない。
Actually, Taigai
あ、
picking
ユ
up
キ
a
ングじゃ
Hate
ないよ
Spike as well, so could really deny a lot of damage here, but still hanging on to that
クロ
Vengeance.
さ
There
ん、
is
も
going
し
to
か
be
して
a
眠
different
い？
committal on the line, so the Vengeance will go out onto this Yeti, the Hate Spike onto the Nora,
ユキングじゃない
everything
し
coming
フ
up
ロス
Taigai
コ
in terms
フ
of
ロストコートのなんちゃらみたいなやつじゃ
but
なきゃ。
still, they are now left with no board except for a husk and no hand except for these useless explorer spells.
What a crazy game for one of the final
待っ
ones
て、これ
in
岩戸の
Worlds.
声
This
ま
is
たもしかしてみんなに届いてないやつ
all
か。
reliant on top decks
届いてるよ。
already.
あ、届いて
It's
る。
probably going to be the Yordle pull here to try and get another unit. Fate 8 also develops another unit. This increases Talpanita's clock by so much. Instead of being on a 2-turn clock, it's probably now going to be a 1. We're going to see what ends up
す
being
ごい、
taken.
どっ
It
ちも
is
手
going to
札
be
が
the
自利
Fate
品。
8 because getting a 3-1, I think it's a 3-1, a 3-2 spell shield is going to be quite powerful against what Taigai needs to do. There needs to be a draw here. Crumble.
いやー、きついね
Yeah, that's about the only reaction you can really have to something like that. Crumble, and unfortunately for Taigai, even if they want to try and kill this Owlcat, which looks like the line that they're going to go for, Talpinator draws the Perilous Pastry and will be able to deny this.
いやー、
What
いやー、これは
vengeance in the deck? Is there
でやる
something
こ
that
とが
can
でき
try and
何も
deal
な
with
く
this?
て。
Could possibly be
も
doing
う
終わりかな。
ね、次オープンアタックだよね。
I don't think. I think that was the previous game, and now it's just
そうだ
another
よね。
copy of the fading icon
リ
does
マ
not
ッチを買おう
bode well for
まくってい
Taigai,
く
who will be going down here 2-0 and being eliminated from the World Championship.
The Dark Horse showing why they should be respected, bringing this anti-meta lineup and being able to dominate every single player they try
まあ
and
丁寧
deal
でした
with.
ね。
Top
す
Lane
ごい
is
丁寧だっ
definitely
た。
showing
う
why
ん
they deserve to be here, why they're so good at this game.
いや、
Very, very clean play.
あるね
We've seen the
ニーナちゃん
Dragon
な
Beast.
ニーナちゃんの優勝ある
Use of
マ
things
ジ。
like group chat.
あるねこれ。
すごい。だとしたら超かっこいいよ、本当に。
全部 2-0 で進んでってね、
うん
to see how this can be
テ
broken down
テン
even
ポも
further.
いいね。
うん、すごいいいよね。
Thank you so much, Spitz and Boulevard. I'm here with Skarzig and Alan to analyze this match we just had. And I gotta start
で、こ
off
こからは
going back to the beginning,
あ、
Skarzig. Talk me through that game number 1 and what was really at
勝者
stake
勝
for both
者
of these
vs 勝者
players.
か。
In game number 1, I
Winners-
think that it was correct for Taigai to respect
あ
the
と
John
3試合か
Mila. We've seen that, that
Winners やっ
Talpinator
て
bringing this wild card deck, but still playing
負け
it
た
to
やつと
perfection. Even some very
ルーターズ
deep lines that
の
we
今
were
の人とや
having
って
difficulty kind of foreseeing.
で、その勝ったやつ
Talpinator
と
was able to
ウィナー
bring
ズ
to
ウィナー
the
ズの方か。
forefront, and Taigai didn't want to deal with any of that. Says, I'm going to get this off the table and try to
あと
beat
3
the
時間。
other two, but with Riven more
って言うけど、でも
今
今の、
ゴールド
でもあれだよ。
to the fight, the
あ
deck,
の、
I
これま
think
で
other
の
players had
試合
typically
進行は
banned
確
instead
か
of the
予定より
John
早
Mila.
かったはず。
The aggression was
めちゃく
just
ちゃ早い
too
ね。
much.
めちゃくちゃ早いよね。
Turn, I
だから
think
多分終わりね、5時ぐらいだと思うんだよな。5時、6時だと思うよ、多分。そんな早くなんない。こっから長いか。
down, but
こ
none
っから
of
長い
them
か
got challenger.
ここからなかなか
Which
面
meant
白い
that
説
he
明ある。
couldn't proactively force that trade and clear out the board. And when Ruben Morgana has 2 or 3 separate threats at any given time,
いやー
it's
今日
just
はあれなんですよね。岩戸の脈も速いし試合も速いみたいな感じなん
The
ですよね。
essential part for the Morgana Riven is to get your opponent to the point.
けどなんか
where
良
they
かった
have
わ。なん
single
か
digit
岩戸は
HP,
気絶する寸前まで
kind of multiple threats on the
やって
board,
気絶しそうになったら
where you
配
have
信
to
切ろうと思ったんですけど
respond
意外と持ってるから
with
大丈
full
夫。
spells already on the start.
意外と持
They
ってるからこれい
can
けんな
go
決勝ま
with
で。
their might, with their stun,
よかった
with the
な。
overwhelm unit,
Yeah.
and just present you lethal in the other way where you can no longer interact with it, having that protection with the black shield. And we clearly seen this
決勝まで寝るって言ってたの？決勝多分ちょっと早いよ予定より。
having the backup bite with the binding, like there were so many tools for the Talpinator to just close this game.
Yeah, and that leads perfectly into the fact that he went for the Blade of the Exile on Riven. Instead of going for the open attack, wanted to juice that attack even further, passing priority back to
岩戸も
Taiga.
R の
I don't think you have it. I don't know if he had the
そう
sickest
多分
hand
岩戸
of
も
all
めっちゃ
time, or he's just
短いんだ
that
よ。
audacious.
そう
あとね、
I'm gonna go with
あと
the.
4試合、あと
I'm
4
gonna
試合
say。both, actually.
4
Both
試合
can
だね、
be
あと。
true in this situation, and Talpinator, as I think
ね、
everybody's
岩戸
been
も
saying
7時
up
か
to
8
this
時
point,
ぐらいかな。
really has
いやもっと早い気がするんだよ
that
な。
character arc, that plot armor.
あでもあれなんだよな。ウ
I feel
ィ
like
ナ
he
ー
just
ブ
has
ラ
such a
ケ
strong
ット
case to move all
か
the way to
買
the
っ
end.
た側の人
But
た
in
ち
that
さ
game number two,
あ
it
の
was
デッキが
very
超
back and
長
forth
く
for
かかる
Alan,
タイプのデッ
and
キだから
down
そ
to
っから
top
長くなる
decks
んだ
in
ろう
those
な。
final few turns. Was there anything that Taigai could have top decked that would have been able to
え
win
て
him
か
the
岩戸も
game,
さ
or
ル
was
ーン
it
テ
just
ラの R の
coming
マー
up
ク
for
のピンバッジ
Talpinator?
欲しいんだけど
Talpinator had a really great
運営
setup
に言おっ
on
か
the
な。
fight
岩
with
戸
the
さん
Blood
の
Bombs,
住所
setting
聞かれ
up
て
the
ないですって
Rex,
言おう
which
か
he
な。
didn't have here in the hand with his whole
岩
deck.
戸さんの住所
He
聞かれ
was
てないん
also
です
聞か
よ。
れてないです。
row one, like an,
いや岩戸フォーセカンド君とさマジあれ欲しいよなってすごいうちらなんか聞かれてなくないとか言ってマジフォーセカンド君はもらっててもおかしくないけどってバックもあれねバックでしょバッジでしょ靴下でしょステッカーでしょなんかねいろいろセットになあとあれだよジャケットジャケットって言っていいのあれなんていうのシャカシャカしたやつなんていうのジャケットあれ欲しいわあれ欲しいわともう岩戸ってでっかく書いてあるやつ欲しいいやマジな話さあれもらえるんだったら岩戸さイラストレーターのニコさんにさ全力でお願いしてさ土下座するからさリュック背負ってるやつください書いてくださいっていうそうモルデナプレイマットもねもらえるんだよ
いいですね。
だから岩戸も欲しいよあれ欲しいよあもらえる条件わかんないんですよ誰がもらえるのかがわかんないドキドキなバッグなんですよねただ一つ言えるのは岩田はまだ聞かれてないです住所だってこのゲームってさやるときにさ住所登録なかったよねなかったよね住所登録がないってことはライアットはまだ岩田の住所を知らないから送れないんだと思うんだよね聞いてください
ルーンテラマジプレイマットもらえたら使うからくれねえか
本当に
宣伝するリアルのカードゲームで使うってくれよ
いやちょっと岩戸言いたいわもうあれですよ岩戸紙のカードゲームを、まあ、別のねちょっとルンテラじゃない紙のカードゲームやるとき言うとあれですよアーリちゃんのマウスパッドでやってるからアーリちゃんめちゃめちゃ映してるんで岩戸はあれですモルデカイザーもらったら岩戸もモルデカイザー使いますください
Like I did not
Kudasai.
want to have to
Kudasai.
play the mirror
Kudasai.
matchup in
Kudasai.
that
Kudasai.
case, and sadly is going to be
待ってます。
僕たちにくださいっていう
tournament.
ね。
But Talpinator is on a tear through that lower bracket right now, and we're gonna have to wait and see if he can continue to do just
そうだ
that.
よ。
On the
あの
other
さ
side of this、break,
クロ
though,
さんと
we've
滝
got
さんな
the
らさ、もらって
winners
サクッとどっ
finals,
かの
where
大会出てき
Chenya
て、
and
サクッと
Seku
配信
have
卓
been
宣伝
waiting
してき
to
て
be
よ。
able to give us
全
that
然する
epic
する。
showdown.
でしょ？やってくれるでしょ？
任せて。
でしょ？
全然
ほら、やってくれるでしょ？ね。だからさ、日本人に配りませんか？日本では
任せてください。
日本ではカードゲームがすごく流行っていて、
ルーンテラのプレイマットもらえたら、シャドーバースエボルブ始めます。ワンピカードとシャドーバースエボルブ始めるんで、よろしくお願いします。
はい、ね、どうですかって、どうですかって。
タキにどうですか？DM お待ちしてます。
実は知ってました？ DCG 系 VTuber より TCG 系 VTuber の方がなんかいろんな企画があって、岩戸もし紙のカードゲーム始めてルーンテラ布教しまくってこようかな。
メリット薄。
紙のカードゲームやってさ、カードゲーム VTuber としてのさお仕事を受けてさ、一番好きなカードゲームなんですかって全部ルーンテラって書こうかな。レジェンド・オブ・ルーテラって DCG なんですけどつってダメかなカードゲームには間違いないんだけどなというわけで皆さん、8分と出てるのであと残り10分後ぐらいですね10分から12分後ぐらいに皆さんお会いしましょう。一旦休憩挟みましょう。一旦ね、みんなね、仮眠取ってもいいですよ。起きれるならね。へい。岩戸もコーヒー入れてこようかな。じゃあみんなまた、試合開始したらお会いしましょう。だから本配信見ててください。じゃあねー。 戻りました。はい、というわけで、引き続き、解説は、黒さんと滝さんにお願いしています。よろしくお願いします。俺たちのチェニアが戦ってますね。
2個開けましたね。
はい。
ハンドはめちゃくちゃ強い。ニーコ側。
強いね。
強いですね。ニーコを開けてポロキングをバンしたんだ。
ミラーやりたくないってことかな。
いや、まあセトカルと当たっても、
まあセトカルが一番ワンチャンスありそうなのが2個あったのかな。
絶対フリマッチみたいな感じだ。でもポロから当ててきてるから、ポロはニーコに勝てる3段だったじゃないか。だからチェニア的には多分当て勝ちしてるんだよ。シバーナとニーコだったら多分ニーコの方が勝ちやすいと思うけど。
シバーナとニーコだったらニーコの方がっていうことでニーコを取ってるのね。なるほど。
That's shortly trying to get a Nico level up. Potentially turn 6, we could see leveled up Nico swinging, already buffing your board. Would be pretty devastating for Chenya if he does.
これイルーシブ行くの？
まあユニット残しておいちゃいけないってことだよね。
あ、そういうこと？
ニーコのバフ乗るし。
はいはいはい。あ、ニーコのバフが乗るからダメってことね。
で、羽衣もあるから相手ブロック入ってこれないよね。相手
あ
がうまいことを信じたってことね。
あ、2マナあるから羽衣警戒してくるでしょっていう読みね。なるほどね。そうだよね。これぐらい上手い選手なら絶対読んでくるよねっていう。はいはいはい。
まあラダーじゃやらないね。
コメントから質問来てます。誰を応援してますかだそうです。
チェニア選手。唯一のエイパックだからチェニア選手。
はい。
あれこさんは？
俺はね、上のセック選手。
はいはいはい。
好きだった。
解説陣的にはチェニア選手とセク選手分かれてますね。
気になってきたわ、やばいね。
岩戸個人としてはエイパックのメンバーということでチェニア選手に勝ってほしいんですけど、セク選手の試合がもっと見たいって感じ。
これ負けても勝っても試合はあるから。
あ、そうなんだ。
てか負けた方が試合は多く見れるよ。
あ、そうなんだ。
ロアが行くから。
ああ、なるほど。
サンバーストがなかったらニーコ進化でしたけど、
はい、
サンバーストでずらしてっていうところに化け物オーバーパワーを引いてくる。
化け物オーバーパワーを引いてくる。はい、引いてきました。
チェニアさん側が何も引いてなくて困ってる。
あー、チェニア選手の引きが悪い。
あ、
あ、そうだね。ポロキング引けてないね。
いやー、ブロック入らないでほしいな。入らない。
入らない。
入んないね。
さすがだね。偉い。
化け物が出て、化け物降臨して、
98出てきて、
で、これあと1個で進化なんで、
はい。
2個進化して終わっちゃうな。
あと1個で2個が進化して終わっちゃう。だからそれに一応まあ並べますね。壁を、はい。
壁並べますけども、
壁並べます
一旦耐えてもな、一旦耐えてもちょっと勝ち筋ないな。
いやー、遅いよ。ポロのおやつがないよ。いや、当て勝ちしたんですけどね。ポロキングがポロのやつ引けてればよかったのが引けなかったね。
ちょっとポロキングが遅刻しましたね。
遅刻どころか出勤してないもんね、今。
はい。本日お休みですね。やっぱ日曜日だからね。
これ、重役出勤されてる。
そうです。キングなんで遅く来ます。
I'm kind of looking now over at
部長今日休みかな
board. We've got
休みかなっていうかね。
Dog,
一
Spider.
方ニーコはちゃんと間に合ってるっていうのがね
I believe he is
最初からいましたからね。
short of looking to go.
うん
Yeah, most definitely. So Seko is just deciding what does he want to swing with to prepare for the potential like something like reptile top deck to get that Nico flipped. We definitely swing with the overwhelm. We definitely swing with the fearsome, and the dog will get automatically put into the combat once we see the other swings. So the only decision was do we swing with the hawk, do we swing with the
6だと思うけど、猫が2体いるからってことか、キャットハンターで。
And Seko decides that
あ、一番右のやつ猫？
on the board size, so he's
いや、左から2番目と
completely fine
右から2番目が猫でしょ。
Yeah, once you kind of have gotten credit for that subtype
右
attacking,
から
have
2番目って
account
猫
for
だった。あれ
Nico,
雲じゃない
trade
んだ。
down on the board,
あ、雲
the
か。
second deck hunter
雲じゃ
in
雲が
hand
かぶ
will
ってんじゃ
certainly
ない
find the final
あの
subtype
ク
for
ソデカオーバー
Seku.
パワーって猫だっけ？
あれ猫だよ。
猫
あのオーバーパワー猫なんだね。
雲だと思ってたあれ。
雲ではなくて猫でしょ。
まあもうみんな眠いから。
猫見えてきたわ。
猫見えてきた？猫見えてきた
which Chenya might be looking to set up 2-turn lethal, so he needs to put Seko at 6 HP, develop blockers, and try to stay alive. But the problem is the striker, 9-6. How do you deal with that? You have like without sunburst.
Yeah, Chenya, I think, has one
ニコ
copy
カウント
of
46。
Cosmic Wonder. I'd have to double check that.
全
'cause
然足りなか
some
った。
うん。
versions do not run that card. Maybe when they run one or they run two, and yeah, Chenya does not
猫
have
鳥
it. Only two
え
copies
He
of
has
Sunburst.
targeted
No
cells
Neko,
stun
now.
there.
Tori, Poro,
He has
雲
Telestos which could provide a cash, which is a decent
あの
defense
41
into
って
the
犬とかじゃないの？
猫なの？
overworld.
あれ犬なの？犬だと思ってたんだけど。
While we see Seko being able to find
犬とかなんかそういう系だと
Nardo,
思っ
he
てた。
finds a dragon, so he'll be able to level up that Nico on his next swing. So unless Chenya makes some miracles play right now, he's in big trouble.
となるとまだチェーンさんワンチャンありそうな。
いやでも96止まんないからな。伝承のポロで受けるか。
伝承のポロでイルーシブとかアレクシールババーンってついてワンチャンスか。
猫
一応あれやね。でもドラゴンとヨードル召喚して6になるよね。
なんか今猫犬鳥ポロクモ言ってるって。
じゃあ41のドレイクみたいなやつが
犬
猫なんじゃないの？
犬じゃん。犬って言ってたから
犬。
犬はあれじゃない。あれ雪犬が処理されて犬をパンチしない気がするけど。
だからその
猫
あれも犬なんじゃない？
猫ポロクモ犬か。ああ、猫ポロ犬猫犬ポロクモね。あ、待って、オーメンホークアタックしたから鳥もいるんだ。
鳥も入ってる。
あ、鳥じゃない。
あの41が犬だそうです。
41犬？
犬なんだ。誰もに俺たち2個使ってなすぎてわからないって。伝承のポロ弱っ。
And Seku is going to come roaring out of the gate with this next attack token.
This precious pet swing 3 times, just 6 damage. On top of the fearsome Poro, that's another 2 points of damage. This is up. This is 8 damage from 2 1-drops coming down. That's a lot. On top of the overwhelm, those 3 units single-handedly carrying your victory right now.
まだ死んでない。
Now with the attack of the unit, wow, Seku's even going
これ
to
でリー
develop
サル？
the dragon. The fused firebrand has spell shield getting even larger.
And we're gonna see Luciv coming from the Seku in the form of Nico leveling. Ooh, Nico is 4 out of 6. We're sure it's a 5 out of 6 quite yet, so should be flipping. But we see also a Yordle now.
Yeah, Yordle and dragon should be able to do it.
Yes.
インツンボ込みで。
See a Luciv, which Chenya needs to block as well, which also takes away the win con from him.
So here is the AoE buff.
ニコの声、うちらがよく聞いてる声より低いんだね。
But the extra point on this overwhelm and a massive dragon besides forces Chenya, even if he's able to survive this turn, to sacrifice all of these Poros and might be a little bit too slow on developing any threat. No Poro King in sight to begin hyperscaling these Poros to stand up to
ド
this
ラー
Nico
に引い
onslaught.
ても
Yeah, Chenya is just trying to
ド
stay
ラーに
alive
引い
at
て
this
も足ら
point,
ないか。
but like we see that precious pet being such a crucial unit in the this board where he needs to sacrifice even his elusive Poros to stay alive. And there is no win convent. Like even if you find Poro King, even if you find Zolani, does Zolani make it? He has nothing to back it up. But like the units will be chipped down on HP a bit. Null should be probably the highest HP defender coming next turn. So I'm not sure how huge Zolani will be, but it will be definitely above 10 damage. So it should allow Seku to still be alive on top of having harsh winds. So he should definitely be feeling quite safe here.
Another Poro stories, another development of a wide board.
イルーシブポロ
It has to be Poro King off the top to even pretend to have a chance.
いや足りない
We
な
need to see some frostbite snacks to be able to do anything at this point.
風あるからな。
そうだね。
そうだね、風で止まっちゃうね。
We see the black shield on the side of Chenya that are just piling up in the hand. They are not doing much against Seku. They could be useful if we see Zolani come down on top of the challenger, but like if Seku knows the deck list of the Chenya, he'll know to harsh wind right away and not give the priority to Chenya, cast action in response.
インパクトとイルーシブポロで一応リーサルはワンチャンスはあるか。イルーシブポロがインパクトから 5コストのポロから出る。
はいはいはいはい。
一応まあ相手の手が見えてない前提でやればまあワンチャンスって感じかな。
So technically, if we play at the Poro sled, we can hit another elusive Poro on top of the impact. Could be lethal. Meanwhile, we know that Seku has a harsh winds which will be able to stop them.
おー、イルーシブ増やすと。
All in all, Seku just got off to this ridiculous Nico start.
いや、
This is
賢いな。
exactly what the deck is built to do, exactly what it is known for. And Seku's just doubling down right now with Nico's champion spell to create a duplicate and have two elusive blockers anyway.
This is a really tough spot for the Chenya. Probably he will have to gamble something of the Poros. There is not much out left for him.
Seku's very happy to pass, has harsh winds, has been sitting on this all game. The curve was monstrous. The double deckhand, not only to get more pressure, but to find those missing keywords and get the Nico level up. Even though it seemed awkward right there in the mid game, where Nico wasn't leveling up as much as we would have liked to see, Alan. The Tri-Tail and the Fearsome units did all of the early homework to establish this board state right now. Lucky Poro going to take down that big cat, but still Nar, Mega Nar, another overwhelmed unit that needs to be responded to.
もうどうしようもできないよね。
Most definitely. We see that there is a double Sky Splitter and the Harsh Winds. So the mana is perfectly aligning for Seku to defend the key units for him while defending Nexus at the same time. To be able to push the lethal. He rolled actually elusive. There was an option to actually win the game if Seku had no harsh winds.
ああ、テンパでいいのか。
No second Nico to provide the elusive blocker. So that was actually winning this position while having such a bad hand from the Chenya's position. That's absolutely crazy.
フラフリすら使ってくれないもんな。
There always is, you know, a possibility for an out there. Chenya probably has a hand read of the harsh winds after seeing the Sky Splitter, knows that there's going to be a lot more interaction. Another dog, another overwhelm from the Glacial Saurian.
チェニアさん終わりかここで。とりあえずもう1戦目でだいぶ厳しそうだもんな。ここで勝ったらワンチャンスだったけど、勝たないと。
そうですね。ポロでちょっとドラゴンに勝つのだいぶきつそうだもんね。
これ1勝して春まで40分で粘る全然あったから。
そうですね。
A pretty easy way to take down the Poro King. We know that against faster, aggressive decks, it is more difficult for Poros to find their footing. If you're against something a lot slower that doesn't put on a lot of pressure, you have way more time to stall with, you know, even a 2-2 Poro
湖版そうだよなって感じだもんな。
begin to outscale
ここは
your opponent quickly.
J の試合でも
That Seku has access
水は
to
パンされてたか
Elder
ら、
Dragon Shyvana. This is Poro King's other terrible matchup.
Time for a snack, and that doesn't mean a good way for Poros. The Shyvana Dragon deck are looking.
ただ、ドラゴンデッキ、事故ればある。
まあまあまあまあまあ、そうね。
事故る可能性はあるっちゃあるデッキだから。そんなことないです。
And oh no, Jenny is going to count to 5, and Seku is also going to be counting right along with them with this lineup.
3、4、5、6と綺麗に繋がって持てます。
この3スタートね、スペルマナーずっと温存できて強いんですよね。
最強だよね。ただ、ケニアさん側もハンドはかなり強い。
ポロキングまで綺麗に繋がって、
あるある。
で、伝承もあるから。
なくはない。
identifies correctly that the way to beat dragons is to run them over early. I need to swarm, I need to beat down.
エルダーシバーナはポロキングにも有効ですかっていう質問が来てるんだけど、
Getting the affectionate Poro is key here to pull the
エルダー
next
シバー
single
ナは
development to the side.
強いよね。
Keep this onslaught
強い。
going.
エルダーシバーナは強い。
ここの3バース強いな。3バース強すぎるマジで。
シバーナ取ってワンチャンスかじゃね。
シバーナ取
If you
っ
play
て、
him unleveled, he'll begin to create normal Poro snacks.
Oh,
So there is
違う。
still the threat of some scaling, especially because Seku does not have those key combat tricks.
ポロキングの
Very interesting turn. Chenya
Chinga
could
Yusen
have
ka.
went for the removal of Shyvana, decides to instantly pay the extra Poro to go for that flip on the Poro King. Do you agree with this line? Would you go for the Shyvana?
うわ、ハッシュ引いた。熱いよ。
Win condition in this matchup.
I think
この静寂はだいぶ
getting
熱
the
い。
Poro King down and flipped as soon as possible is key because you get the special snack, which is
ありますね。
cheaper, easier
あり
to
ますか
weave into your
ポロキング
turn,
側あ
and
り
the
ますか
longer you wait
あ
to
り
get
ます
the Poro
はい
King down, that's one more draw that Seku's going to get to potentially have a combat trick. The single combat
試
fortunately
合は引
comes
いてき
through
たけ
here,
ど、
and the King is just a
このターン
little
は取れ
bit
なく
too
て、
big for the current Dragon board to deal with.
And we see a hot dog coming for the
ポロキング行くと取られちゃう。
はい。だからポロキングは下げて、下げない。
Question is, do you attack with the Poro King here as well, just to apply a bit more pressure? You run into that single combat problem.
How
本当に
safe can you keep this Poro King? The
長い
Screeching
よ。
いかない。
Dragon will get a block, Fury will activate, maybe it can attack
リ
next
ストと
turn
に
to
らめっ
pull
こ
the
してる時間
Poro
なんか
King.
ないもん。
With this Pepper Snack, he will go become a 6-6, maybe a 7-7. Dragons are so good when they're able to outscale, but there's a chance this Poro King might get too big.
いや、これありますね。
You see quite a good chunk of impact. Chenya was considering going for
いや、
the
これあれやな。
straight up lethal here with the hot dog.
ドラゴンガードとフューリーで
Poro King alive.
スクリッチドラゴンでポロキング取られちゃうね。
ああ、そうだね。取られちゃうね。だったら行くべきだね。
ああ、どちらにせよ取られるなら行った
でも、
方がいい。
ライフ守る方を優先するか、これ。
Yeah, has the hush in
あ、ライフ
hand
守った。
that might help a bit.
まあ、次のターン、チャレンジャーで引っ張ったら
Yeah,
取れ
goes
るから
for
って
the
こと
single
だよね。
combat, thinks that as long as I can just
シ
chump
バーナ
block
が
the
進化
Poro
する
King and keep it from attacking, I should be able to control from here. Now up to an 8-5, that's pretty gargantuan, along with Shyvana leveling up
これ
on
パン
Seku's
チし
next
て、あ
open
れ
attack
か
will get strafing strike for another
急降下
combat
取っ
trick.
て、
Genia can potentially respond with a sunburst if Seku
Poro King
chooses to
を取りに行こう
develop
か。
instead. But because Genia also has Poro stories in hand, we can make sure there's always going to be plenty of hands in
た
the
だ
gate
横
where
並
you
べ
keep
で
the
いけるよね
snacks up and running.
抜け
Seku
て。
smartly open attacks, make sure to get that strafing strike to take down the king before it's too late.
横並べで、
でこれで急降下打ってきたら、ハッシュで守れるもんね。静寂で。
そうっすね。
でもこれ、展開だよね。まあまあまあ、3バーストでもいいけど。
If Genia passes here, maybe trying to
は
wait
いはい
out the
はい。こ
strafing
れで
strike.
取ってもいいし、ポロ並べて
A
もいい
chance
よ
of
って
having
いう
another。Poro King, but just gonna go
6
wide.
面展開して、
is how far I can push
間に合
this.
っ
Only
てそ
one
う。
special snack
したら
was
い
put
けるよ
on
ね
the stack, but these poros are
うん
still going to
盤
be
面
much
手札
wider
的
than
に
dragons.
次
Seku
盤
down
面
to
に
6
似てるの
HP
が
already. If he can't fill this
もう2
board,
体
if
しか
the
出なく
strafing
て
strikes aren't
そうだね
there, he
で、まあ
will
急
get
降か
swarmed
探
down by
検
the
か
fluff.
服のドラゴン
回復
で
8点だよね。
One unit,
そうだね
maximum two
で
per
3
turn,
体
while
3
Chenya can develop
3体分
six
は決
white
められ
board
て
on curse of 1 or 2 turns, which
あと
will
3
be
体
providing
そ
him
こに
lethal. Once we
で
see
ラ
the
インパク
explorer
トが
coming
2点
down,
3
providing
イン
the
パクトが2
refreshments for
点
the
の
extra HP just
死
to
んで
stay
るね
alive. And Strafing Strike will be able to take down one of the poros. We
こ
can
こに
imagine
急
that Chenya
降
would
下は多分打たされ
Yeah,
るか
getting
ら
the refreshments is basically like developing a blocker against
だ
a
ったらエンド
2-2
でも
Poro,
いい
yeah?
Yeah,
ああ
definitely.
いや偉い
And we
な
see
ちゃん
that
とエンドした
Chenya just
エンド
passed,
にして
making Seku waste the
で
Strafing Strike, which is pretty
で
big.
ユニット
What
展
Alex can
開
do is just
ユニット展開
ユニット展開
Yeah,
develop a
not
blocker.
で一番多分いらないやつ
I
だ
was
け
just
出
gonna
しとい
say,
て
not
相手
using
の
that strafing strike to
こういう果たし合いみたいなカード
take
は
out
一応ケアして
another
っていう
Poro is
はいはいはい
massive there. Wants to
次
float
フィア
that
サム
extra
とか出すん
mana
じゃないかな
to head into the next rounds. As long as
あ
I
回復
have
引けない
parity of blockers in play, I'm not going to extend
まあ許してもい
further
いかどっ
and
ちでもいい
give
か
Chenya
でイン
more
パクトインパクト
opportunities
で
インパクト
beyond
インパク
this
ト
combat trick to develop now.
And we see a 6 white poros
で
on top of elusive
これでリミットレイズリリースされて
and there is nothing,
処理されて
absolutely nothing dragons
おや
されて
つで勝ちか
おやつで勝ちだね
おお
Got a lot of
なるほど
blocking
勝ったね
potential here. Gentleman's duel, thankfully in the hand, trying to make it work, but Chenya has Poro snacks. I think this might be just
これ
enough to
イン
do
パクト
it.
消した方がいいんじゃない
Yep, we have 2 impact,
インパクトをね
あでもあれか
That's
ア
like
アタアタック状態だから果たし合い関係ないのか
そうそうそう果たし合いで打点
Chenia
入るから
finding the line, absolutely able to get there with this ridiculous Poro swarm draw into the king on curve, forcing Seku to respond to that one big target and take a turn off of controlling this wide
これ
board
チェニ
state.
アこ
The
こ勝つ
redevelopment
と
was
はい
全然あるんだよな
monumental
ちゃんと
for
セトカルマ
Chenia in this
とドラ
series
ゴン
of
で
Raid 2
戦えるように
Game
なった
3.
から
ああなるほど
It
外
seemed
から
that
も
Chenya could
VS
develop
ドラ
to
ゴン
go
だ
for
から
removal, go for
それがある
slower.
からっ
He
てい
opted
う
to go for the
はいはい
fast,
でここでおやつ
instead
ですよ
faced
ねで
swarm and smoking down, getting a perfect lethal on the
ただ
Seku,
ねやっ
just finishing
ぱ
off
エルダードラゴン
the
深海エルダードラゴンはもう
Actually winning a
止まんないん
game,
で、
はい
hot dog with them Poro stacks coming from the
まあそこまでの戦い
itself.
どれだけアタックさせずに
Unbelievable that
Town
Chenya was
流してい
able
く
to
か
beat that really rough matchup and take it to a game 3. Now we've got Elder Dragon Shyvana versus Seraphine Karma set. Another
ち
big
ょっと序盤にリコールカードちゃんとしてるから
mid-range
ね
deck for Ionia
うん
4ターン目までに
PvZ to attempt
はい
to
はい
deal
はい
with.
Yeah, so this is all
シバーナ
about
がアタ
how
ックさ
much
せないことをまず
pressure
第一
can
前提
Seku
な気が
have
条件な気がす
in
る
the turns 1 to 4, 1 to 5, and because the Seraphine set Karma doesn't have really that much good removal going into the Dragons, because those wins are usually a bit too big.
タッチだが見えて
So
ま
if
すね
Seku wins here, he might be in trouble if he has not enough
返しましたね
pressure, and Chenya can just develop. And the insane card in for this matchup is 9 lives, because it actually
お事故っ
provides
た
to the blockers that can
おーっ
or
と
damage.
おっとこれは
Really a good breakpoint for this matchup.
Yeah, Chenya has multiple win conditions in here, simply being able to block down versus any early
これは
game or
あります
multiple recalls
これは
and
チェニア
stun
選手
blinds
あります
happening Seku's single developments. This is
あ
going
り
to
ます
be
あります
これありますよ
あります
one
あと
because
岩田の
it's
配信を見てい
double
る
Gem Dragon,
あの
double
エイパッ
Cloud
ク
Drake,
エイパ
just
ッ
trying to
クサーバーの皆さん
create this massive board
朗報ですって
state
感じですね
that
Look at the
Chenya can
Seku's
only kick down
hands.
the ward.
あります
This is absolutely bad spot for the Seku. You have pass on turn 1, 2, 3, absolutely zero pressure burn, even free mana, while Chenya has a great development.
で
of
シ
just
バーナが出
9
てきま
lives,
し
いや
た
leaning,
勝てそうだ
into
な
the Seraphine
はい
そうだな
development. You have already a great
これ
combo.
セラフィン
You have
置く
double recall, you have Honing Gate, you have Notify.
かないん
All
じゃ
of
ない
those cards are
パスか
premium in this matchup in terms of removal. You just need slightly more mana, work with them.
And Seku
Yeah,
doesn't
era
want to
すぎる
take the
ね
risk of attacking because that 9 lives is a 4-2. It sets up the damage-based
いや
removal
ー
nicely.
瀬戸引い
Seku's
てんの
strategy
偉す
from
ぎる
this
な
point
2
is
枚
just
目
to
まで引いた
passively
2枚目引いて
develop
ますね
all of these big units and hope that Chenya doesn't hit something ridiculous like Sunken Temple to really snowball this game. That's looking to take down Shyvana and forces Seku to respond here.
We'll see Seku probably challenging the Poro to just grow Shyvana to protect her from the set. And this is a great turret for Chenya. can opt into just notify.
これむずっ
He needs the Sivana.
これはうまいね。
ここを取ればいやセットで取りきれないでしょってことだよね。
For the second
そう
play
うん
here.
そうだよね。
Unfortunate part,
これうまい
is
ね
that。he has no
Mm.
combat tricks here to really protect the Shyvana. He can try to kill the second part of the 9
でも
lives.
ミスティックショットあるか
We
ら
see there will be also
取れる。
Mystic Shot coming down.
取れる。まあでもセク選手側はミスティックショットあること分かってないから、そう見えないはずだから、なんとも。うまー。お上手ですね。
And again, that's a pretty good hand. The problem is you need your win con. The win con is Bekali
あ、
bars
ここ
and
クラウドから
Kentempo
入る
to
んだ。
get those discounts going. Even though it's looking pretty good for Chenya, it might go fast out of the
クラウド
control.
クラウ
Even
ド
how
クラウ
explosive
ド
is
みたいな感じで
Sek's hand. He can just
そう
develop
だね。
the Cloudy Drakes into Cloudy Drakes, get
そ
your
の
hand
でかい
discounted.
ドラゴンいっぱい出してってい
This
う
board will be
勝ち方狙ってるってことだね。
なるほど、大きなドラゴンいっ
At
ぱ
the
い
end
出
of
し
the day,
て
this is still an Elder
勝っていき
Dragon
ますってい
deck, so
う。
we
はい
know
はいは
that
い。
the power spike comes at round 6 and beyond. Cloud Drake hits the board, gets challenger,
これセット取り
puts
ま
some
すよ、
pressure
ダメ
down
です
onto
よ
the
っていう。
set
は
and
い。
is recalled. Sets up another potential play for an open attack. Strafing Strike now put on the stack and is notified. Cloud Drake goes away. Set stays alive. This is another 8 damage threatened with Chenya's attack token, setting Seku all the way down to 3
顔が
HP.
すごい詰めてる。
What a
そう
position
だよ
to be.
ね。
You're
セトカルマとは
fighting
思え
another
な
8
い。
damage.
うん、
That's
すごい。
詰め方してるね。
すごいね。
Like another Mystic Shot paired up, maybe
こう
Seraphine
な
can
るときついよな。
create something.
Yeah, Chenya is thinking, I've got.
攻め
I
攻
think
め
that Chenya is
て
definitely
攻め
saying
て
Seku
攻め
can only
て
realistically develop
っていう
maybe
感じの
one
デッ
unit this
キ
turn because it's a dragon deck.
やから
I
上の方
could
は。
はいはい
bully
は
a
い。
bit by
ライフ詰め
developing
られちゃう
looking
と
for more
そう守り
attackers
に
or more
うんうん
burn
うん。
damage
回
and
る
just
とち
let
ょっと
Set
な。
pull to the side whatever is developed instead. Likes the 8
こ
damage though.
れ
It's a hard
ミス
offer
ティ
to
ックショッ
turn
ト
down.
と瀬戸の裏1点で勝つからね。
Damage development would be definitely worth it because it could be followed up by the recall and just going for the lethal because we again know that Seku is most likely being able to only develop
めっちゃ笑ってる。
one unit
回
per
復を選ばされてる。
Imagine being forced to
Yeah.
take healing in the mid game versus Seraphine Karma set. It's only
ただ
the World Championship
クラウド
you're
クラ
gonna
ウ
see
ド
absolutely nonsense games like this.
はできる
Matchups
から。
completely turned on their heads, folks. Here to
Yeah,
help,
we
used to heal upset.
and grant him the extra damage because whenever the
Fucking
unit
go.
is damaged, it also gets the bonus
うん。
damage
そう
on top of
セラ
that.
フィン
So
中
like
国
it
語
will
で
be
すね。
challenging the Cloudy Drake whenever he'll try to come and get it. And then we'll see the Chenya stop decks. Those are absolutely crucial now. He needs to find the Sunken Temple to shuffle this
いや
hand because
手
again,
札が
it's a
弱い
great
な。
hand to protect your board, but it doesn't necessarily win you quite yet.
瀬戸裏もあるんで、
This would be so
まあでも
important
瀬戸浦
for Seku to
こっちのアタッ
stabilize
クで
from
使いた
this
いよ
point.
な。
Now with
ここまで
Cloud
来たら
Drake。being chained into
う
Cloud
ん
Drake would be massive development after massive development. But because
旋
Chenya's
風も
managed
引
to
けてるん
work
で
in、this early
はい。
tempo, set Seku down to 5
あと4
HP,
点入れば、
all Chenya needs to do is kick back and defend. What the deck specializes in
4
doing
2が
is
入
wait
れ
for
ば
burn
勝ち
top
なんだ
deck
よ
to
な。
come through.
あ、ここで瀬戸の裏ス
Look
ペルを
at
使っ
the
て
set spell coming in,
止める。
stunning the drakes, absolutely massive for the stalling. We'll see probably advanced intel this
ま
turn
あ瀬
to
戸のカウンティン
just
グなんだろ
cycle a bit hand, try to level up Seraphine. But
だいぶ
look
進ん
at
でそうだ
the
けど。
discounts that the Cloud Drakes provided. We might see another Drake come down into full board of dragons following up next turn.
Yeah, Chenya has Unworthy Soul. If you keep developing Cloud Drakes as your threat, it is a card that your opponent is disincentivized to recall. It just makes itself cheaper. So many of the other units in hand cheaper. But Chenya has the body blocks. The dragons aren't overwhelming as long as you have that defense. That's all that matters. Seraphine is just on the cusp of leveling up. And if Set is able to stick around the
これって
showstoppers,
あ
well,
あ
it
そうだ
doesn't
ね
matter
ユ
how
ニッ
big
ト
a
プレイ
dragon
ね
is. The showstopper will put it to its end.
There's a screeching coming down.
そしたら許します
threatening
戻しますよ
threatening Seraphine, and we see immediate recall. Penya checks if there is any single combat before he decides to draw, because he had a deny backup, and now we'll see if he decides to up out of deny and go for the draw.
私あるからマナは使えないよ。
This is very similar to what we saw before. As long as I have board parity, I think I'm okay. You really want to draw into another answer for the Screeching Dragon or that challenger.
瀬戸2枚目引いた。
Face breaker, punishing these developments, getting rid of 2 blockers and getting ready to attack with everything.
I mean, this is
無
the
限に
turn
スタン
where
さ
you
せて
get
くるやんみ
double
たいなこと今
showstopper, you get double divine draft, you have just 4 damage coming from
効果
Seraphim's
拒絶
spells.
して
And like we're gonna see the strafing strike, but there is already deny in the hand, and there is nothing else that can interact with Chenya's board.
で急降下許しませんよと。で3540マナ、あと5マナ。
あと5マナはあれに見えてるね。コイン2コスト2コストで
いけるね。
Chenya is just defying all logic in this best of 3, Alan. Every way we thought that this matchup would go, it has gone the opposite. Never have I seen a Seraphine set that generate this much early pressure in Temple without a sunken Temple, without back alley bar, just pure units on board. Duking it out. This is exactly what Set is known for. And now with Seraphine leveling, the Dragons cannot keep up with this. The face breakers are monstrous with doubled up Divine Draft to bring another blocker low.
うわー作れた。
うわー
GG だ。
Did you see it yet? We see that there will be Set generating
す
showstopper.
ごい。
すごいチェニアさん勝った。
あーすごい。
We know that Seko can develop 2 more units, which should
瀬戸カルマとは思えない。
to stay alive.
もっとね。
9ターン目に勝ってる瀬戸カルマなかなか見ない。
なかなか見ない。
No healing. This is a pretty big board coming from the Seko, but like, yeah, Seraphine doesn't really care about your board. He's just gonna throw some good all removal and punch you down.
Warm up does come through on the Allegiant to keep that blocker alive.
いやまさか瀬戸カルマに負けるとは思ってないよなこのデッキで。
思わないよね。
いやーすごいわ。
すごいね。
これあれなんですよね。多分APAC以外の地域の人からしたら、多分これチェニアさんのデッキでここまで来てるのマジなんだろうって感じだと思うよ多分。
すごいわこれチェニアの日の可能性あるね今日。
ありますね。
J の敵打ちました。
打ちました。
そうだね。
そうだよそうだ。
2人で調整してるっぽいもんね、ツイート見てる感じ。
あ、もうあれなんですよ、同じチームなんですよ、彼らは。ね、はい。
なんか僕の夢はここで終わりましたみたいな。
てか、どっちもすごい甘えないって感じだったよね。まあそりゃそうなんだけど。
うまくねみたいな感じ。
9つの命が強かったな。
そうだね。
That was definitely a rough one. I mean, Boulevard, we looked at that hand and went, this is going to be an uphill battle.
セク選手はロアブラケットに行きます。
But you still
だよ
have
ね。
to give respect to Chenya for finding that aggression so early and identifying that that was the right thing to do, right?
It was incredibly heads up of Chenya to pull the trigger on the 9 lives that early and say, yeah, this is not plan A, it's not really plan B. In fact, it's not really in the playbook.
すごいものを見たって感じ。
いや勝つと思ってなくてちょっと一旦1時間寝るかって言われてもおかしくないマッチアップだったから。どうして選手勝つからちょっと寝るかみたいなやられてもおかしくないようなマッチアップだったはずだから。
すごいよね。
When you're playing decks like the Karma set or the Seraphine set, you need to be identifying what is the best
セク
value
選手
that
応援して
every
る
card
側はあ
is
れよ
giving.
勝ったな風呂
And
入ってくる
Nine
みたい
Lives
な。
does have different ways of showing its value.
うん
Typically, it's a
正
burst
直
blocker,
この
but
デッキ
you
の
don't
持
need
ち
that
込み
as
実
much
際
in this matchup
同
because
じ
you
デッ
make
キを
it
使ってい
sure
る
you're using your mana effectively.
あ
Then
の
you're
JO1
able to
選手には
try
勝
and
ってる
put
からね
as much
セク
damage
選
as
手
you
は
can, making an
そうそう
understanding
そ
of
う。
what
そ
these
う
cards are doing. Chenier was really, really clever with not only that play but everything else throughout the entire game,
だ
using
から
these
ね
recalls
う
aggressively,
ん
knowing how to tax mana against a deck like Seku's.
Yeah, it was just so beautifully played out there. And as you said, Spids, this was already two very difficult game 2 and 3s that Chenia was going to have to find a creative out for. But it goes all the way back to, I feel like, the bans that happened for this matchup, where you look at these three deck lineups and was it the right call there for both of our players to ban what they did? What do you
これ
think?
次誰の
Spids?
試合だちょっと待って
It's always so awkward because once you lose,
えっ
you're like,
と
okay, what could I have done better? What could have been the
次
right
が
play? But unfortunately, this results-based analysis for something like a ban is something you're not really allowed to do because that feeling you get of losing those matchups would have been
次
so
が
much worse if those bans didn't end up being the case. So I think they were the right bans, but it always feels awkward, and you always have that in the back of your mind. What if I didn't do that? What if I
ロ
did
ワーで
something
勝った
very
2人。
different?
ロワーで勝った2人
Yeah, it was sort of a call out on the side of Chenia saying, I really don't want to play a Poro King mirror, especially when Chenia is already at an inherent disadvantage in
これ
that
次の
matchup
試
due
合
to
ま
the
でど
lack
れ
of
ぐらい待つん
Yumi
だろ
because
う
that's already been committed to the Fizz list. So I think that while the Dragon list from
20 ぐらいじゃない
Seku
のか
looked
な。
like a mountain to climb for Chenia, especially given how Seku's matchups previously in the
すぐ
tournament
始まるん
versus
じゃないのかな。
JO1 went, who's on the same lineup, the Dragon versus Poro matchup
さっき
looks
結構なかかったから
abysmal for the
言
side
って
of the
5分ぐらいか
Poro
な。
player, and
90
Chenia
分
finding
か。
that
う
very
ん
sneaky exact lethal thanks to double impact Poro was just massive. And yeah, you maybe
4
could
時
go
5
back
分
and
と
say,
か
yeah,
かな
Dragons looked so rough, maybe you should have banned it, but Chenia found a way
これ
to
でも、チェニ
kill
アさん
that
側から
list
したらセク選手
regardless.
がロワーから上がってくると終わるんだ
King
よね。
looked really weak throughout
確
the
かに
first two
確かに
games, right? It's this
もう一
Swarm
回
deck
勝つのは多
that
分無理なんだよ。
doesn't actually
うん
get
うん
its
う
Swarm
ん
going on until after around
そう
turn
ね
7,
もう
where
一
you
回
start
勝つの
getting
ちょ
to
っ
find
と
out
厳しい
who's
ね
going
そうだよ
on.
ね
Sorry
フ
against
リ
the
マッチアッ
Nico
プ
deck.
っていうのも上がって
Nico
る
is
だろう
able
し
to swarm so much
う
more
ん
だから
aggressively,
チェニア
so
選手
much
側からした
earlier.
ら、
Nico swarm
いやもう
potential
本
comes
当
around
に
on turn
いや
4,
もう勝
turn
たないでく
5,
れみたいな。
Poro King 6
う
and 7,
頼
ん
む
UFC.
今祈りを捧げてい
The
る段
issue
階
of
から。
the clock and when you're actually threatening your damage be quite relevant all throughout today.
Yeah, we've already seen the tempo get set by a few of our players to be just a touch faster, but that is what
これ
makes
何が
Legends
き
of
ついって
Runeterra so
あの
exciting is when
エ
you
イ
do
パ
see
ック
that
は
dance
時
on
差の問
the
題でめ
field.
ちゃめちゃき
But
ついって言われてますから
Chenia,
ね
with
この
that
大
2-1
会
victory,
毎
gets
回そうだけ
forward
ど
to the
ね
grand finals where he is guaranteed a
まあ、エイ
second
パック
place
は
or
しょうがない
better.
よ。
そう
But
しょうがない
congratulations
ゲー
to
ムも
him.
そ
そう
Seku still
仕
has
方ないん
another
ですよ
shot
う
dropping
ん仕方
down
ないんですよ
into the lower bracket where he will be waiting in that loser's finals. But who's gonna face him? Only one way to find out, and that's after this break when we go to our next match.
そうだよねここの2個抜けなかったからもうやばいかもねっていう話だったんだもんね
う終わったと思った。
うんだけどドラゴンにポロキングで勝つっていう
もう終わりやねって思って
うん
た。マジで。
うんうんうんグランドファイナルは今日行われますね
このセラフィーンって女、ずっと環境に続けるんだろうな。
エターナル送りにならなければね
そうだね。
はい
エターナルでやってほしかった気持ちもちょっとあるけどな。ワールズ。
ね。
まあた
エターナルも
だ
あくまでおまけみたいな感じで。
ただその最初にエターナルスタンダード分けた時にコンペティティブに力入れますよスタンダードですよっていう感じだったから仕方ないのかな、
ないとは思いつつも。
というわけで皆さん、次の試合おそらく10分後だと思いますので10分後にお会いしましょう。試合開始と同時にまた配信を開始したいと思います、それまで皆さん飲み物を飲んだり仮眠を取ったり休憩を取ってください。 ではまた10分後にお会いしましょう。 取ってまいりました。というわけで、また解説はですね、引き続き黒さんと滝さんにお願いしております。よろしくお願いします。皆さん一応言っときますね。公式キャスターですら交代制なのに、うちらはずっとやってますから。ギリギリですよ、もう。ギリギリです。
見てくれる皆さんのね、やっぱ見てくれる皆さんがいるからモチベが上がるんですよ。
そうです。見てくれてありがとうございます。はい。
最後まで見てね。
最後まで見ようね。最後までみんなで見ようね。そうね。寝ないで。もうここだけの話なんですけども、実はですね、この解説はあれですよ、ボランティアでやっていただいてるんですよ。
無給です。
無給です。
好きでやってるから。
本当にありがとうございます。まあ私たちはあれですよね。モルデカイザーのプレイマットとかリュックがライアットから届けば別にいいんですけど。
そうですね。
そうですね。そうですね。プレイマットが届けばね。そう、プレイマットが届けば、まあ、いいですよね。
頼むぞライアット。見てるか。
ライアットは多分見てないです。
見てるからやっと。
アズーレーンやってる間に始まった。
はい、始まっております。はい。というわけで1戦目はニーラジャンナー vs エルダードラゴンですかね。はい、いやこれマジでさ、ニーラジャンナーが好きって言ってニーラジャンナーで勝ったらマジでかっこいいよな。本当にかっこいい。この人が出るためにまたこの話して毎回勝ってんだよな。
ニーラジャンナー勝ちそうだけどな。
でもニーラジャンナー勝っても待ってるのチェニアさんだからね、勝ってないよ。
あ、確かに。
待ってる人間がね、上にいるのが強すぎるから。
でもさ、ニーラジャンナにセトカルマにポロキングにとか来たらさ、前のパッチでやってんのかなって感じだよね。ちょっと一個前のパッチだよね。
エターナルっぽいよ。
確かに。
Very cool play there, not wanting to play your Vicrash and get it easily killed. We're going to see
the
Palooza come down, summon Avora, decent unit, can attack next turn, deal a little bit of damage. We have seen this Elder Dragon deck need to be able to deal that chip damage early in order to find their wins later on, especially against a deck like Talponators that will put you on a clock because all of their champions, all of their main cards are quite aggressive.
The early bird always is lurking on the sides. Getting rid of Tide Dancer, getting rid of that key win con for Talponator could be disastrous right now. If it hits Exalted Cloudwinder or Divine Whirlwind, that's a lot of utility and potential card draw taken away from Talponator. Unfortunately, 2 Slipstreams are shuffled into the deck. Can give him some reload soon. I wonder if Talponator does want to take 3 damage now or just sacrifice the crush.
今打つよね。
Shino's got a really interesting defensive hand. It's so many just Broadway now is the expensive unit as well as this Rebel Fish, but 2 Wallops are going to do a great job. And when we get to around turn 7, turn 8, when the Tide Dancer comes down, when Nilla might be attacking, doing at level 2, if you pre-commit that Wallop, it deals with so much of Nilla's power. So while this hand looks sort of okay from Jerzino, when we go into the future, it's going to look even better. Talponator is going to have to find those power cards.
打つかな。
下側からしたらクライドワインダーまだ見えてないから。
あ、でも打ちましたね。
Leaves the Exalted Cloudwinder vulnerable as the 5-drop. Jerzino getting a lot of information on the hand.
The card gets discarded. Pool Shark might come down this turn. We have seen Talponator be really aggressive with these Pool Sharks, and this seems like a relatively good time.
あそこで旋風戻してなかったら旋風が飛んでたの。
So I can see that try and come down, but you might also want to play it in a future turn to try and get that sort of 2-draw combo. But you know that you're going to be drawing your Slipstream soon, and that could be a little bit of a concern piece. If this draws Slipstream and then that draws into expensive cards, that could be concerning. You got to think about where are my Slipstreams, where are all these fleeting cards coming from. Talponator does decide to play the Pool Shark, try and get those cards sooner rather than later.
Conchologist finding a group shot is pretty nice, getting another ping in case there's further development, further wide
一番右の
attacks
カード
here.
でバ
I
ック
could
すれば
certainly see heroic refrain as
ミ
an
ーラーブロッ
idea.
クできる
Try to
っ
get
てい
some
うところ
additional
で
up trades and strangle Talpinator
Hi,
out of
hi, hi.
resources. A
ブ
lot
ロー
of
ド
players
勉
have
強と合
fallen
わせ
prey
て
to this
グルショー
mentality.
は
I
い
can
はい。
certainly run John and Neela out of cards, right? And you
冒
could
険団
certainly
で
be
ミ
mistaken
ーラーを
and
ブロックしに行く
condensed.
のか
And you can see there's a case to be
みたい
made
な
for
タク
all
ティクス
three
か
of these
ね。
cards, and Yoshino has to think fast.
Manifest pool can be so large for the Conchologist. We do see the Rock Refrain come down. It has been such an important card that we've seen in the past, and being able to block a brash unit is it's going to be quite important here because you can now make your Nora able to up trade into this Nilla. Be quite useful
お
to
ー
see.
すごい戻したハウリングゲイルじゃなくて旋風引いてきて遊撃も引いてきてコスト2に下がっていく
いやでかっ
すごい。
これで
うん。
冒険
You see
弾
the
取
cold
って
shot drawn, and quite a
鉄
good
3
card to
に
get
し
flipping
て
on
ミー
because
ラー
it's
ブロッ
just,
クしよう
it's
と
just
し
like
た
a
ら
2-mana spend
旋
a
風で
card,
破
put
壊されてい
something
く
into
と
the deck. Don't really care too much. It's sort of like gets rid of fleeting on itself and it does draw the slipstream for the future turn. But Yoshino, you can see that they're vibing. They've drawn everything they wanted to at this point. They got the perfect portals. They got what they wanted off the Conchologist. They're going to be able to go into the future feeling pretty comfy. And seeing this Nilla attack when you took this Rogue Refrain expecting this has got to feel quite good.
Having the ability to uptrade into this champion is so key. 10 out of 16 we're seeing on the board now for that level up. And when she levels, you know, you're getting even more slipstream in the deck. When you're attacking, you're getting free AoE damage, free chip damage. But Talpinator continuously wanting to value the slipstreams in this matchup, knows that it's going to be a value grind fest. With one slipstream in the hand, there is a small case to be made for maybe kicking back on this pile of spells, but no, decides to commit.
すごいね。このイルーシブもい
That
あ
Rogue
痛
Refrain
ったっ
coming
てい
down
かない
has
ん
got to
だ。
feel awful. When you're looking at the deck list, you're trying to see what is every possible card they could have. There aren't any buff spells. You're not able to play around things like Form Up or anything. Just seeing that's got to feel bad. But we do see the Divine Whirlwind in response. It's discounted. It's going to get rid of this card, keeping the Nilla around. Because it's going to level up soon. It'll probably be leveled up by the time it's the next attack token. We see that open attack to try
基
and deal
本
with things
的
with
に
Wall
バ
Break.
フ入
Open
って
attack
ない
can't deny the
リス
level
ト
2 effect from
見
Nilla.
えてるリ
It's
ス
going
ト
to
で
be
は
quite good. So keeping
バ
that
フないん
Nilla
です
around
けど
very, very
はい
important for Talpinator for their win condition.
だから22
This
行
is
って
such a
も
beautiful sequence now.
22
He
とぶつかっ
exalted
て
Cloudwinder just to
相打ち
play
になる
on
ん
this
で
off
別
turn
に
and
まあ
then
行っても
go
行か
into
んくて
the
も一
attack
緒みたい
token
な
with even
感じのとこ
more
あるんですけど、
resources
まあ行かないで
alongside
ちゃんと行かない
Slipstream.
で
うん。
A free
カイル
one
医
for
学者
one
から
block
手に入
here,
れた
two
冒
for
険
two.
弾
Talpinator keeping the
ケアしてい
board
くことに
narrow.
成功。
Currently no portals available for
すごい
Yoshino to
ね。
refuel after this. It will be
試合
with
が
the
決まり
top deck and the
かねないよう
slipstream.
な
Neela should be leveling up. There's going to be a
状態ではあ
lot
っ
of
たけど
damage coming
ちゃ
out
ん
of the
と
gate.
うん。
しかもちゃんと体がいいんだ
Yoshino
ヒー
has
ル
quite a few options for how they want to be
すごいね。
defensive here. You are able to do the
バ
trinket
フか
trades
かったら
here.
ニー
無理かも
ラジャンラ好
しれない。
きですってことなんだよね
If you even get
うん、
another
そう、
two
ニーラジャンラ好きですっていうことたちよ
fishes
ね。
and Nora, you can also go for broad main, say, hey, if I want to try and
わあ
top
す
deck
ごい
something or try and get something off this trinket trade to deal with the board, that could be quite a line. We do see
愛に応
Talpinator
えて
do
るじゃ
a
ん。
bunch of drawing here, get the
ニーラジャン
master
ラ
to
も。
put something back in and get the master lookout, which gets the buff because of all the draws that we've seen.
Yeah, just recognizing I want more
下
swarm, I
側
want more resources. I know that when
下
I'm playing
側
against Respect Your Elders, this is the turn where they
スペル
usually
カウン
commit
ト
to one singular
防ぎに
development.
で
The Talpinator fully exploiting what his opponent is most likely to do by committing to this counter swarm idea.
See the Quicken come down. A good way of dealing with 3 damage, right? Quicken sort of in this moment just
進展
says
取るんだ
heal
ね。
3, which is what you want from a deck like Yoshino's. Talpinator's about to go so wide with all this swarm potential. Getting the discounted Cloudwinder, probably going to go into the Mayim, either for draw or mana. Both are pretty justifiable here. And Yoshino thinking, how am I going to deal with this? Because this looks really aggressive, and my
ブ
only
ロードメイ
answers
ン
for
上
it
で何か取
in
りたいけ
response
ど
are going to be things like Wallop and Quicken. That's not going to feel amazing.
Alpinator has a very
ニ
interesting
ーラが重い
idea
で
with
す
Mariam.
ね。
Shuffle back that second
そう
Neela,
ですねし
get
かも
some
ニーラ
spell
進化見え
mana
てるしね
maybe to use
うん
the Mystic Shot to clear a board spot. Yoshino wants
こ
to
れ上の
save
人はあれで
this
しょ
Quicken
多分マリ
to
アムアッ
answer
プドラフト
Neela.
でしょ
And I wonder if Talpinator is going to
まあマリアム
anticipate
でニー
something
ラ
very
戻して
strong was grabbed off the
まあどう
trinket
する
trade.
のかな。
うん。
I see the broad main come down instead. Instead of developing multiple units, setting up one larger unit, it is playing around things like this Mystic Chop, but not necessarily playing around Howling Gale. I'm pretty sure Howling Gale will be able to deal 5 in this instance, so we could see Talpinator go for the mana,
あー
then
つ
go
かな
for
か
the
ったから
Howling Gale, deal with the
死ぬ
broad main,
ね
prevent the capacity for something like a pie toss or a group shot to deal with Nilla coming up because there won't be the Brogmean on the field anymore. Perfect sequencing from Talponator. You can see it on Josino's face. They're so upset.
すごいな。
No tough on the
答えてるデッキが。
results in this exquisite tempo play from Talponator into this open swing. Nila leveling up from the card draw thanks to Exalted Cloud.
ここまで持ってくるっていうことはこういうことなんですよねっていう感じだね。
This is almost lethal. Double Mystic Shot.
ミスティックショット2枚。
このパンチって飛び道具で。
Mystic Shot and Eye of the Storm as well. Everything you could possibly want. Talponator got the best draw they could.
バフがあるので。
Josino down to like 4 HP. We're going to see the wallops come down, try and interact with this a little bit. It won't just be 4 HP. But what an amazing, amazing draw and sequence from Talponator. And Yoshino doesn't have a great way of getting back to this. We're going to see the quick
2枚目のコテンパンまで打たされる
10 health is not what you want to be as against an aggro, against a combo, against a burn deck.
Oh my god, Eye of the Storm counters quick. Units below 3 or less attack. Has to commit the second wallop now just to sustain this damage. And what I love so much about this swing is that Nila put Slipstream in the deck. She's already dealt 2 damage to the Nexus. You feel like you've already gotten so much value even if her pure attack doesn't connect. Yoshino sitting at 10 HP, still pretty difficult without a Riptide Rex to really swing this one back in his favor.
We're going to see these Burblefish come down and they can create some amazing cards. This bursting backpack, not really what you want. It's not what you were really looking for. But if we can see something like a pie toss come down, if we can see something like a group shot out of this Burblefish, we can try and see something. So we're going to see Oceanic Will or Mountainous Vigor as options. You can go for the heal to try and be defensive or Mountainous Vigor to try and deal with other things. We're going to go for the heal. We're going to see the Bandle Tellstone that is able to deal with one of these units, such as the Nilla, such as the Master Lookout. But Yoshino is going to try and rely on that draw and try and set up for a Riptide Rex. If it's drawn, it's not.
Plaza Guardian maybe trying to find Challenger from this position. Who knows if it's going to get even more healing. Yoshino really needs this Nora to connect to potentially get more blockers. But as long as Nila stays in play, because she also damaged the opponent's board, there's not going to be a lot of ways to block Brash. Master Lookout, Nila, this is guaranteed 8 damage when they hit the Nexus, and Talponator is getting into this late game scenario where all the slipstreams are allowing him to dig and dig and dig for burn. Double Mystic in the hand, just by crunching the numbers, you can see the lethal already there in game 1.
Talponator's sitting so pretty. They've got a full board. They've got nearly a full hand. They just have to wait and see what Yoshino tries to go for. Just, you know, always asking for passes. Hey, if I don't need to do anything, I'm not going to do anything. We're going to see the Pytos come down on the Nila. We're going to try and see if this Perilous Fish comes down on the Master Lookout, try and deal with as many units as they can. But even when these units die, they're just going to be replaced with these Windborn Mariners. More 3-1s, more total aggression from Talponator's side. Yoshino feel awful about what's happened for the last couple of turns.
Slipstream is a great play here just to find some additional resources because of Mariam in the hand. You get something you don't like, something with fleeting you don't feel like casting, you can just shuffle it right back in and dig again. There is still the parallel convergence lurking in the deck as well to double down on this wide board.
It would be so hype if we saw Perilous Convergence come down in Worlds. That card has never seen play for so long. Cold Shot's always been way too cute. Even from Echo's like champion spell, it's rarely seen play. And if that came down, I would pog out of my god. We're going to see just more passing, I imagine. We can see some cheap development. You know, Josino's hand is so small that you're able to just play these units and say, hey, even if your 3 cards answer them effectively, I've got so many cards.
And so much mana to play them with more besides. Talponator's probably calculating, okay, is there another Burblefish, the Plaza Guardian? Being able to take these 0 mana like interstitial plays just to force your opponent to take another action is one of the hidden strengths of John and Yula for sure.
ただでも面は減らないか。マリアムで、マリアムまだいるんで。
Sort of the best thing you can hope for, but when you see Talponator's hand, you're going to be able to see all of these units be build like the Nora, like the Burblefish, and the attack seems pretty wide. I don't think it's deterministic lethal just yet from Talponator's perspective. There is a lot of things they need to be able to draw, try and deal with, but it's such a tight scenario for both players right now.
Yeah, Talponator, after tracking the hand, knows that these remaining 2 cards are the Burblefish hits. And just has to say, this is most likely Pie Toss isn't
プロバッ
really
ク行っ
relying on
て
the 3
プロ
ones to
バック
reliably
で、
connect
まあ、
to
1
the
枚捨てみたいな
Nexus
感じ
and is
で、
calculating,
1
okay,
枚
I've
し
got
て、
Cloudwinder minus
ノラ壊
1
して、
unit being pulled by the Plaza
まあ、
Guardian.
ポータルもケアし
So
つつ、
I think Talpinator has to keep his
そうだね。
nerve and not
うん、
overcommit
ブロ
this
ッカーも
burn
減
to
らして
keeping
み
the
たいな。
board narrow.
I wonder what reads Talpinator's putting in as well into the timer, right? If Yoshino's hand was something like 2 pie tosses or 2
龍
group
撃
shots,
から
it's pretty easy to
プロ
try
バ
and work
ック、
out what you want to be targeting and what you don't. So knowing that it's not those cards and thinking, okay, well, I know the pool. It's really small. I think there's only 6 options. You might end up having Vandal Hellstones and you're
プ
trying to
ロバ
figure
ック
out,
で
is
1枚
this
捨て
this
て、
card worth it or
もう
not? But
1
you're
枚
gonna see
を
the
マリアムで
Storm.
戻せ
Was
ば
it Ice Storm? Does that Slipstream
い
come
い
down,
感じ
try
する
and
け
draw
ど
some
な。
down?
Yeah, Slipstream into Eye of the
で、
Storm
3
and
面抜け
augmented
て5点。
clockling, fleeting in the hand, a little bit awkward here, difficult to play
1点
both.
足
I
んな
think
い
you
か。
have to
1点
clockling
足らない
and
な。
commit to Mariam to shuffle something back in if you want this Eye of the Storm to not leave your hand.
There's a lot of draw in the hand of Talpinator, and there's a
点
lot
足
of
ら
things
な
they
い
want
け
to
ど、
draw into. There's still that tide dance
点
that's
足らない
really
け
hard
ど、
to interact
ドロ
with.
ーがあるんで
There's
全
that
然。
parallel
そ
convergence,
そ
as
の
you
う
were
ち入っ
saying,
てくるで
extra
しょ
cool
み
piece
たい
of
な。
そう、
burn,
そ
there's
のう
another
ち、
blowback, another
そのうち
mystic
ドローす
shot.
るでしょう。
I think 2 more divine, no, just 1
ミ
more
ッ
divine
ショ
shot
ン
ミッ
as
シ
well
ュルト
as
はいはいはい
just
し
a
て、
bunch of future draw cards. We're going to see the mystic shot come down to
まあ、チャイ
9,
ム
the
の
portal that could have
チャイ
been
ムじゃ
one
な
of
い。
Talpinator's loose
ポータ
conditions,
ルから
getting an
ミート
amazing
デッキや
portal
ライフ
like
スティー
the
ルとか出てくる
4-2
とワンチャンスあるから。
lifesteal unit would have been a massive blowout.
マ
to
リア
deny
ム
the portal was
で
wiped out.
マナ回復して2枚どうするのか。
Mariam's just going to
そうだね。
shuffle in the augmented clockling, still 6 wide, has mana now for Eye of the Storm to draw 2 more after sacrificing that potential Nexus damage by
Ah,
Mystic Shot into
wow.
Nora.
あ
But redraws the augmented clockling back into the hand anyway, and that fleeting destiny
まあまあ、
cannot
稀に
be
よくあるね。
avoided.
ーうん
Outlander
あ、
has a
サイネン
great
引いた。
open
ワ
attack
ンチャン
now.
ス。
3 versus 6 on the stack. Yoshino with no pings, but still 12
such a
HP.
This is such a Talpinator moment, redrawing what
まあ
you
向こうもちゃんと引い
updraft.
てるん
This
だよ
is
ね。
everything that he's done. He's done this like 3 or 4 times so far. The attack comes in, putting Josino down to 7 health. We can see 5 burn in hand, and healing is not easy to come by. There is the
That's
healing
really
boom,
nice.
but could only
That's
appear
why
1 out of 6 choices. Gonna see the sign and come down, try and get some
My
draw,
impact
try
one,
and get some pings to stabilize the board. Maybe a Riptide Rex, which we haven't seen all game.
お、
Quickly
お、あるよ、あ
back
る。
to Nora, not what you want. They are defensive units, but you need to eventually find that Rex.
あるドローしてるね。
We are getting a lot of resources and a lot of pings here. However, the Deathless Burblefish revives
なんかどっ
itself.
ちも持っ
Creates
て
a
る人の手っ
poison
て感
dart
じ
in hand. Yoshino has another option to get another ping to keep this board narrow. Jana is the
ライ
pull
フ
for
回復して
Talpinator, shuffling those other 2 cards
生
back
き残れる可能性あるよ
keeping
ね。
that
そのう
burn
ち
in
6、
hand.
8。
Slowly but surely, Talpinator's on this
そうで
chip
す。あ、これ
damage
足りてる
line.
ね。
We'll
3、
see if it can bear fruit.
ノラ出して、
Josino is
冒険
starting to add a little bit
英雄
of
弾
pressure
か
though. We see
英
3
雄弾
damage
で
Burblefish,
英雄
3
弾
damage
で
Burblefish, 2 damage impact from the Sign-In. When this Nora levels up, it'll also deal 2 damage. We can see possible impact from the Bloodstone Seedling combined with the burn of Poison Dart and the Electro Harpoon.
プロ
Talpinator's
バ
gotta
ック
start
打たれ
thinking,
る
hey,
ん
am I starting to need to block?
プ
And
ロバ
if
ッ
you
ク打
are
たれ
starting
て
to
ちょっ
block,
と足ら
that's
ない
gonna feel
か。
really bad when your aim is to try and do a swarm lethal.
With Neela out of the equation as well, Talpinator's chain of draws and slipstreams are beginning to evaporate.
これ
The
趣旨も
Jana
ある
was
よ
so
ね。インパク
important
ト。
here
う
to
ん、
dig a
趣
bit
旨はいいと
further
思う。
into the deck. Still some key win
ただ、
cons lurking deeper in
ブラッ
this
シュ
card pool. Yoshino is
考
very
える
tempted to
と
take Portal Scholar here.
読んでもいいかっていう感じかな。あ、読んでポータル
See
ベル
that
の優先
choice
した
come
ね。
down, get the Portal Scholar, get the extra units, try and
What's the
look
most
for absurd outs like Lifesteal units, like Challenger units. We're going to see the pass offered. This sort of doesn't tell too much. I know it's like a lot of mana being burned, but because of what Talpinator's hand has looked like over the course of this, you can say, hey, these probably aren't units, because if they were units, you'd be more aggressive. They are likely to be spells. You can probably have a really good read that these are even burn spells, because if it was something like a Divine Whirlwind or a Howling Gale, they probably would have been used to try and interact with the bot a little bit more.
Another Jana drawn, Eye of the
Oh,
Storm,
Praga.
and
Hey,
more
Praga.
card draw for Talpinator. Yoshino,
That's good.
meanwhile, finding another Oceanic Will, slowly stabilizing. This is still game number 1. Both players are struggling to the best of their might to keep
Sombres
things going. Talpinator searching through the deck for a little bit more burn, perhaps,
あ、船引いた。
before this healing connects with the Nexus.
If that did draw into a Mystic Shot, that would have been game right there. Talpinator has drawn so
この
many
ターン
Eye
変え
of the
る
Storms
と
throughout this game, as well as
船で
Slipstream
勝つね。
drawing to
船
is
で
their
勝つ。
middle name. as they finally find that
な
tide
るほど。
dancer, finally find that way to add brash to whatever they want. And Josino doesn't have good answers to it. If they
とりあえ
use
ずこ
up
れ
their
で
attack
打っ
token
て
here, Helpinator's got free reign to play this tide dancer. All they have to worry about is burn now. They might shoot some of their own burn at the elusives because now they've got this side win condition.
High Dancer with a wide board. The Plaza Guardians and the Sign and Thousand Tailed will still be able to potentially block that. Maybe with Neela being tutored, right? Because that's how boats work.
あ、
We get the
あ、
AoE
耐えてるわ。
damage.
書いてるよ、英雄ターン
And
したら。
yeah, it's going to be a bit harder to block down versus Brash.
ここリーサル？
Helpinator doing the math saying, hey, okay, I've got a decent hand read into your hand. I know what your burn ranges
英
are,
雄
even
ターン
if you
と
get them
キノ
through
コ
the
で勝つ可能
verbal
性あるから。
fish. If
そう
it's
そう
something
そう。
like a Vandal Tells and you do the discard a card
あ、
and
そう
it's
だ
something
ね。
like a
ポイ
Perilous
ズン
Patron,
ダーツで
that
見
means
た
you're not
キ
interacting
ノコ
with
で
my board, so I'm willing to go down to
で、
7
あれもあるじゃんね。
because I'm going to be able to set up this tide
バーストの
dancer
やつ
in
も
a
キノコ出る
6 white
から。
board, go for the attack, and I can even use
う
blowback
ん。
to get rid of some of these brash blockers. Nilla will deal some of that, and then the blowback might be able to do the other bits.
9 HP
そも
remaining
そも
for
あれか、2
Yoshino
点
has
入っ
been
てい
able to
って、残りライフ
keep
2だもん
up
ね。
a decent defense
エレ
this
クトロハープもある
entire
から。
time. Lord Broadmain number 1 was answered by Howling Gale, and
あ
from
あ、そう
there
だ
it's
ね。
been pure defense. No Riptide Rex to truly swing this board back into his favorite. A clutch victory has allowed Topinator to
だから、キノ
slowly
コ2枚以上
chip
引けば
away at this
死
nexus.
ぬよね。
And the more time you give to John and Neela to draw cards, it's only a matter before these big win conditions start to come
ハープ
out.
打つかな
High Dancer now still in the deck. I don't even know how
い
many
つも全然ありそう。
cards Talpinator has remaining in
あ、さすが
deck
に打たない。
before this parallel convergence comes through as well.
We gotta talk about Talpinator
Yeah,
in these one-ups.
これが。
This tide dancer has come up every single time and has been the win condition pretty much every single time. It's like Talpinator's addicted to drawing the tide dancer, and Yoshino's looking at this and thinking, oh my god, what are my outs? How am I gonna
ミッ
deal
ション
with
もう
this?
一枚引く。
We do
は
see
い。
Broadmain, so if enough actions are given,
こ
Broadmain
れで終わ
could
り
be
だ。
doing something
これ
to it.
でブローバ
All
ッ
of
クミッションミッション
Talpinator's
で終わ
cards
りや
do
ね。
take a lot of actions, but if you put all 3 spells on the
で、
stack,
3枚重なった
Josino
ね、これ
won't
で。
be able to get any action.
Incredibly
フラ
clutch
ッシュ
draw.
も
Mystic
変え
shot.
てきて。
Mystic shot.
でも、英雄ターンある
Blowback.
から、
Get rid of the
ブロッ
entire
ク入れるよね。
hand. Putting everything down
ブロック入れ
on
るけ
the
ど、
table
あれ、
into the Neela open attack
飛び道
into
具
the
で
あれの
hand
バッ
死んでる。
ク死ねるか。
Brash. And can Yoshino deal with this? Vandal Tellstones and Heroic Refrain buffing these units just a
345 でも
little
死んで
bit
るもん。
more to find some different Brash blockers. Plaza Guardian goes down. Sign in
ただ
sacrifice.
足りな
Portal
い。
Scholar also
い
going
や
down.
うん。
Nora and Burblefish
ニーラジャン
can't
ナ
block the
ー、プロだ
remaining
ね。
unit. And
す
it's
ご
only
い
5
ね
left with that
さっき
final bit of the
も
Nexus alongside the
ブローバッ
Mystic
ク
shots.
ミッションか、
ミッション引いて
ミッシ
勝ったもんね。
ョンを最後
And
引いてき
I'm
て
reminded of what we
勝っ
had
てる
earlier
し。
with the is it lethal puzzle. I think this one
い
was
いな。
relatively obvious once
プ
you
ロ
saw
だね、
all
この
the
人。
burn
う
drops
ん、
マジで。
すごい
everything
ね。
that was going on.
いや、世界大会にさ、このパッチ
だって
で
ニーラジャンナー
200
全部勝ってないこの人。
勝ってる。
Hey, you beat me once, but I can beat
勝
you
ってると
again.
思うよ。
I can try and deal with this now
すごいね。
because I'm gonna
う
get my
ん。
payback.
A massive point that's been proven time and time again
でもやっぱでも
for these
急いでな
counter
いね。
lineups
こ
for
の
these oddball
飛び道具
deck
マシマシのデッキ
strategies
な
from
ん
the
だけど、
competitors to exploit this
あんまり急いでな
standard
い。ちゃんと
powerhouse green
丁寧にプレイ
decks
してる
is the fact
なん
that
か、
each
そ
and
の
every
感
one
じ
of
が
them
ね、
are
ネクサ
relying
スを
on
すぐに削り
very
切るじゃなくて、ボード
specific
を取ったり
cards.
と
And if
か、
those
そういうので
cards don't come through at all or at the
そうだ
right
ね、
time
そうだね。
on the curve, it opens up so
ニーラジャンナー
much room
プ
for
ロだ
your
ね、マジで。
うん。
opponent to find the gaps in your strategy and pull victory.
なんか、
Talpinator
ヤマトさん
now
を
on Riven
思い出す
Morgana,
よ
the
ね。ダークネ
final
スで勝
one
ちまくって
left
た。
in this
うん。
tournament, has to find a win into
あれ、
シビア
あの時も
は買い
ダーク
殺すっていう
ネスで勝って
ね。
た
that
の
can、
ヤマ
disrupt
トさんだけ
with
だったもんね。
early bird, can chump you down, but might struggle against Overwhelm unless Wallop is drawn.
Like how you mentioned that Talpinator brought this Riven Morgana. Only one of 2 to bring it, and one has made it into the top 4. We're going to see a relatively good
あれ、リベン
curve
モ
of
ル
a
ガ
1
ナだっ
drop
け？
into 2 2-drops and a 4-drop. But Josino also has a really good defensive curve
あれ、
against
もう
an
一個の
aggro deck. We see the
デッ
Pythons,
キ。
we see the double Conchologist, we see that being able to
え
connect into
え
a weekly Verbal Fish when that comes down.
何？
リ
Really
ベン
around
モル
the
ガ
same
ナだっ
time
け、デッ
considering
キ。
how many
もう一個
spells
持って
ranges
きて
you
る
are.
の。
We're going to
う
see the
リベンモ
pass.
ルガナ。
When you're playing the defensive deck, you can always take these even passes.
ん。やばい、これさ、全員さ、多分さ、眠くてさ、声だんだんちっちゃくなってってんだよな。
そうだね。
うん。
何言ってるか分かんない。
そう、多分お互いに、あ、そうか。
もうしゃあないやん、そんなん。許してくれや。
お互い。
ダッカンの声はめっちゃ聞こえる。
あーそれならよかった。
not.
Trixie Tentacles is a really
Trixie
cute
clear.
option here. It does get hit by the blade fragments, but if you do it at just the right time, you could hit that big blade. You don't see it go for.
これマッチアップ的
喋ってる時はね、なんか
Just
覚
an
えて
easy
る
way
け
of
どね、
dealing one
喋っ
damage.
た
It
後
does
何
up
も
to
覚え
2
てない。
mana, which is
そうだよね。そうだと思う。だって
expensive for a 1 damage.
聞いててなんとなくそう思うもん。
Both of them to deal 1 damage. It's something you have to accept, and against a deck like Talponators, you're going to accept it and feel happy about it.
Another key card missing from Jorginho's hand is, of course, Lord Broadmane. Great way to deal with a lot of these mid-game threats.
これマッチ的にはどうなんですか？どっちが有利とかあるんですか？
Red Bar Razor Mace, that 4/4 overwhelm now has a
一
spell
般的には
shield
野
that
良
is
側
going
が
to
有
be
利だけ
set
ど、
up
うん
for the next attack token on turn 5.
まあでもこの人
モル側の人うまいからな。
そうでしかもこの人さこれまでにこの持ち込み超当たってるはずなんだよね。で勝ってんだよね。
これで勝ってきてるから。
そう勝ってきてるからね。
いやー、これ次、早起き鳥、早起き鳥からスタートできるかってだいぶ変わるな、これ。次の444、今スペシついてるんですけど、
はい。
それ今出されるとね、結構素通り、次のターン素通りするん
In
で
this、matchup
はい
as well.
早起き鳥で
Your Shino's looking to cast
壊せ
this
れば
early bird, maybe
もうだいぶ
this
勝ち
turn
寄
or
り
the
なんだけ
next
ど、
turn,
はい
fishing
はい
for
はい。
Riven, fishing for
こ
Morgana,
の早
or
起き取り
even
で
Riven
打てました
Fire.
ね。
打ってく。
And once
あ
that leaves
打っ
play, it's going to
て
be devastating. And early bird
で、
finds
あ、
the
スペルシールドつけたのにせっ
razor
かく。
maze. After
ね
that ruby-eyed
仕方
conjurer
ないん
came
で、
down, your
まあ、リ
Shino
ベン
knew
出す
that
の
there
か
was a key target for that, and that is one of the 3 best
リベンを置きました
recipients
ね。
of that buff.
And getting rid of the spell shield, that's absolutely insane. We did see the Riven be drawn, so we are going to be able to see that full blade come through. Very important way for Talponator to try and win this game. That isn't a great way of dealing with big overwhelm units from Jorginho's perspective. There is option of Wallop that can be drawn, but there's only 2 in the deck, and eventually you are going to go through them all.
リベ
We
ン、
do see
リ
this
ベン、
one
これ
Trolloc
次
just
あれは
try and
ね、
look for
武
something.
器つけて
Facebrow
殴っ
can
てく
find
る
a
な。
healing unit. Quicken can get
うん
rid of
つけるよ
Riven.
ね。
Vandal
全部
Hellstone
つけ
can
て
get some little bit of burn,
そうだ
some
ね。
little bit of
全
damage.
部つけて
Gives it
殴
a
る。
Vandal
ブロード免許出てくる前に
down as
相手のライフ
the choice.
いくよ
とりあえず、
Was
うん
really rooting for the
削れるだけ
quicken
削
there.
んない
It's
と。
a
う
little bit
ん
too unreliable, but if your Shino's confident in finding the key moment to play that, it could be once
武
again
力圏
incredibly
内まで入れ
devastating
たい
towards
んで、
Talponator. Now that the attack token goes back over to his side, Morgana is being offered up as
リベ
additional
ンに行くんじゃない
development
か
here.
な。
If
全部
Talponator
出すんじゃ
doesn't
全
want
部
to
いっ
just
て武力
overextend
つけて
into all of
乗っけるんじゃないかな全部。
あ、武力もつけ
Talponator's
る
got some choices here. You have seen both the Pytos and the Perilous Pastry come down, so you
で、
know.
噴煙流
Or
引
you
いたら
have
勝ちにす
you
るん
might
じゃ
have
ない
the possibility of
ああ、
seeing
な
that
る
there
ほど
isn't
ね。
that many
あ、
things. I don't think that's something you're allowed to say, but we do see the armed acquisition come down. That's what I was talking about. I was going to say,
怖
can you play
とりあ
armed
えず、チャ
acquisition
ニ
or
越
not?
し。
Because Riven
チャニ越しだね
has
これ。
spent 4
チャニ越し。
mana
あ
on
あ、
his
回復
spells,
取っ
3 to get the
て。
blade and then 1 to try and
だ
get
ね
the
って感
blade.
じ。
Like
うん。
actually play the blade. You really want to have 2 units when that happens. Talponator is going to put some stock into
ああ、
this
まあま
armed
あ、そうだよ
acquisition,
ね。
and if
全
they
部、
open attack, they can get through this
リ
slow
ベン
speed
に
spell,
つけ
but I
て
presume
も、
you want to play
はい。
this blade
食
to
い
get
当たとオー
Riven
バー
to
パワーが
be,
か
I
ぶっ
think,
ちゃう
an
んで、
8-5 from memory is how her stats line up.
Yeah, Talponator has already
まあ、
shown
プ
us
ラス
time
に
and
は、
time again that he's willing to play a little bit
どっちにつけますかっ
disrespectfully,
ていうと
knows
ころ
that
で、
this is the best chance I'll have to really capitalize on my deck's
まあまあ
aggressive
まあ。
まあ、
strategy.
31の方
I
に
certainly would
つ
not
け
be
て、
surprised if Blade of the Exile is
どっち
assigned
で
as
も
you
良さそうだけ
predicted,
どな。
Spids.
ただ1点使わせるっていうことが多分大事なんだよ
You
ね、この
see
人
the
の中で。
plus 2
う
blade
ん。
on the armed acquisitioner, and when this inevitably does get pinged off,
これ
we're gonna have
51 に
to
つけ
ask at
た
the
ん
end of the
で、
game,
はい。
hey,
51
did
に
that
つけたん
2
で、
damage
ま
that could have
あ、
gone
キ
on
ノコ
Riven
探
matter? Because
知、
counting down to 20 is
キ
something
ノ
that
コ
you
探
need
知
to
なん
make
ち
sure
ゃら
you're doing
で、
when you can with
とりあえ
these
ず
like
1点
combo
吸わせ
aggro
て、
decks. I
リ
presume
ベン
you
が
know
傷
that
つかない
Iwato
よう
with
に。
the proximity puff
ス
tab.
ロー
It's
スペル
really
で
hard not to in this
ダメージ
instance.
与えて、リベン
That
は
does mean that 2 damage will be
リ
missed
ベンを
just
無
because
傷で
it's
ブロード
実
免
one
許
行
出された
sequencing
時に死に
things
ま
of
せ
the
んっ
blade
ていう状
fragment.
態。
These minor sequencing things are so important in a tight competition like this Worlds tournament.
Yeah, Riven Morgana
リベン
is
に
a
全
deck
部
that
パだ
needs to
と、
hit you for,
ま
you
あ、こ
know,
の
6
2
or
点、
8
1
across the
点
course
ダ
of
メ
the
ージ
early
を
mid game,
リベン
and
に
then
与えとい
line up that
て、
final
クロード免
11
許
to
で
12
処理みたい
HP
な。
in another wide
はいはい
combo
はいはい。
swing. Missing 2 HP now and not not having that later could be absolutely devastating.
なんか
Your
これあれ
Shino
やな。
also demonstrating from game number 1
実は
the
静寂
potential
持
to
って
just
て
keep
みたいなのあるんだ
healing
よな。
after some of this chip damage is dealt.
上側が。
We look towards
ああ、
the
静
future
寂
a
持って、
little
はい
bit.
はい。静
Shino
寂で
does
ブ
have
ロード
this
免許
broad
の
lane
や
and
つ
is
無
able
効
to
にし
deal
てっ
with
ていう
things,
の
but
ね。
doesn't
そう
have
そ
a
うそう
lot of
そう。
ping options, just the two.
Mm,
Just the
mm,
Bandle
mm,
Tilt and
mm,
全然あるね。
Half Cap. And Nismo, Morgana isn't too far away from flipping. If you're looking at the hand, we've already seen 4 targets with these blades.
てかテルストーンから静寂出ない？
そうそうそう。
あ、出る。
ブロード面鏡に合わせて静寂すればリベンが生き残るっていう話。
ああ、ブロード面鏡に合わせて静寂を打つっていう。はいはいはい。
Very cool option. If Talpinator just draws one more spell, that means they're able to. Wait, no. Morgana flips on her own. She is the 4th target. Never mind. Morgana is currently flipped in hand once all of these cards come down.
And Yoshino does not commit to the proximity of that. Instead, gets Electro Harpoon off of the Bandle Tellstones, discards Elder Dragon, the most expensive card that you aren't going to be able to play this game at all, in order to set up for Lord Broadmane to take down Riven.
I can't believe I got caught up in my ramble. I didn't even notice that that wasn't going to be the play. Trying to set up this Broadmane is, it's an identification of what is important in the matchup, right? You're saying, all right, I need to deal with this Riven in the most effective way I possibly can. This is how to get around Explorer spells by doing it in this action. When you're tapped out as the Riven deck, you weren't able to do that spell on the, like, with your mana, with the actions, with everything that there. This is a really, really good play from Eugenio. It does put you really, really low. It's losing to plays like Might or Fire Spitter, but that's what you have to do to try and find out your way to win against Riven with the spell in hand.
With Burblefish slowly coming online, that is an option to get more pings as well as sign in Thousand Tailed. Talpinator's not the only player who's looking deeply into the future here. Yoshino's going to have to keep up with his protagonist energy to draw some key cards off of the top. And once this Lord Broadmane sticks, every single development that Talpinator makes is going to come under heavy fire. A single Ruby Eye Conjurer drawn from the deck, maybe a spell shield can still be established, but it's all up to Talpinator's luck from this point.
Talpinator's got a really interesting method
まあ
of
同点
you've
だ
got
から
this Morgana,
なんか
you've
こ
got
う
this Might,
う
you've
まい
got
っ
the
て感
Blessing
じ
of
れるけど
Targon, and you've got
これが
the
正解かどうかって全然わかんないからね。
そうやってる時は正解かどうかわかんないけど正解のタコをちゃんと引いてるわけだからすごいよね。
そうそうそう
And if Eugenio doesn't draw a wallop here, this sort of play might end up just going for a lethal, because I'm pretty sure if you do the Might and you do the stun, you're just one away from leveling. You can then play the heal spell to get that final
一
spot.
応
You
上
have
側
enough
リー
mana
サ
to
ル
afford
か
it, so Eugenio just needs to try to find that wallop. I think that's
スタ
their
ンと武
only
力
out
で
towards that win con.
ブロックしてきたとこ
Morgana
ろを
lining up into the Lord
どか
Broadmane
し
here
て
is absolutely glorious.
テルストーンでもいいか
mana
テルス
left
トーンプラス
to pay for the
テル
shackles.
ストーンプラ
Goes
ス
for
武
proximity
力
puff cap to remove a unit. Recognizes that if I try to pre-commit this onto Morgana because of the refreshments in hand, it's simply going to heal her. And now it's
という
all
か
up to
モルガナ
Talpinator
進化
to
しない
put
か
all
全
of
部
these
使ったら
spells on the stack, giga buff this
い
Morgana,
や
and
あと
try
3
to
やって
full
あ
send
と
it.
3だ
Yoshino
から
gets one
あ
draw
ーお
off
茶
of the
お茶も
top
使えば
to
進化
get
する
a response. Maybe a wallop will rescue and give him one more turn, but it's
あ
a
あ武力
burble.
武力です進化だ。
Verbal is exactly not enough. We see 9
か
mana from Talpinator's
これ
side. They
ね
can
行くの
afford
か
everything they need to.
勝て
Yoshino
る
earlier
武力
having to kill the Riven but taking the extra 5 damage because of it could be
だね
the reason why this game
これ
has
リーサ
gone
ルだ
this
ね
way. This matchup can be played in so many different ways, but Talpinator's deck is
恨み
one
は
that
結
says,
構あるけ
hey,
どね
if you
いや行くでしょ
slight misjudgment,
でも
I'm
パイは
going
な
to
さ
punish
そ
you
う
very,
パイはな
very
さ
strongly.
そ
That's
う
what
だ
Riven
よ
Morgana
なだよ
excels
な
at.
パイなさそうだよ
Punishing
な
really,
51
really
51受けてるもんな
difficult decisions to make. We're going to see all of the pre-commit
だな
come down, get the
だね
Morgana leveled up, and Talpinator is probably going to take this
だわ
once all of these
だ
spells are
終
committed.
わりきった。
うん
Might.
Hmm?
Targon
Touch now.
Tellstone's Hush.
あはいはい静寂するか
ああなるほどね
That
Taking
hush
away
is so
the effect.
clever.
Yeah, taking away the hush.
うまい
これって
from
呪い消えないの
Broadmane. This is
あ呪い
important
消えない
to
んだ
note. It's still immobilized. That keyword
呪い
comes
は
from
手
curse
札に
in
あるから
hand.
ね
That means that if there were to be double ping in
い
the
や
hand,
うまっ
Morgana is still
す
safe.
ご
うまいわ
い
すげえこの人
すごい
Talpinator taking down Eugenio, taking out the last
コテンパンだけ
XYZ
って
lineup.
言
The
って
only lineups we've got left are all of the
どう
anti-meta
せ岩しか入ってないっ
choices.
しょって言って言ったね
Talpinator showing
うん
why he's got that protagonist energy. The Dark Horse is
まあでも
popping in. An
次のターン
amazing
になっ
set of
たら
games
だい
from
ぶ勝ち
Talpinator.
筋
Another
薄くなってた
2-0,
から
another
まあ行
special
くなら
game.
い
We're gonna send this
や
over
る
to
なら今し
Temetra
かね
and the analysts to
って
break
いう
down what we have just seen.
判断だったのかな
てかこの人あれだよね行くタイミングとケアするタイミングが超お上手だよね
I cannot believe,
すごい
Alan, that Talpinator was able to get his revenge after Yoshino actually won that matchup last time they played.
素晴らしい
すごいね
definitely.
いやこの人優勝する可能性まであるもんな
ある
この
ね
人も
うん
見えてきたね
うん
いやうまいわ
うん
リベンも
うまさが優勝しそうだよね
うん
Talpinator
でも構成的にさ、いい子やばくねっていう。
そうやね。
だから面白い。
静寂もありけり。静寂じゃないや、風か。凍結もありけり。
さ、ちょっと面白いな。ニーコすごい強いじゃん。だからなんか
セクさんがね、めちゃくちゃ構成的に優勝しそうなんだよ。
うん、そうだね。実際昨日の大会が終わった後のその各国というか世界中の優勝予想はセク選手ですね。
セク選手が優勝したら納得すると思う。だよなっていう。でもセク選手以外が優勝しそうなのが見えるうまさと今日の持ち方だよね。
It's been so fun to watch though because it really is a unique deck, Alan, in the sense that we don't see many of these, and Talpinator is able to show us such a great show of why it's still so skillful.
今見れてますよ。この時間まで起きてる会話ありますよ。あります。それはあります。
見てる人たち寝てないですか？大丈夫ですか？
実はですね、いやでも実はですね、若干ね減り続けてますよ。だんだん脱落者しています。
ダメです。寝てはダメです。僕らが寝てないんで寝てダメです。
ですね、本配信もですね、だんだんポツポツ減ってるので、みんな寝始めてませんかっていう。
あと2試合だぞ。
おい、
2試合。
もう5時だぞ。5時まで起きたんならもう起きてろよ。力尽きるなよここで。俺今からレッドブル買いに行くから。
そうね、一旦休憩にしよっか。とりあえず次の試合開始まで時間あるし、残り2試合を楽しむためにも限界じゃあ分かった。今から休憩にするから多分だけど次さ試合開始5時だよね。きっとまだこの会話のくだり終わってないし、
会話終わってから
10分でしょ。
7分ぐらい。
だからいいよみんな、はい休憩。5時まで寝な。5時まで寝な。5時まであと13分。
絶対今寝たら起きてこないよ。
あと13分。いや皆さん5時まで寝れます。で多分これ
今からコンビニまでレッドブル。
そうで多分うちらがここで喋ってるとみんな寝ないからちょっとはい休憩。はい休憩取ります。5時ぐらいというか次の試合開始まで休憩です。じゃあね。 はい、戻りました。引き続きですね、黒選手と滝選手に解説に来ていただいております。よろしくお願いします。まさかの解説交代なしです。はい、交代なしです。この間に、コーヒーを入れたり、レッドブルを飲んだり、買いに行ったり、いろいろやっております。はい。
ここまで来て、
はい。
黒さん的優勝予想はどこですか？
ここまで来て、
はい。
いやこれね、いやね、セクさん勝ったら、次はチニアに勝てると思うんだよね。
はい。そうですね。セ
でも、
ク選手は。
ここの相性悪いから、
はい。
上が勝つと、多分チェニアが優勝すると思うんだよね。
はいはいはい。そうですね。
いやー、これ多分、モルガナバンかな。
レバンなんだろう、モルガナかな。モルガナかニーラ気がするな。
相性を考えたら、モルガナバンしたいんだけど、ニーラジャンナで気持ちよくなれるのがムカつくからニーラジャンナバンするような気もするんだよ。
ああ、なるほど。
プレイヤー的にニーラジャンナが、
はい。
もうね、こう、答えてるじゃん。
そうなんですよ。ずっとニーラジャンナはですね、この時答えまくってるんですよね。失敗してないんですよ。本当に。
って思ったら、あるかもなって。
はい。
だからデッキとして一番強いのは、ノラなんですよ。
はいはい
エルダーノラ。
はい、エルダーノラ。
どれを取ってもバンする理由はあるよね。
まあそうですね。
セクちゃんだって顔死んでるもん。
なんかハンサムな顔がちょっとなんかちょっと死んでるよね顔。あれ？エルダーバンされた。出回しはバンされましたね。
バンされましたね。
シバーナバンされるんだ。シバーナが一番抜かれるなって思ったけど。
まあでもモルガナバンでしたね、さすがに。さすがに。
まあそうですね、勝敗予想って言ったらあれですけど、セク選手とチェニア選手だともうセク選手の持ち込みが圧倒的に有利で、ただここの当たりが悪いからどうなるかっていう。で、
So I would be very surprised if we don't see the bird come down before turn 5 from Seku, because again, that would be a massive discard. And the longer you wait, there might appear in the hand cards like Celestial Wonder, Zolani, which might take down the bird for the king himself. They might be like, Mr. President, get down, I got you.
Earlier today, I was actually DMing Seku about this matchup, saying, "Hey, what are you thinking about the early bird? What do you think about the broad main?" And he said, "Yeah, no, those are the cards that I'm scared of. If Talpanita draws those sort of cards, I'm in an awful position." And we look at Talpanita's hand, early bird and 2 broad mains. He's got to feel absolutely awful. I think Talpanita's got every single card they could possibly want. Seku's going to have to try their absolute best to try and find some win. Going for this little aggressive line here, I think that makes sense because Seku's going to have a really, really, really tough time in this matchup. It's so unfair.
Yumi は使わないんか。
I mean, given the spot, Talpinator has not much to do, so he might just jump
3回殴れないか。
because
相手のデッキ
nothing has to do. Maybe spend an early wall up. That's also fine.
でもこれポロキング捨てられたらゲーム終わるよね。
He's looking at his hand. What am I doing next turn? The only play I have available to me is actually early bird next turn. So might as well keep blocker and just spend wall up this turn. So some great mana management between turns.
暇だから打つなこれ。
is not in the Talpinator favor.
打ちましたね。やられましたね。
Disappointing, discarding the Poro King. and not having much to go for him, but he still has Yumi.
コロキング落としてもね、表情一つ変えないんだもんな、上の人。
board presence for Talpinator
はい
もう2茶ついてしょうがないけどね、これ。
doesn't have much play until turn 6.
上の人のこの、 今入り込んでるよね。
あでも本当にすごいなったのは今日通して素で無表情なんですよ。無表情って言い方よくないなんか多分ゾーンに入ってるんですよね。
優勝したらさすがに変わるんじゃない？
手塚ゾーン入ってますか？
ねカードゲームでもゾーンっていう FPS だとゾーンって言うんだけど。
まあまあまあ。
まあゾーンって言うかな。ただ何もないよこれ。
はい何もないです。
So Talpinator casts the spell just for the sake of casting it.
上側の手札の悪さは相当なもんよ。
Like you know, again he has nothing to spend mana on the next.
これフィアサムに多分
and the top
指つ
deck
ける
he
よね。
gets doesn't really make him spend his whole mana. And like we see, this is a pretty
ア
brutal
タッ
hand.
チ、フィアサムか
Talpinator only thing he can do is just throw a bunch of pies at Seku. And at this point, Seku is looking at his hand and he's pretty happy. You have another buff, you have recycled your hand. You can go for Tailstones, invoke cards, you can go for buff. You can apply so much pressure from the Seku side. Meanwhile, Talpinator,
これポロ勝ったか
I think like he has some decisions, while he just doesn't. He's
アゴ
considering
ロモで避けられる
Pythos
し。
now, Pythos in combat. Again, not much things to be going on for him.
You see the double pie toss on the stack, probably targeting this jubilant Poro, but it will be answered with by the Pale Cascade, able to pressure even more. Seku has not the hand they need for this go wide attack. Talpinator's got to see this and be really unhappy. You can see there's a smile on Seku's face as they're able to try and go for this Pale Cascade, get this extra damage in. It can be blocked by the Portal Pioneer in the next turn. And Seku drawing a really good card here in Poro's story, is able to flood the board even after these broad means come down. Seku, despite losing the king, is gonna be able to get in with the army anyway.
So we see that Talpinator set up his Plaza Guardian. If he gets a challenger from the boon into the Broadmate, he might be actually stabilized going into the following turns. The story with the extra Poros will definitely be handy in refining that board. On top of getting potentially Hash for open attack for his next swing, preventing Broadmate to be doing some plays. And we see there is no challenger. Challenge was so crucial in his position and he just missed it.
Talpinator's be able to develop one unit next turn, and this unit might end up having to be signed in just to look for that extra wallop. Broadmean is able to deal with the Poro bot, which is quite nice, but Seku's gonna be able to be 6 wide anyway with at least 4 2/2s or 5 2/2s as well as this 6/6 Yumi when it comes to the next turn. Talpinator open attacking is something you can always do for free when you're playing these control decks. Seku doesn't really want to block in this position because they don't know what's in their hand, is willing to take that damage, and Seku's now going to play Affectionate Poro, be as aggressive as they can be. This is looking really good for Seku. Talpinator's going to need to find draws to get their way out of this.
I strongly disagree with Talpinator open attack here.
これもあれですか、ポロ側の方が圧倒的優勢ですか？ですよね。
And he found the challenger, he decided not to pick it up because he has no more attack token, which he just spent it. Attack token is a resource you don't want to always throw away.
すごいですね。
Again, Seku had a great effect to the board. It wouldn't matter that much in the hindsight, but still, Talpinator is something that he couldn't play around in this position. And Seku looking at the wonderful open attack, maintaining the Tailstones into the blessing for the lethal on following attack, while having Poro with impact to support even more damage, even with block.
I'm really happy that you pointed that out with the broad main challenger. You fall into these positions when you're playing LR, especially if you're tired and have been playing for so many hours, where you're so used to just attacking when you're playing the control deck, you give a pass to the action. You're going to see Seku be able to attack here. Talpinator not able to draw any sort of card that's able to interact with things. No wallop, no pytos for the unit, and we're going to see this swing come in. Seku 1-0 against Talpinator in this losers finals.
We see Poro King
ポロキング捨てられても勝つんですね。
セク選手これあります。
We see what happens when this deck just draws all the tools you want. Even though Poro King didn't level, he just fell. But we still had the Poro Snacks on which back the deck could just snowball the victory. And we see how the pink deck just struggles into the stuff that has a bunch of HP, some random spell shield here and there, or toughness.
Seku's lineup and Talpinator's lineup were all trying to be anti-meta options to beat the XYZ, but Talpinator is actually on one of those decks in the XYZ, which means Seku is feeling really, really favored into this lineup. Talpinator trying to hedge their bets, not going all in on that line, and starting to get punished a little bit for it when they haven't been previously because they haven't found lineups like Seku's in the past. Seku got an amazing draw, by the way. They've got two Omen Dogs, as you love to call this card, able to level units that they draw entirely into a deck that relies on damage-based removal like the Drop the Bomb.
We've seen Respect Your Elders just falling short in so many matchups. Even the most popular deck brought by the competitors at this Worlds. This is the most deck I feel like we've seen just fall short because it's being targeted by the players.
The first Omen Dog come down. A scary omen for what's about to happen in the future turns as another one will be played very soon. We do see the first one interacted with the Drop the Bomb plus the group shot preventing that open attack from coming through, but there will be another one in response, and having Drop the Bomb played early does mean that it won't be able to set up the Riptide Rex on turn 8. But you have to do it. You have to get rid of this Omen Dog ASAP. We see two Anura and Froops drawn, and there's no good 2 damage removal to deal with them anymore. Seku's turns going into the future are looking really, really powerful. Talpinator's going to have to find something in order to deal with that.
We've seen how threatening is a dog. Talpinator was spending cards to remove that, and now Wallop on top of it. Like, look how much resources a poor dog can take away from the opponent. While deciding to even play another group here, to accelerate your further turns. This is such an important card in this deck, and now coming down, accelerating further drops.
You just look at each other's hands, right? Talpinator's got all of these expensive cards, and Seku's got all of these cheap cards. The Omen Dog still existing on the field, looking as scary as ever, while Talpinator's trying to play this trinket trade, looking for any sort of interaction piece. They can take Bandle Telstone to try and deal with this Omen Dog. I think that is the line they are going for, but it will be answered by the Sky Splitter, which is going to be such a blowout against this hand. Seku has drawn amazingly, and Talpinator is picked up by heaven.
お二人ならどっちしてますか？
いやー、メイン強かな。めっちゃ悩んでるわ。
What's my the best discard options here? Is it Rex?
いや、レックスだ。
It might be Rex because I won't have activator. Roadmates are probably too valuable to just chain one back to back. And then we see protecting through being able to ramp into further development.
I see this Anura and Fruit in hand and on board mean all of these cards are going to be discounted so much. Seku's probably going to be 6 wide if my count is right by the next turn. You see the Wiggly Burblefish drawn, but just not enough right now. You could do Wiggly, get the spell, and then try and see. The spell will never be cheap enough. You can't do Wiggly plus a Guardian. But Seku's just thinking, how am I going to be able to deal the most damage here? We do see the Overwhelm unit come down, the Glacial Saurian. Try and you can still go 6 wide because of the draw that was gotten. A really cool play there, and we're going to see the Tough come down to try and block a little bit more favorably.
Even though Seku still didn't need a single point of damage, he's looking pretty good given how wide is his development going to be, and we see the 5 wide attack. It doesn't give a in trading into tough unit, and Talpinator will be only able to develop one coming in. And he doesn't have any spells to support Broadmain, no cycle, so even though we see those drops coming down, we don't know if this is enough, and we see very nice top deck from Seku, which might actually shut down completely Talpinator's board next turn when he decides to develop, and Talpinator will take the development time action for him, and then Barrick might come down, which would be devastating.
We've seen Seku with a lot of these unit-based hands being able to spam wide, but there are quite expensive units in Seku's deck, such as this Warden, as well as the Buried and Ice. We haven't seen this come through very much, but it's such a blowout against so many decks, right? And when Talpinator is relying on their units as defense, this 9-mana one-sided removal can be so important. See the Deck Hunter come down, create this Lunari Cultist, being able to get some gems, buff things up. Won't have the mana for it if they still want to threaten the Buried and Ice. They don't even have to play Buried and Ice next turn. They will be able to play it in a attack token if they want. Seku's in a really comfy position, but Talpinator has finally got into the turns where they can play things. They can play this Broadman into the Sign-In in future turns. And they are threatening a non-insignificant amount of damage with this quick attack unit.
受けるかな。10点でも遠いな。受けるんじゃない？受けて。
受けるわ。いや、これ引っ張るのどうするんかなと思って。ブロードメイン鏡で。
あー、何を取るかってことね。
スペシネット引っ張るの全然あるから。
スペシネット引っ張ってもよかった。
まあでもただあれですよね、多分
テンパ。スペシネットはね、テンパだから、犬じゃなかったのかな。
犬な気がしますよね。でも犬はあれか、ブロードメイン鏡のでいるからスペル引いたら取れるよっていうあれなんだろうけど。
ああ、そうだね。
いや、これやばいね。
これは自分で回復でしょ？
いやー、せっかくスペル引いたのに。
Deck, right? They can only afford one of these unless they've got the cheapened cards like the Burblefish and the Plaza Guardian. Drawing into another Wallop, into Nar does give Wallop if they want it, which is a very, very cool way of getting that extra tempo. Sort of lets you develop a 7th unit by stunning out one of theirs, and it's 5/5 because Omen Dog just keeps buffing it up.
は無視できないから。
Which we've seen perhaps Crystal
on the dog
just to prevent a kill on it. But perhaps Seko is thinking about keeping the crystal to put it on something like Nar if there is a unit with 5 HP plus toughness.
まだ打たないと思うけど、盤面埋まってるから。
On the side of the Talpinator, but given that he already
ブロードメイン鏡投げるだけな気がする。
ブロードメイン鏡投げて、
あー、でかい。
パンチに合わせて。
この回復がでかい。これまだあるね、チャンス。チャンスあるんですけど、
はい、チャンスがあるんですけど、
部族引くと終わるんですね。
次のパンチは結構氷の世界でもいいし。
Now.
I believe Nico is leveled already, but we just need to draw it on the Sekus side. Next turn we're gonna probably see some combat cook development and hopefully gonna draw into something more powerful and potentially even hold on to mana, see what we draw next turn and then decide if we want to go with the combat cook line or we go into the buried line instead.
あ、殴りに行くのがそもそも。
そうだね。
ナーにわざわ
ざナーにわざわざブロードメイン鏡当ててる時点でスペルは引いてるんだよね。
まあ14点遠いな。
We're gonna have to see what these draws are because we are getting into the point of the game where the draws are
いやー、ちゃんとテンパまで全部ケアしたな。
Talpinator has really good outs. There are multiple options. I think Talpinator has the better possible draws. Sekiro needs to find either Warden or Nico, while Talpinator needs to just find any sort of expensive unit or any sort of ping in order to deal with the board quite effectively. I think there's like maybe 15 draws that Talpinator's really happy to see, but Sekiro's going to see about like 4 of them. We're going to see the Burblefish come down, choosing Chemtech Blight or Infernal Might. Infernal Might dealing a little bit more damage, but Chemtech Blight, when you block, is able to get extra options for your Broadmain because the pool is so small. Most of them do quite well. We're going to see the impact, trying to threaten damage because the Sign-In can come down and give +1/+1 to everything.
この氷の世界ぶっ刺さるね。
Also from Talpinator being able to challenge something with the one of the Broadmains having still the keyword. Seko being able to develop threats, and next turn if he chooses, he can choose to develop one more unit into the buried, which would give him
これは先に殴るのが
to block next turn on top of being challenged from the Broadmain. So the problem is Seko is looking only about 3 wide attack unless he decides to play buried now. And Talpinator, we can look at his camp, he forgot about buried and he just developed into it and he's absolutely devastated.
That is such a different experience.
今打たれた瞬間にハッていう顔してた。でもこれサイネン後から出したからまだ。まだまだ。おーいい。全然あるね。あるある。
ああ、ラストターン。
something in order to deal with this.
わあるね。
We do see the Elder Dragon and the Plaza Guardian good developments for Talponator.
4面止まってるから、
まあ一旦パスでしょう。
プラス、まあ一旦パスもいいか。
一旦パスでコテンパンでいいから。一旦パスじゃない。まあ打ってもいいけど、コテンパン。
あ、もう先にコテンパン打って
プラザガーディアンのコスト下げといて。
ああ、プラガのコストを下げて。
まあもうでも下げんでもいいって話あるから。
Seku's gonna be 5 wide, but we also have to remember that these buried nice units aren't gone.
打っとかないと間に合わないから。い
や、プラザコテンパンで9マナあるから。
うわ、回復引いた。オーバーパーしてない。
too amazing when I see Shepherd's Authority so that it's able to attack and sign in that trade, but Seku's in a really tough position. That extra healing came in clutch.
いや、2点しか取んないんだよな、これ。
probably looking for impact that would be providing the most damage output given that and the unit will be blocked otherwise. Now we're looking at the wall of
魂のニーラジャンだな。
not generate that extra poppy stick that will allow Seku to cycle the deck. And then we're gonna see a massive board from Talponator because we are only staring at what 2 damage coming from the cat, and that's about it. The rest can be block / stand out. And yeah, we like Seku will have to deal with the giant board coming from Talponator from those anthems, and even Elder Dragon himself can be dropped next turn, which might be even leveling here, which we actually haven't seen once coming from Respect Your Elders.
Hurt you. I don't think Elder Dragon's gonna level. I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to see that guy can be unable to be stopped. Seku had to attack here. You might argue Seku isn't supposed to attack because they're not able to survive the open attack from Talponator, but they have to. They have to play for this out. They have to play for that win. Elder Dragon at 13 out of 75. I don't think that's going to be enough on the attack just because these units don't have 10 strength each. So unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to see that. Seku's bulging their icing. Is it really 2 wallop? Come on now.
そうでしたね、6号とナオを。
まあなあだね。いや、せっか頭抱えてる。結構対照的だね。無表情と。
そうなんですよね。
いや、まあこれも負けっすね。
そうだね。
Version here from being on the defensive foot into offense in the following turn. Really solid play. When Seku has like living on the edge of the top deck now.
3面抜けなんで。
はい。Now has overwhelmed, so if they get the opportunity to attack again, they do have some cute options for how they want to get this. Maybe via a warden. We do see all of the units come out though. Back to the pressure. We do see Harshwinds as a top able to deal with some of the aggression that Talponator is going to be doing.
耐えてる、耐えてない。4面抜きか。4面抜きか。両面がブロックできない。
4面できない。64ブロックできない。
そうだ。じゃあ。
Yeah, that should be lethal, but Seku, like the good heads up attack from the Talponator because there could be.
なんならエルダードラゴン出てきて回復されて無理な気がするけど。
If we as casters would love to see that Elder Dragon come down and take a swing with his whole crew, we really can't. The Talponator needs to take a safe play to just open the swing with his whole board, and we see that he'll be slightly short to stay alive, and we're gonna go into game number 3.
Very tense match. Both of them bringing very
ってことは次は魂のニーラジャンだ。
even today because it would have been to the opponent they were fighting immediately. 8,
はい。
we're gonna see Nilla Janna versus
ここまで
Nico.
全
I'm
然
gonna be
負
honest,
けてない
I
ニ
don't
ーラ
think
ジャン
I've
ナで
seen
すよ。
this matchup before, even when playing Nico or Nilla Janna
も
myself.
う
Have
負
you
けな
seen
そう
this
だけど
before,
ニ
Alan?
ーラじゃんなここまで来たら
Back in the days, Nico was
実際ニーラジャンナ
not strong
VS
enough.
ニー
Now
コ
he
だ
has
と
the support of the Almond Dog. Just so
どっちが有利なんですかね。
どっちだったんだろうね。まあ一応ニーラちゃんの有利っぽい気がするけど。
勝負族まで行ったら、まあ2個勝つんだけど、
うん、勝負族行く前に試合を終わらせようっていう
面
感じ。
白いのが、
うん
防御札が多分どっちもあんまり刺さんなくて、
はい。
ミッショとかブローバックとかもテンパイ耐えられるんだけど、風もなんか横があんまりみたいな、あんまりすごい高いやつがいないから、風もあんまりうまく機能しなくて、
はい。
ストームドローに合わせられれば風は強いんだけど、
はい。
だからどんだけあれだよね、殴り合いに勝てるかみたいな。
なるほど、殴り合いに勝てるか。
引いたから。ある。ないかも。
Outside of one drop plus Sky Splitter or like some other 2 drops plus Sky Splitter, so that Nyla is pretty much guaranteed connecting if she doesn't see any support on top of the units. On the other hand, you look for cards like Boat to just provide that extra brush to everything, because Seku's deck, if it doesn't get the early Nico level up, or it doesn't get the early Omen Hawk into Omen Dog, getting dog buffs, like you don't have really good blockers against Brush, and we're gonna see here if Seku decides to take down Nyla.
まあオープンアタックして。
See the Sky Splitter in hand and not deciding to go for it, not deciding to Rock Flash, keeping the Sky Splitter around for future, dealing with burn when the attacks go through. We also see Seku smirk when they drew this Buried in Ice. I think they're thinking that, hey, by around turn 7 or turn 8, I might get a really cute lead.
雪犬にバフが乗ってるんだ。
Getting the +1/+1, it might come down as a massive unit, but it's sort of an awkward time to draw it
料理
because
人
you've
か
got
な。
these 4 drops
まあ料理人だね。
and we're going to see the combat cook instead with that +1/+1, making combat real or part of being which one's better.
To be fair, I'm not sure. I'm still thinking about not trading with Nyla because you're
そうですね、
starting
ポッ
at
ト取り
4
ましたね。
mana, you floated, you burned 1 mana. If you go into turn 4, you still have the mana for another Sky Speeder that you would keep, and you really need to take down that Nyla because it's a big win for the deck. And like you can essentially trade for free with her, putting the Sky Speeder on your precious pad. So like and Seku take very fast pass, like he was very convinced you never trade there. So like I was still going over that. He decides to go for the combat dog because if you develop Nar there and there is a Janna, you can't really attack with Nar unless you commit your Sky Speeder there. And we see that clearly trying to keep the Sky Speeder for the future turns.
One of the beautiful things about LOI is that even the early turns matter. This turn 3 play that seemed maybe a little bit innocuous. I personally also would have played the Sky Splitter there. It seemed rather clever to me to try and go for that. But Seku knows this matchup way better than you and I do, Alan. I think if he's kept this card, he's done it for a very, very, very specific reason. You're going to see Talponator develop some quick attack units, not the easiest for Seku to deal with, and that's the sort of way that Talponator's deck tries to pressure. Instead of using evasive keywords, there is fresh, but it's mostly through these quick attack threats. You're going to see the Nar come down. We might see the dog come down in the future. We can also, if we wanted to, see the Buried in Ice to try and deal with this board. It might be a little bit too early, but it is a possible line for Seku if they decide to go for it, keeping their options open.
そっか、横並べて相手にコールの世界打ってって感じ？
コールの世界がぶっ刺さって、
So if he decides to go for the Buried in Ice,
15点削り切るパターンはなくはない。
and swing in, not attempting any sort of removal,
旋
he would
風
be
で
able
ナーを
to
取る。
propose almost lethal. But obviously we know that Talponator deck is packed with
テンパ
different
で
type
守り
of
ますよ
removal.
と。
And we see that Sky Spitters were kept to just protect your units from different type of removal. Like here protecting Nar from the Whirlwind.
See the Sky Splitter come down, kept from earlier needing to be played against this Nar. Palpinator has
多くは
gotten
考え
some
てるね。
really,
リーラ
really
の
good
裏と
draws, and their board is
Ah.
rather larger than
一緒
is
使って。
pressuring quite a fair bit. We do see Vikrash, the Exubi, fleeting. Probably will come down to shuffle another slipstream in, and Nilla isn't that far away from being leveled. We just see the Eye of the Storm. We know there are slipstreams in the deck at this point. When the attack comes through, there might be another slipstream pushed in if Palpinator decides to attack with this Nilla. We're going to see the quick attacks at least threatened right now to try and go in at least the 3-1 because you are able to threaten the Mystic Shot on top of it. So if this Compact Hook were to block, the Mystic Shot would come down and deal with this unit. Seku would get the weapon back. That's one of the powerful parts of weapon
料理人前出して
But we're going to see this
日
attack come
照
through.
終わ
Palpinator
せ
just thinking,
て
is this really
ちょ
what I
っと
want to
回
go
収
for?
してもいいんだよな。
So Seku needs to decide
あるね。
whether line he goes because he has no real win con aside of the buried, and like next turn, like any of your attacks can be just easily blocked out. The buried in ice is not a real win con right now, given that you are not having a huge board presence.
ミラのカウントは
Iwato smartly
10-16
kept
と。
a mana open so he can connect Mystic Shot
このな、
if Seku
弱すぎる。
decide to block with Cook, but and decides to develop
ミイラおかわりした。
post combat.
しましたね。
Slightly too short mana, and we see there is a
現在ニーラ
potential
3枚全部
Jana
来てますね。
coming down. Not sure on the her counter, but definitely
ミ
we
イラ
can
裏が
develop
弱いのだけ唯一
Nyla
の欠点だから
and。maybe Jana, and those two would be a big factors in the following
これ
turn
が
for round
レイニングバレ
7.
ットみたいなカードだったら最強だったんだけど。
The only thing he has to be
あ
worried is about just to block out Seku this turn, but we see that Seku doesn't have much
峰
threats
打ちだ
going
から
on, just regular units
バー
which
ス
we
ト
can chum block.
まあ、バースト1点、
ね、
1コスト2点だからね。
might be going for something like a ward and top deck,
強いん
thinking
だけ
that
どね。
this is their way
Mm.
out of this matchup. Palpinator's deck doesn't really deal with when all of the units have like +6/+6 from Warden. So keeping that Sky Splitter might have been playing for that line. And when you see this attack being lined up, we see the Nard going in to try and get that draw for that Warden. Palpinator's board looks so full, even if they
や
have
ばい、
the
耐えらん
level
ない
up, even if they
眠
have
い
the
かも。
Jenna level up, they're not going to do great into something
あ
like
と2
Warden.
戦じゃ
So
ね
who does have two decks is the line that they're going to be
耐えて
going
よ。
for. Because it's sort of their only out, as you point out. There's not that many
うん。
other good
俺レッドブル
options
決めたん
for
だけど。
Seku.
頑張ってコーヒー飲んでる今。
部屋の中寒いんだけど。
And we're going to see some blocks come through because Sharpenator's
エア
deck
コン
is
つけて。
nothing if not
つけてるよ。
have their units be replaceable.
毛布かぶって。
Okay, let me
やった
help
よ、さっきのくだり、
Seku
こ
a
の
bit.
くだり。
He's gonna top deck Darkin Spear, he's gonna put it as an Aska next turn
なるほど。
into swing into
公式
ward
キャス
and
ターは交代制だからいいけど、うちらずっと続けてるからだんだん語彙力が死んでくっていう。
そうね。
うん。
I mean, I've personally been blown out by that sort of play many times. Anaka can do so many amazing things. Sharpenator lining up the blocks, making sure they're not taking too much
氷の
damage.
世界打て
Trying
る
to see
か
the slipstream come down, try and find some burn pieces, see if that's how they're going to interact. We see the cold shot again, given fleeting. Like it's one of Palpinator's favorite things to do, give this cold shot fleeting so that it just shuffles back into parallel.
あ、セク選手側が。
Gonna see these blocks lined up. I think these are good blocks by Palpinator.
I think that's the first, like, given that we've seen a lot of one-offs from Talpinator, that being Tide Dancer, Cold Shot, Acorn, I think this is my first time I see him actually draw Cold Shot. I haven't seen Acorn yet, but Tide Dancer being there every single game. How is this man doing it? Also, Clocklink being there every single game, being even though one-off.
電波耐えます。ニーラお借りします。
See the Nilla spell into the Mystic Shot be
ニーラ
committed.
の裏
And then
弱いって言った後
Palpinator,
に強くて
just
笑
a
うわ。
legend drawing two Nillas and getting both of those spells. Deku trying to keep
まあ
his
さすがに
Snarl
もう
to get
テン
the
パら
draw
ない
to
と。
draw the Warden, but not able to get there.
まあ使うかって
Palpinator
感じ
having
ですけど。
everything they need. Fire kitchen, trying to get
まあ、
what
コール
they
ショットし
need to
て、
get the win con.
フルシャーク
Deku
出して
still。has
フルシャー
another
ク
knot
出
in
し
hand
て
to try and look for a pokey stick again, but it's going to be so hard to try and find that Palpinator playing the court. Getting that draw right
うわ
really soon.
Talpinator leveling up that
ニーラが
Nyla
レベルアップ。
pretty quickly. And still, this is where it might bite him back because again, remember that Nyla
これ次オープンでいけなかったら氷の世界ですか？
そう
そうですね。
はい
オープンはすると思うけどね。
へえ、そうですよね。
この世界あるの分かってるし。
そうですよね。こんな抜かない
聞いてない
ですよね
やろっつっ。て、オープンすることないか。あー、飛びすぎた。うわ、ただ、
あ、パレルトラップ。
パラレルトラップ引いちゃったんで、
はい
打つかな、さすがにパレルトラップ。いや、ダメだ、偉い。
I've just seen it in hand. That is absolutely amazing for Palpinator. They get this attack. It's very hard for
これ偉い
Seku
ね。
to try and deal with
はい。
this, and even in the parallel conversion, be able to come out right after. What an amazing
パ
draw
ン
from
チから
both players,
で
but let's be honest, Palpinator
い
got
い
the
よ。
better
な
draw
ん
here.
か死んでもお借りできるから。
Parallel conversions just like that? Right after you just shuffled it? With full board? After
ストームドローして、パライトラップ打つかな。
While Seko is staring at his hand and he's thinking, what am I trying to cook here? There is nothing to really do. I can just try to sculpture this not so great hand.
A little bit annoyed. I think you've got this locked down, Alan. I think the EMEA player is going to win, unfortunately. What an amazing draw, that protagonist energy from Talpanita. They've had this all tournament and they're continuing to harness it with them. We see the Nilla champion spell come down to get rid of this blocker. Any possible way for Seku to try and deal with this parallel convergence. You can play the muscle lookout into it. I'm pretty sure it summons... does it summon exact copies or new copies? I want to say they're exact, which means that they will have crossed in units.
Yes,
so it may not necessarily be,
3-1 は捨てるか
but
な
it should still be an amazing play.
Yes,
It's actually not as easy as I thought.
Unless you want to override your champions, it's not too amazing just yet. Again, Talpinator has to be aware of like very nice, but again there should be much follow-up given that Seku has only 9 mana and he's staring at 7, 9, 10 damage potential with the Poké Stick, which is not too amazing. And he decides to go for it.
Oh, Jannoを捨てて。
Decides to go for override. Perhaps we're gonna see another override coming with clocking.
で、ここで
満を持して
満を持してパラレルトラップで。
頭変えてるやないか。
マジかよってなるよね。そうだよね。
最強のパラレルトラップだね。
流撃も2枚混ざって。
俺はGGだね。
Warden isn't even enough at this point because there's no way of dealing with Talpinator's board, and with 14 health, there's no way that Talpinator is dying anytime soon. This is not been Seku's day at all. This one match has... The last 2 matches have all had bad RNG for Seku's perspective.
バーンダメージ引けば勝ち。
はい。
流撃3枚。
流撃3枚。
あー、
ブローバック。
回避だ、
はい。
ブローバック。
はい。これで解決ですね。
これ持ってるね。ニーラちゃん騙して。
いや、これ優勝する人の手じゃないか。手札がずっと答えてる感じ。
メタデッキは2位になるっていうテラ。
え、でもシェニア選手も環境とは言いづらくて。い
や、シェニア選手は環境よ。
環境？
エイパックでは。
そうかな。まあエイパックではね。
マジか。セック行くかなと思ったけどね。
正直行くかなっていう予想をみんなしてたと思いますね。
まさかミナーズファイナルから2連敗して終わるとはもう本人も思ってないだろうし。
うん。だってそれまでずっと勝ち続けてるわけだから。だってそもそもあれだよ、初日のスイスドローの時、スイスドローだと 6-1 だからね。圧倒的だったんだから。
まあでもそんなこと言ったらマジンバイは6-1で1位通過してるけど即負けしてるから。
まあそういうこともあるよね。
If you underestimate it, if you give it so much time to draw cards, it just pops off on you. And Talpinator had his back up against the wall the entire time versus this Nico deck. It was looking so doomed in the Elder Dragon deck, and then managing to stabilize from there was exquisite. And there is one moment in that other game I have to call out. When the pool shark came down and said, "Do you have a problem with called shots?" And then the called shot gets shuffled right to the deck.
なんかあれですね。
Write scripts
決
better
勝
than
は
this, people.
新パッチ来てないってめちゃめちゃネタにされていたデッキとこの唯一のニーラジャナトで波乱って感じしますけどね。
まあ両方失敗してないですね。
これあれですよ、海外とかだと e スポーツってブックメーカーわかります？なんかギャンブル結構あるんですけど、はい、そういうのがあるんですけど、もしこれブックメーカーで選ばれてるとしたらだいぶみんな損してめちゃめちゃ怒ってるやつだと思いますよ。万馬券みたいになってると思いますよ、これ。競馬でいうところの。はい。なってると思いますね。
まあ少なくともニーラジャンナにかけた人は一人もいないでしょうね。
まあお友達とかが100円分とか買うんじゃないですかね。わかんないですけど。
ニーラジャンナに本気で勝つと思って入れてるやつはいなさそう。
まあ全額ベットしてるとか高額ベットはないと思いますけど、どうなんですかねっていう。
倍率やばそうだもん。80倍とかある。
なってると思う。80倍どころじゃないんじゃないかなっていう感じしますけどね。ライアットのゲームってブックメーカーとか話題になってたりするイメージだけど、ルーンテラでもあんのかなねえ、わかんないね。
1週間前の自分にニーラジャンナが決勝だよって言っても信じないよ。
いや、みんな信じないよ。ニーラジャンナの人今日プレイングもキレキレ。いや、そうなんですよ。ニーラジャンナの人今日プレイングもデッキも愛に応えてるって感じですごいんですよね、今日。すごいんですよ。
Yeah, you want to talk about the Jana level is going to take over the game. What if you just draw 5 copies of Neela? I mean,
日本人だってニーラジャンナ研究者ゼロよ。
そうだと思うよ。そうだと思うよ。
日本人でニーラジャンナワンチャンあんじゃねって多分発言したやつゼロ。
いや、
バカにされる。
いや、いない。
ニーラジャンナワンチャンあるかもしれん、持ち込むかもしれんとか言って世界大会の時に挑戦のところで言ったら、は？
むしろこの方はどう調整して誰と行こうぜってこれになったんだろうなっていうのは超気になるよね。
多分ニーラジャンナを使うためにこの3つにしてる。
あ、そっかそっか、なるほどね。
ニーラジャンナもう多分ニーラジャンナで勝ってきたんでしょ、多分世界大会に出るまでも。
おそらくそうなんじゃないですかね。多分この後待ち時間の時とかにその選手が何で出場権を獲得したかっていうのが出ると思うんですけど、多分そうじゃない。フェイツボヤージュなんちゃらオンワードかなんじゃないかな。わかんないけど。
この人ニーラジャンナのワールズ予選優勝とかじゃない？もしかして。
わかんないですけど。
ニーラジャンナ環境の時の。ありえるよ。
これ誰も思わなかっただろうな。デッキ持ち込みリスト見て優勝争いをするデッキがこの6つってこの6つっていうのはなかなか想像つかない。
うまいやつしか勝たねえんだってやっぱ。
そうですね。
It is Chenia versus Talpinator, EMEA versus Korea. Boulevard, I think I know usually where your heart is on this
いや、
side
勝って
of
ほ
the
しい、
coin,
チェニアさん
but
に。
I'm gonna ask
でも
you
ニーラジャンナにも勝ってほしい。
who do you have as
そうだね。
your favorite to win Boulevard first?
あれですか、ニーラジャンナで1本取ってほしいけどチェニア選手には勝ってほしいって感じ。
勝つならニーラジャンナに
なんとも言えない。
持ち込み的にチェニアさん勝つと思うけど。
そうなんですよね。持ち込み的に相性が、どうなりますかね。ただ一つ言えるのは
ルンテラの王だからね。
そうですね。
すべてをなぎ倒す王のデッキだから。
はい。すべてをなぎ倒しすぎて人口を減らしましたからね。エズリアル・カルマっていうデッキが古来から存在して、カルマっていうデッキは人を減らすんだよね。ルンテラの人口を減らしてきてるから。このまま優勝してエターナルオークにしてもらって。
Okay, we're tied up on the desk right now. One for Talpinator and one for Chenia.
瀬戸とカルマ両方投獄っていう。
Gonna have to figure out exactly what's gonna happen as we take a short break. Get ready for that grand finals. This is it, the last match of the broadcast. Chenia versus Talpinator for the title.
瀬戸ってそういえば大胆なナーフってきてないよね。
Don't go anywhere. It's coming to
コイ
you
ンしか直さ
really
れないか
soon.
ら。みんな思ったでしょ、コインがナーフ来た時、こんなんじゃ瀬戸カルマどこにも直されてねえよって。そういうことだよ。
なんかね、そうなんですよね。そうですよね。
そうだよ。
次の試合多分6時10分ぐらいなのかな。
5時50分、まあそうだね。
うん。多分6時10分ぐらいですね。
岩戸ちゃんも5時間半も配信してるって俺たち。
いや、今もう途中でもう、やばいよ、もう。もう無理だよ。頑張るけど。
おかしいよ俺たち。
だってもう、だんだん喋ってる単語が短くなっていって、だんだん喋らなくなっていき、みんなでぼーっと見てる時間が増えてきたね。
そうだね。
というわけで、はい、一旦休憩を挟みたいと思います。次の試合が始まるときにお会いしましょう。で、またですね、この本配信、実況解説席、増える分には大歓迎でございますので、コメント欄にいる方ね、
コメント欄にいる大慶さん、よろしくお願いします。
はい、ぜひね、新しい、何でしょう、寝起きの人の風を吹かせてくださいね。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、じゃあ一旦休憩挟みます。じゃあねー。
一旦 CM です。
一旦 CM です。CM っていうか、まあ、ただ音声が切れるだけですけども。はい、寝ないでくださいね。次の、待って、15分後だって。
おかしいよ。
とかやっぱ6時15分。ってことは6時20分ぐらいだな。はい、じゃあみんな休憩です。 戻りましたー。はい、というわけで、これから始まるのが、ルンテラ2023ワールドチャンピオンシップの世界大会決勝戦です。はい。
世界大会って2回行った
ね。現在ですね、解説に来てくださっているのは黒さんと滝さんです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。朝を迎えてしまいました。
はい。ちなみにですね、黒さんは起きてます。そして、岩戸は保冷剤を首に巻きながら起きています。滝さんはレッドブルを決めています。ギリギリです。よろしくお願いします。
Kicks a couple cards and gets another Poro snacks. We've got some great scaling on the table for Chenia. This means that dealing with brash.
これは、ポロキング vs ニーラジャンナですね。
One of the only cards that Top End here hasn't really been able to stick or take advantage of for this game. Could maybe get a little bit of love with a mana discount. Affectionate Poro coming down to threaten.
I was so worried about Chenia's opening hand. You can have hands with the Poro deck for sure, where you get all the snacks, but then you fail to convert that into actual Poros. But Chenia gets the Poro stories. That's going to be
これニーラジャンナとポロキングの相性はどうなんでしょう。全くわかりません。なるほど。
わかんないね。
ポロキング勝てば、引けばポロキング勝つんじゃないかな。
はいはいはい。要は遅刻をしなければってことですね。
ちゃんと重役出勤しずに、ために引ければ、いけそうな空気は出てるけど。
Chenia drawing a second affectionate
ちゃん
Poro
と
might not help for the
おやつ
king,
引いて
but
るんで、
honestly having two 2/2 challengers, I know that was a lot of twos here on turn 3 could help Chenia start to take over the board and really stop the snowball from Talpinator, who has an uncharacteristically weak hand. Scars, we haven't seen any of the champions just yet.
Chenia has the potential to just play Poro snacks, weave it in while there's not a lot of pressure going on, especially now with another elusive unit to tempt him. Beautiful. Just get these out of the way now, deny these mana discounts, and then
で、1マナ残して、これ相手のジャンナに備えてるっていう。
interesting offering of keywords that
ジャンナ出てきたら、約束攻防で。
はいはいはいはい、なるほど。
出てないでしょ、ちゃんと頭。回復できるよ。しかもちゃんと相手ジャンナ引いて。
ジャンナ引きましたね。
is completely in the zone with his eyes locked on victory, understands that my best chance at victory is to answer the Poro King on site. As this Howling Gale discounted, it's going to be incredibly easy to stack when the time comes.
Question is, will it be enough to slay the Poro King? Because at the moment,
まあでもパスされたら終わるから。
is a 5/5 and unfortunately not going to be pulled out by the Poro Herder. I feel like Poro Herder actually has a higher chance to pull the Poro King than any other Poro. The amount of time
なるほど。今のはポロキングを引きに行ったのかもしれないねってことですね。
has been great, but Chenia not going to have such an easy route. Does pull the Pouty Poro though, and with that second snacks, it's going to hit that Empower 3, get those tough regeneration and overwhelm keywords.
I love the idea here for Talpinator as well.
いや、弱いなぁ。この側の手札が。あ、てか、チニアさんカメラついてるじゃん。
はい、ついてます。そうですよ。岩田はさっきからもうずっとあれです。チェニアさんの後ろにあるフィギュアなんだろうっていうのをずっと考えながら見てる。眠すぎてわけわかんない。なんだろうね。
But when we look at Talpinator's hand, we see the Neela, we see the Cloudwinder, and the Slipstream. A board of 3/3s doesn't mean much if Neela level 2 gets to knock them all down to 1 HP and sneak through that brash attack.
Talpinator going to choose Augmented Clockling. Wants to look through the deck for one more instance. Doesn't want to chain with Exalted Cloudwinder. I think this tells us is fishing for a cheaper block. Wants to play Neela this turn. On the next token.
It's going to be a few more Poros thrown down from Chenia. Talpinator still has that Howling Gale, but probably really hoping to save it for the Poro
全
King,
て
but
の
it's
カードの
already a
コスト
little
が
bit of
下
an
がって
uphill battle, right? Skarzik, one Poro Stories has resolved. The King is currently a 5 on level 1, will be a 6/6 and outside the range
ジャ
of
ンナが
that
進化す
spell
ることほと
once
んど
he
ないから
hits
な、
level
もう
2.
このデッキ。
Since Poro
大体
King
その前に
did
死んじゃうから
not hit the board on curve, Talpater
あ
being faced with a very
確かに
interesting conundrum. I can
ジャンナがレベルアップするときって大体もうニラとセットでリーサル決めてるときですよね。
try to set up for this best attack token.
がもう全く
If
準備ない。
Talpater can put Chenia on the back
そう
foot,
ですね
it becomes a lot harder to weave in the snacks as they come. Chenia might no
ま
longer
あもう
have
ジ
the
ャンナ
tempo
は
to
ね、
play this
ここまで生か
expensive
したお前が
sunburst
悪い
to answer
感じで進
Janna,
化する
and
から
with
ね。
this attack
Mm.
is offering up the
さすがに
capability for
6枚の
Talpater
時
to
は
trade
2ターン生か
down
したら
one
進化してたけど、
blocker.
はい。
There's 2
8枚の時は
cost
もう3ターン
reductions
以上
on
生き
a
残ってる
spell
っ
in
てことだから、
Talpater's hand that Chenia knows
そう
about.
ですね、
Perhaps just
3
thinking,
ターン以上
what
生
if
き
it's
残って
Eye of
て
the
大体4 ターン
Storm?
生き残った
What
ら
if
進化か
Janna
な。
is able to block my fearsome Poro
そらそう
and trade effectively onto it after the snacks, but does just full send everything in? See a block from the Mariner, a block from the Janna. What else is Talpater going to line up, or do they just want to take the 4, potentially 5 damage after the snacks?
I think this is definitely a great decision. The Janna is always going to be looming large over the opponent's game plan. Are you going to put the extra resources down to answer this? If not, her ability to level, especially in response to removal, is unprecedented. Chenia has 3 mana now for snacks, but do you go for it now just to weave it in? Do you float this mana to make it easier to use Sunburst? What about Black Shield? So many decisions now for Chenia. Poro King seems straight up at first, but when you're playing a similar board-based matchup, the trades can get very intricate.
It's going to be up to Chenia to push as much damage here and now because they've got an uphill battle ahead of them. They still don't have the big finisher in the Poro King, and this is not a matchup where we really think that Zolani's going to be able to climb to the heights of assimilating the entire board.
ポロ
But
キングが
I
引けな
wanna
いね
just
みたいな
remind
ことを
everyone,
解
it
説され
doesn't
て。
take a
はい
16-16 Zolani
そう
to end the
引
game.
けてない
A
んですよね
10-10 overwhelm is not something Neela Jan is going to answer particularly effectively.
Yeah, and Talpater even floating the Howling Gale, still trying to respect the Poro King. I thought
い
for
や
sure that
ー
would
強い
come
なド
through
ローが。
to deny that Pouty Poro from continuing to scale, but Slipstream rewards him with a couple cheap units to keep this development strong.
We're just continuing to see more and more elusive units on the side of Talpater. Chenia has yet to
ここは
find
も
a
う
daring
パス
Poro. Still has that Poro stories in hand. The
もう処理
Destined
しなきゃいけない
unfortunately
カー
gonna be
ド
a
が
little while
多すぎ
before
る
they can
感じ。
go
なん
ahead
か
and get that one turned online because the
全部
Poro
で処理
King
しな
is
きゃいけ
still
ない。
absent. It's just a vanilla 3/3 for now. And
で
again,
しかもポロキング
Chenia
が引けてない。
does
引けてない
not play Yumi. They put it in the Fizz deck, so that secondary champion from the Poro list is absent from this game.
There is a terrible line that I'm kind of beginning to see take shape
Ooh, lay it on me.
Boulevard, where by the time Chenia gets the Poro King, the rest of his followers will have been traded away and won't have the means to generate any
こ
more
こでついに
snacks.
That is
運
a
が回らなくなっ
terrifying
たというか、
reality that you
ニ
are
ーラジャン
setting
ナ
your
側が乗りに
sights
乗っ
on
て
there,
るというか、
Skarzig, and I'm wondering mostly now if Talpater, how are they
そう
going
で
to
す
Howling
ね
Gale? Does the Pouty
なんか
Poro
引きたい
as
の
a
が
3/3
引けてる
regen
人と引けてない人
look
になっちゃって
threatening
る
enough? No,
感
it
じは
doesn't
する
look like
す
it's
ごい
just going to be 5 elusive damage, nice and safe coming through. Chenia's
今日は
got
俺の
the
日
hush if they want to take a block
はい
onto one of these, but need to save that for something a little bit later on. That brash keyword, that boat from Talpater being so pivotal in a lot of their matches.
I also love that Talpater is just going for some chip damage, right? You can just go full send with the Exalted Cloudwinder, try to attack, force some trades down, force some chip damage, but getting
ゼロコスト
that
だもんね、もうあの
additional tick, a zero
Howling
mana
Gale.
Howling Gale is obscene tempo for the next time Talpater wants to attack through all of this.
Chenia is now really starting to establish that Poro board, but they've got to find something just a little bit hardier. These elusives are really getting underneath of them, and with no daring Poro coming out of the Poro stories, Chenia doesn't even necessarily want to draw a daring Poro here. It would almost certainly get eliminated by something in Talpater's hand. Whatever Chenia draws needs to have a big impact on this game.
ポロキングデッキってドローソース入ってないんですか
So much riches has to override a
どっ
unit
ち
in
が
play to get that Cloudwinder down to
ポロ
keep
ポロポロポロ
card draw up and
ドローソース
running.
はあれだよ。
Chenia's
あ
got
の
a beautiful
おじいちゃんだけ
board right now
ポロの
with
お
a
じいちゃん
bunch
だ
of
け。
3/3,
あのおじい
but
ちゃんって
needs
ポロキング
something
連れてくることあん
that
の
actually lets him convert
あり
what
ますするから
Talpater has
ポロキン
planned
グ連れてくる
ああ
and
そうなん
more
だ
resources coming.
I was going to say, I don't really mind the override on the side of Talpater. You kind of just need to
まあ
draw
ここ
as many
で
cards as possible, and now
全て
Talpater
に
finds
イ
that
ルーシ
one
ブ
of
とかライ
both
フスティー
that
ルとか
we
して
have
る。
hyped up so much, but the
あるあるあるあるあるあるある。
Fabled Poro is gonna
あ
spread
スペシー
a myriad myriad of keywords to the remainder. We got a couple of challengers. We've got quick attack, spell shield. We've got spell shield on the Pouty Poro, and life steal, importantly, onto the fabled Poro himself. Black shield backup for Chenia.
Oh, this is looking really good now.
しかもチャレンジャーついてるからジャンナとニーラ取れるね。
取れます。
死ぬんですけど。
putting an attempt on the stack
ハウリングゲール持ってるんで死ぬんですけど。
はい。Talpinator has some pretty slow developments here, and with the board full, can't take an in-between play the way he would like.
あれだもんね、ハウリングゲールってニーラの裏打って、2コストの旋風打つとチャレンジャー全員死ぬもんね。
Talpinator has the means to fight through the black shield as well. Chenia still waiting on Talpinator to make a move before they can go into combat and start to challenge out those champions. The keywords off of this Poro have been so good for Chenia, but it's just not quite enough. Talpinator still has so much refuel in hand, right? We've got the boat, they've got the Cloudwinder, both at a reduced cost thanks to Janna, so they'll be playable this round. So even if Talpinator does lose control of the board here and the life advantages, Chenia climbs back up to potentially 17. I think Talpinator's still got a really good shot at finding that next full cycle of cards that'll get them back into this.
Yeah, quick attack and challenger. Beautifully done on the nimble Poro here to fight for this board and maintain attackers. This is the key turn. If you force your opponent to block down, wipe their board, maintain your pressure and your presence, it might be difficult for Talpinator to come back. And I know that sounds like it's not that big a deal for John and Neela when they're drawing a lot of cards, but you also have to think about having enough actions to develop all of these, Sunburst to maybe land on this Tide Dancer with a little bit of help.
When we look at the list from Chenia, I just want to call out this Hush in their hand because they are on 2 copies of the Hush and 1 of the Targonian Tellstone. And I'm sure that this Hush has come up really big for Chenia.
これ何で悩んでるんでしょうか。
But right now, I bet they really were wishing that this was a Targon Tellstone and they had that additional provider, the Behold the Infinite, or maybe a Blessing of Targon to push something through.
Wow. Actually extends with the
次のターン結構リリーサルまであるんじゃないかぐらい手札持ってるね。
Chenia now pulling ahead and trying to win this resource tug of war.
And that's so good for Chenia Skarzik. That Jana, I believe, was it 7 out of 8 when she actually went down, and that those 2 draws a turn, the reduced cost on everything that you draw, absolutely would have been able to bury Chenia from here on out, but not out of the woods yet as the Tide Dancer comes through. Not a lot of follow-up for now, but Talpinator going to get that Cloudwinder down, draw a few more cards. Honestly, the one thing I haven't been able to keep track of is how many slipstreams are on top of the deck, because for Talpinator, there always seems to be at least one in the top 2.
There might be one yet, and
そうですね。沈黙もあるし。
the king hasn't come through now. By the time he hits the board, the scaling might be too slow. Get rid of that chunky lifesteal fabled Poro, and now Neela levels up at the start of the turn. I can't wait to see what Talpinator's top decks are.
There's the Slipstream, there's the Windborn Mariner, and closing it out with a Divine Whirlwind.
3 spell shield units on the opposing side. Neela's ability does go through that, but it's going to be difficult to set up any additional procs because of that clutch keyword development.
もうここでバーストバーストバーストで殴りたい気持ちもあるよね。スペルシールド貫通するんですよね、ニーラは。
そうですね。
There's really not a lot of developmental punishes coming out of Poros outside of that Sunburst, which
まあでもさすがに最大値出すか。
is immediately going to throw down onto that Tide Dancer and could get punished by a Mystic Shot plus another
ここでハッシュを打つのはさすがだね。
Chenia playing super safe with the Hush, actually not going to give Talpinator the window of opportunity.
Neela still going to get some AoE, it looks like. Here comes Windborn Mariner, still committing to keeping this board as wide as possible. If you're trying to go into a swarm contest like this against Poros, it's always risky. Chenia's hand is basically almost fixed up at this point. Time and time again, his ability to read the opponent's hand is almost certain that this card might be a Sunburst. Now goes in with Neela, some AoE.
でも静寂だったらブラッシュつかないんですよね。
Going to slowly find him getting closer and closer to victory.
っていう、もうさすがと言わざるを得ない。決勝まで来る男のプレーですね。
そうですね。
満を持して3バースト打ってもいいよね。
I would imagine at this point, Chenia just going to take out the boat. There's really not a bigger threat to be found, but no, Chenia actually going to unlock the port.
呪いの解除。はい。
Leaving the Tide Dancer up. Unbelievable. This card has been so pivotal to Talpinator's run through the loser's bracket to get to this point. And Chenia says, it's time for me to unshackle. What's going to be the top deck? Maybe it's Poro King with one Poro in hand. That can generate a snack, and with Pepper snacks, that is enough impact damage to maybe see the victory. Chenia, do you have the top deck? Can you make it happen?
I'm wondering if even something like Zilani off the top would be enough. We talked about it's nowhere near the assimilation level, but if it's just an 8-8 with overwhelm or something along those lines, that could very well be enough to close this out, especially if the Tide Dancer does go down. It looks like we're about to finally make it to the end of this round, so we will see what comes off the top for each of these players. Chenia, what's the draw? It's Aurora Borealis.
And plenty of mana to use it. These Poros are going to get beefed up. We've got 2 quick attack Poros, one with Challenger, nice overwhelm coming through. With Talpinator at 8 HP, has to be very respectful of this turn. And a daring Poro, not too shabby. Another big elusive that must be respected.
And with 2 challengers, that elusive would connect Skarsig. The problem is that I don't think there's enough residual damage outside of that to really secure a victory for Chenia. They're going to need to buy one more turn, but Talpinator is the player in play, has the second healer in hand, so really nothing Chenia can do to permanently deal with this champion. Other than maybe going for a challenge onto the first heal and then a sunburst onto the second, but there's not enough mana for that.
With enough trades being forced down, if Talpinator feels the need to develop further for the next turn, maybe it does open up a window for that other sunburst. I know that Neela, when she attacks, is 2 damage guaranteed.
Talpinator aware of the double Poro snacks and the 6 mana lining up their blocks. The Neela will persist unless Chenia commits the snacks, but then they are down below the range of the Sunburst, and they are so low on Nexus health. Skarsig and Talpinator has been a beast when it comes to drawing that burn in this tournament. We're going to see the double snacks committed. That's a full board wipe onto Talpinator.
ただここでニーラ出してブラッシュで通すってことだよね。
That is 2 damage. That Talpinator has access to
いや、
on
まあ
the
でも
open attack. Another slipstream.
これはニーラ出してブラッシュ。
Even
いやい
sacrificing
や
the
フォローは
elusive
通んない。
unit.
ああ、いいの
That's
か。
no
そう、
longer
3
going to be guaranteed damage.
どっちか通るから。ど
With
っちか通る
the
から、
Cloudy Poro having
そうだね。
tough,
だから静寂引かなかったら勝ちだね。
it still takes 1 damage, so the Master Lookout being additional brash target could get there.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think. Oh, Poro
Wow,
snacks is
he
not going to be enough actually, and blow back off the top to secure it for Talpinator. This is going to be 2 damage onto the Nexus. Next round would be able to draw anything to push it through, but as you mentioned, the brash keyword actually makes it so that Chenia doesn't even get to see the top deck. Talpinator on 2 fronts here.
Unbelievable for this to come down to the wire like this.
Unbelievable 言うてるやん。
Everything they had down the line, but Chenia with no Poro King could not outscale the mid game of John and Neela the way he would have
一応なんか
liked.
ツイッターでジョーイチが
Master Lookout going
優勝するのは
unblocked
ポロキングを
means that
握ったやつ
Talpinator
になるだ
will
ろうみたいなこと言ってた
take
ね。
game
言ってましたね。
number
はい。
And this is a
今日の
matchup
大
that
会が始ま
Chenia
る前に。
wasn't necessarily expecting to win, but it sure would have been nice given how close
すごい。
they got to have to not
いや、
2-0
すご
that
い。
Respector Elders deck to only need one opportunity to find
ちゃん
that
と見え
deck
てるね、
faltering,
勝筋
but
が。
instead Chenia now has to 2-0 the most represented deck in the tournament. They've been able
で、
to do
次
a
が
great
エルダー
job
ド
of
ラ
that
ゴン
so
ノラ。
far, but Talpinator on the other side of the coin
はい。
has been in a similar position. They have had this Respector Elders deck targeted time and time again and continues to pull through.
どれで戦うべきなの？
Poro King
まあ、どっちも抜かなきゃいけないのは分かってるんだけど。
decks that have developed a monstrous reputation. when they draw the right cards, when they
マ
draw
フィー繋げるんじゃない
exactly what the deck is built around, can end games very, very quickly. Talpinator's build
最後
of
フィズにかけ
Elder
るの嫌
Dragon
だし
isn't running the early birds. Only one copy, rather, is a little bit more early
そういうもんなん
game
ですか
focused. I believe it's still on the no
自分の
jump
心の持ちよう的にフィズ投げそう
and navigating
どっち投げてもあんまり変わらない
あポロですね
ああでもポロ投げたポロの方が
はい
自信あるん
been
だ
a tall order for him.
Aurora Borealis is in the opener for Chenia unless they go ahead and kick it back. It is an extremely mana-intensive card. It is 11 mana to really take advantage of the full Poro snacks. Chenia kicks it all back, looking for something a little bit on the lighter end and is not rewarded, just finds a couple of Poros.
I like the mulligan strategy there. Understands I just need main deck snacks, perhaps a Poro King. 1-1
これ
lucky Poro
あれで
with
したっ
top
け
immune to these
エルダー
Vandal
の
Kings.
エルダードラゴン
This
Nora.
is the tournament
What?
life for Chenia. If they lose this match,
タフがめんどくさいんで
eliminated.
したっ
They
け
are second place. Talpinator is
そうですね
our
タフがめん
victor
どく
for
さい
not going down without a fight. Couple of
2
Poro
点出る
herders
スペ
to
ル
defend the
が
deck, but Talpinator
グループショットが
some
4
nice hits
体
off
あ
of
る
this
ときと
conchologist
は
to be
い
able to control
あ
the
と
early game of Chenia
ランドマーク
or
出す
preserve
スロース
into
ペ
the
ル2
late
点
game with a
はい
condense for a Burblefish or a
そうですね
Broadmane.
The pie toss
武器
presenting
が基本的にないん
procs
で
for that
はい
is nice. I wonder if Talpinator's going to go
かなり
greedy
めん
with
ど
the
くさいです
condense.
うん
It's so
グ
hard
ルー
to
プショット
have
取るのも
a
全
read
然やりますね
this
これ
early
本当はパイ
on
投げ
in
欲しいんです
the
け
game
ど
as to what Chenia's draw quality really was, but we know that the Broadmane is probably
まあ
going
で
to
もパイ投げかな
babysat, just waiting in the wings to answer Poro King as soon as he
パイ
sees
投
the
げ
light
取り
of
ました
day.
ね
It's really just about taking out that champion, right? This isn't the kind of deck from Talpinator where the Broadmane gets a big sweep onto the board, right? You're not doubling up a Caustic Riff and taking out everything. It's got to be a
ここ
slower,
って
more
殴ります
methodical process. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Talpinator just going
あ
after
まあ
the
ユニット
Poros
出してこな
while
かった
they've
ら
still
殴んない
only
です
got 1 HP. But
あ
actually,
あなるほど
出して
Chenia
きたんで
not
殴る あ
drawing
まあ
any
これ
Poros
からもう
that
殴んない
can
で
die
2
to
これ
these
殴ん
things.
ないですね
Finds
はい
the Fabled Poro, has the Plucky
まあで
Poro,
も例え
has
ば
this
今までポロが出てきたら殴る
the Pale
ああ
Cascade.
確かに
ポロが出てこなかったら羽衣の
What
裏目が
keyword
で
did
かす
you
ぎる
get
んで
this
殴るん
turn,
です
my son? Is it another tough unit to
まあ
be
使わせるっ
developed?
てい
It
う
would be
あれもあるんですよ
massive on the side of Chenia to keep this early pressure up.
ユニットが減るのが一番痛いんで
Knows that, hey, I might
まあ
have
確かにポロは
Broadmane,
減ら
that's
したい
still
ですからね
a very expensive
はい
commitment.
でうかつにブロックも入るんですしね
Round
はい
six when
でも
that
自分のユニッ
comes
トが減ら
through.
されて
うん
Chenia won't
あ
have
の
the attack token just
ポロ
yet,
が
but what it
残ってる
means
っていう状況が
is
一番
that
最悪なんで
the
そ
Poro
うです
King
ね
being in play, the potential to get another Poro, to get at least one special snack, I think is might
タコいた
all
人おるかな
might be
は
all
いタ
Chenia
コいた
グループショットを考えてタコいた
to
人おりま
jump
した
out ahead in this game.
So far, they haven't been able to draw that Poro King off of these Poro herders. Just not working as well for Chenia as you would have liked, and now the Lonely Poro has, okay, generating a Daring Poro. It's not the worst thing in the world, but unfortunately, without the snacks, it's just a 1-1 elusive. This is something that was relegated to
で
coming out of
パイ
Poro
投げ
King.
で
No
ポロを
place
1
in
体
the
取っ
main
て
deck.
It's great love when it scales, but right now we've got a lot of 2-3s trying to turn up the pressure. Talpinator has to ask, do I want to stop this damage now or save these chumps from the Poros are actually bigger?
プロ帰るの
Like
か
willing to at least sacrifice an otter post to this. Now, one of the things that we've seen throughout the day, especially here in day number 3, Skarzik, is the amount of pressure that players will put on
かなり
the
ポロ側が
respective
優
others
勢
deck
で
on
すね
turn number 5,
Ah.
right before their clunky hands start to come online. The Broadmanes come down, the Sign-ins draw some additional cards and things like that. But Chenia doesn't have a lot going on. The Fabled Poro
い
here is
や
only
ーど
giving
っ
the
ち
keyword
も
over to
いや
one
攻防選ん
other
だ
card.
うん攻
Now
防選
getting
び
a
ましたね
crank down onto this Sunburst. And the Poro Sled is probably something that you want to come down before the Fabled Poro. That's something that's going to take advantage
これ
of
は
the
多分真ん
keyword a
中
lot
の
better. And we get some
ボムを選ぶんじゃないかな
medium
そうですねで
hits off the Conchologist from Talpinator, but
勇
drop
気と
the
ポロを
bomb is
倒
good
したい
enough to keep things
はい
under
はい
control.
はい
Deathless, the result
まあ
finally
タ
for
フ
the
スキル
Fabled
取りたい
Poro
っていう
bot.
はい
で勇気の
Keeping
ポロが
another unit in
にここで多分
play is
羽衣使わせるとか
always
はいはいはい
The
そういうプレイになってくる
summons keep happening. You get more snacks on the king. We'll have to see if Chenia feels like extending with the Poro sled. This still comes down
大類
on the
学者
turn
3枚
before
引いてるのは
more
かなり
Broadmane. This is
野良側
another
も
incredibly wide attack that Talpinator has
い
to
けてま
deal
す
with.
そうだ
One
ね
more conchologist for
リ
development.
ソースが
One more block
はい
and perhaps
だいぶ
drop
続い
the
てるんで
bomb. We'll see
結
on
局
this
ドロー
turn.
がなくて
Pray for Riptide Rex here in the
ユニッ
next
ト
three
引きたいんだ
draws.
けどリソースが続かないっていうデッキなんで
Skarzik, we've talked so much about the lack of
Well,
junk
the resource
construct in the
card
list from
will
Talpinator, but when you
provide
just
it.
draw
Right.
all 3 Conchologists, it doesn't really matter. You're not getting punished. More impact pulled pulled out of the sled. And luckily for Chenia, these 2-1s are not going to be blocking the Poros effectively. They are going to get traded down, but this is still a pretty healthy life total for Talpinator out of a list that doesn't have any burn and is going to just be fully unit focused in terms of the damage it can output.
Now, Talpinator does have eyes on this Pale Cascade in the hand, even when that comes through. could deal 1 damage to the Plucky Poro, but then once the round passes over, I believe it still counts.
ポロキングじゃなくておやつなんだ。
Probably just wants to pressure that now. Makes it
まあ
harder
ポロ
to
キングでもいい。
open snacks
まあ
later.
ポーロラがいいかな。
ポーロラがいい。
Doesn't really want to offer up the Plucky Poro
本当はポロキン
Pale
グがいいけど。
just trade down onto the Conchologist and
ポーロキングの次にポーロラかな。
the grand finals of the World Championship. There is an Elder
た
Dragon
だ
in
ポロキング死ぬん
Talpanor's hand.
で
We have not seen a level
まあそうですね。ポロキング
Is he not
殺されちゃいま
obligated
す
to at
ね。
least attempt to give that to us?
With Chenia playing a deck that wants to draw the game out as long as possible, I definitely could see a world where Talpanator brings this to a top deck war. There's a lot of swinging and blocking back and forth with Plaza Guardians or some such, and Elder Dragon might just be played to block a giant Poro King or Zolani at some point.
Chenia not willing to use the Pale Cascade onto the Poro Herder. Just says, you didn't draw a good enough Poro for me. I'm willing to just let you go down. But this is also the pivotal turn 5 drop the bomb that sets up the turn 8 Riptide Rex. Talpanator just giving himself another top deck out, while Chenia finds another Poro Herder. Just everybody drawing 3 of their 2 drops this match.
And now Talpanator finds a perfect target with Lord Broadmane. We know from experience how strong Poro Sled is, kind of being that backup threat alongside the King. The summon Poro also augmented by snacks. The additional summons have a chance of accelerating Poro King. The summon itself counts to activate Poro King's snack if they're both in play at the same time. So now Talpanator seeing a very strong tempo swing, answering the sled, and then taking all of Chenia's mana thanks to that ranked Sunburst.
Chenia throwing down the Sunburst onto the Lord Broadmane, but because Talpanator slips in a condense, a 1-1 or even a 2-2 Lord Broadmane is just as difficult for Poros to answer as the full HP 3-4 is, and Talpanator's continuing to draw down these reduced cost cards, the Plaza Guardian, the Burblefish, the sort of win conditions that go alongside the Nora Elder Dragon, and Chenia once again whiffs on finding the Poro King, and without a Poro Snacks, I don't know that Chenia is going to be able to slip through this elusive lethal like he has in the past.
Chenia developing wide, has the Fable Poro in hand, isn't out of the chance, has a great pressure turn with this attack token. Talpanator on a very awkward idea because you want to save these pings to activate with Lord Broadmane, but everything that's in play right now is really outstanding. Talpanator decides to commit to a 5-cost Plaza Guardian just to get another boon and another big blocker.
That's going to be Challenger Quick Attack, sort of the one of the more terrorizing keyword combinations that we've ever had in LOR. Chenia going to pull a fabled Poro, which again, the Poro King has been absent, the hide-and-seek champion of the Grand Finals here, taking the crown from Mordekaiser.
In a different board state, one might try to fish with the Pale Cascade, have enough mana there to play the Poro King down, but because Talpanator has a 1-cost Lord Broadmane in hand, the threat of having another 1 mana ping to get rid of the Poro King means that Chenia has to continue with this line, not even going for Fabled Poro. Now that Talpanator's committed to a 5-5, can just go incredibly wide. 11 HP, still pretty dangerous from this position.
Chenia's going to be able to get a 6-wide attack here if that's the angle that they want to go for. Talpanator could even take out one of these units. Chenia could replay another one from their hand. They've got the mana for it as well as the Pale Cascade. And just try to chip maybe 4-5 damage into the Nexus of Talpanator. Try to set up for that miracle lethal on a following turn because as it stands,
ここでチェニアさんが勝ったらチェニアさんの次のデッキなんだ？何バンされたんだっけ？セトカルバンされたかな？
あれバンされてるからフィズユミ。
あ、フィズユミか。
And then you have just his passive in play to use your other pings in order to deal with bigger threats. And Talpanator's feeling the pressure here. Deathless on Broadmane's not too shabby.
No, neither is +1/+1 and tough. Having a 2/2 tough, I mean, Chenia, at the very least, has shown us what a 2/2 tough can do throughout this tournament with those plucky Poros, but gonna be, yeah, it looks like that is going to be the Deathless coming down onto this Broadmane, so even, actually just more willing to use it as a blocker now and get one with some additional stats.
This is similar to what happened in game number 1. I have answers for the Poro King, but as long as he doesn't come down on curve, if you do catch me without that answer in my hand, I still think that it's not going to be a punish. I don't think Poros can scale up enough. We'll see if Talpanator wants to try to get a cheeky additional block with this first half of Lord Broadmane now.
I think just about
そうよね、
everything
2体
in
入んな
Chenya's
きゃ
deck that is going to
だよ
kill the
ね。
broad main would silence it
入んないの
first,
か
and so
な
the deathless keyword really just opens it
いや、
up as a
入るんじ
blocker,
ゃない
and
かな。
Talpinator kind of deciding, do I want to try to trade onto one of these Poros, maybe force the Pale Cascade out of Chenya for damage, or for an effective trade rather than for damage. And Chenya just really going, you know what, I'm not fighting stacks, I'm not fighting the king, I need to just send as much in as possible and hope that if the king does come down, maybe I can get a spicy snacks before it's eliminated so that I can have an impact lethal down the line. And
入らない。
not blocking, no group shot committed, Talpinator daring Chenya to use that Pale Cascade.
Pale Cascade pushing through just a little bit more damage. This is just a couple more points of chip with impact. Proto Poro looking really scary from this position. Talpinator looking for Nora, has a couple spells, maybe get something off of Burblefish, but needs some card draw here. This wouldn't be the first time that Talpinator's had his back against the wall with this Elder Nora.
Absolutely not. It's a position that they've become quite comfortable in over the last 5 hours, and now they're down to the final minutes. 18 left on the clock, unlikely to play a factor in the ultimate decider of this matchup, but we get the top deck from Talpinator. It is not Riptide Rex, it is the supplementary condense that you put in the deck to take advantage of that Titanic unit, and it's just going to be a perilous pastry onto the Daring Poro to kick things off for Talpinator.
Yeah, nicely done controlling these threats, trying to block down versus everything else.
とりあえ
Getting
ず
that Poro
あ
out
れ
of
で
the
すね、
way
イル
clears
シブ
the
取
path
っ
for
て、
Nora to get one more portal.
凝縮でプラザガーディアン
Another
かな。
blocker perhaps.
はいはいはい。
Condense onto this Burblefish also can be quite nice to get even more wide swings. We've seen this Respect Your Elders deck. You think it's just trying to
あ、でも
build
凝
towards
縮であれか。
broad main
さすがに
control, but can
ブロードメイ
suddenly
ン鏡か。
pivot towards an aggressive line
ク
once
ラ
the
ゲじゃん。
Burblefish come down with the
あ
Infernal
ー、クラゲ
Might
取ってもい
and
いか。
Impact.
And we've gotten word from production that this
あ、
round,
クラゲの方がい
the
いか。
Poro bot is elusive. So that is
ブ
a
ロードメイン鏡
2-3
でもいい。
elusive that Chenya could throw down. Would love
クラ
to
ゲ
do
か
so
ブロードメイン
after
鏡。
combat
良さ
happens
そうだ
to
けどな。
do so to protect
クラ
it
ゲか
from
ブロー
this
ドメイン
Plaza
鏡だね。
Guardian.
なる
But
ほ
the
ど。
hush onto the Nora could also clear up a blocker from Talpinator as well as deny one of the
一旦黒
portals.
毛
We're
出
going to see
して。
the Wiggly Burblefish come down. And Skarsnik, we might even see a
インパクト
follow-up
か。
condense onto the Burblefish.
Yeah, I do
う
like
わ
that
ー、バイ
line a
投げ
lot.
強い。
Toss.
すごい。
A lot of, and every time it looks like there's a
この選
clean
択肢取った
line
な
of
らクラゲだね。
play because of all of the different choices that Vandal City offers. It changes your
まあ相手
game
のポロ
plan
パクってもいいけど。
again.
2面出すっつって。
I toss to pivot for more control at 4 HP. All of these 1/1 Poros are incredibly threatening.
It's worth noting that now Group Shot is online. It's going to deal 2 damage instead
凝縮使わない。
of 1. Talpinator's deciding to go to combat. This is going to give the green light to Chenya to throw down their patched Poro bot. Maybe even follow it up with the Fabled Poro. The question now, does Chenya care about letting this portal go through? Are you going to hush the Nora now or save it for something later? It is going to be the hush on the Nora. Talpinator has an option to protect this with Group Shot and the
Nora
Pythons if they
取りに行くっ
want
ていう。
to.
うわー、悩むなこれ。
Only 1 damage to the Poro herder. Just with the Nora
グル
chip
ショパイ投
to
げ
get
する
it
か。
out of the way means that Talpinator is going to trust
しない。
the pings in
しな
hand
い
and
で
the broad main
ナ
are
ラを取ら
going to
せ
be
ました
enough
ね。
to weather this next attack token. It's a very big risk, but he has to make that call. Patched Poro bot with elusive now hitting the board. All we need is for this fabled Poro to hit the right keywords, and we're going to a game 3.
Talpinator down to just 4 Nexus health, a couple of removal
回
spells
復
and a
したくない
condense
か。
in hand. That would be the
デスです
last
か。
spell to fully reduce the cost of the
デスで
Wiggly
すか。回復
Burblefish.
欲しくない
Develop
か。
another blocker. Maybe grab the
クラゲを。
healing dragon boon out of it as well, as Challenger,
い
Impact,
や、
and
しない。
Deathless have all left the pool so far. On Chenya to see if they want to end the round. It's either Poro stories and pass back, or
怖く
just
ない？
end round Poro stories to kick things off on your turn.
うん。
The more
すごい
developments
ね。
you make, the more actions you
我
give
慢できるのがすごい
Talpinator,
よ。
the more dire the situation can become.
あの凝縮見せてないもんね。
うん、見せてない。
ハイレイ学者でピックした側だから。
うん、見せてない。
あ、ゾラニ。
ゾラニ。
Zolani the Bloodweaver has to be
ゾラニどれぐらい大きいんだろう。
+0 +0. I don't know if anything has actually even died with increased power. We're gonna get a couple more one-cost Poros out of Chenya, but none of the elusive keywords that they were searching for. And now it might just be that fabled Poro coming through to see if some impact can be down. Yeah, the very turn 8 or turn 9 rather, +0 +0 Zolani.
No
0-0
sacks.
か。
He's going hungry this game.
エルダー出してもいいけどね。
エルダーでいいね。
いやー、このエルダー強いよ。優勝か。いや、ニーラちゃんの優勝だな、これ。止まらないんだよね、ギアサムが。まあ、伝承ポロで、
Talpinator's turn. There is no fearsome
ルーシブチ
blocker
ャレン
for
ジ
that
ャー。あ、一応チャレンジャーついたから、
there were no elusives rolled onto
クラ
the
ゲは取れ
Poros.
る。
No, actually the Jubilant Poro does pull elusive and one
い
impact
やでも
given over
エル
to
ダー
the
ドラ
Fable
ゴン
itself.
インパクト持ってるから、
あれじゃない？エルダードラゴンはおやつで、おやつ引くしかないよね。初出場おやつ引くしかないもんね。ポールラでもいいから。4枚か5枚ぐらいは選択肢として勝利があるか。テルストーンでもいいし。
And Chenia had faith in their deck. They kicked back the Aurora Borealis, said this is too slow. I'll find some main deck snacks. I'll find a Poro King. I'll find something to become a world champion to claw my way back into this and tie the series up to a game number 3. And it just wasn't available. Instead, mocked by the top deck of the Zolani, the Bloodweaver, after not finding snacks for 9 consecutive rounds.
A deck with this specific
インパクト
anti-meta
持って
energy
て、まあでもブロック入られて、相手から2、3って打たれて、イルーシブ、ギアサム通されると負けちゃうから。
After the swing, 3 HP now left for Talpinator. Chenia has to make the read that I can buy one more attack token for myself. Lifesteal on the path for a lot, helping just a smidge.
And Chenia has to draw Poro Snacks or Pale Cascade or Targonian Telestone, something to develop a fearsome blocker or the Elder Dragon. While we never got to see its level 2 Skarsig as a 13-13 impact to fearsome.
マジで申し訳ないんだけどさ、脈がすっごい速くなっちゃってさ、気失うかもしれんから大声出しといてほしい。さっきから超やばい。ちょっと下がやった。
もうちょっと。
もうちょっと入った。
ラスター。
うわー、力かった。
And Talpinator develops Wiggly Burblefish, just taking that insurance of
力かった。もうチェニアさんは死ぬことが分かりながらプレイしないといけない。
Talpinator is obligated for the folks at home who have witnessed his entire journey to bring it home.
あと12分考えるか。
これあと12分考えて。
負けてるんだよな。
負けてないよ。
Zolani coming down as well. Chenia showing their hand, saying, "This is what I've been dealing with this game. This is what my deck has done to me." And Talpinator continuing to play it slow, unsure of what tricks are in Chenia's sleeve, not wanting to run in there and get hit with a hush on the Elder Dragon to take away the fearsome and give Chenia another turn to try and finish off that 3 Nexus HP.
Yeah, even though from our perspective we can tell Talpinator is very far ahead, is
おめで
able
と
to close out this game. Talpinator still showing
ニーラ
his
ちゃんの優
opponent
勝です。
due respect.
おめでとうございます。
Finals of the World Championships, and Talpinator is on the cusp of being crowned. One living library is just another elusive unit to be developed, gives you another emergency blocker, and dealing 14 attack this turn. Damage to the Nexus, going to be a tall order. Group shot is boosted enough to take down Zolani.
あれだね、将棋とかの投了する前の時間みたいな感じになってる。
なるほど。
負けましたって言うまでの今こう。
Tyrannical unit from the history of Legends of Runeterra condense onto broad main Talpinator, dragging this one out, going even further into the pool of control.
Nothing will stand in between Talpinator and his victory. Is covering every single obstacle, every single instance that could possibly prevent this. And even after all these Poros have come down, I don't even think he's kept track of this Destiny Poros off of Poro stories or where everything is going. Plaza Guardian challenging the elusive. The rest of the attackers come marching in.
It doesn't matter. The Elder Dragon cannot be stopped at level 1 against this non-fearsome board. Shenia just has to hit the skip block. There's the GG Shen. There is the game. There is the match. There is the tournament. Talpinator is your world champion. EMEA for the 3rd year in a row.
最後の最後でな。
Absolutely exquisite. Heroic lower.
おめでとうございます。
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 Just a short time to rest before taking on Chenia, a titan from Korea, and gave him a run for his money. What an excellent tournament, and I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about it. Thank you.
何か本日はお集まりいただきまして本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
何か言いたいことがあったらいっぱいいないでお願いします。ごめんなさい。
特にありません。
はい。
眠たいです。
お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。それでは皆さんお疲れ様でした。配信事故が起きる前に終わりにしたいと思います。お疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。
じゃあね。
おやすみ。